All right, everyone, chill out, okay? Chill the fuck out. I just got home from errands. I'm not even wearing pants. Let me get some pants on, okay? Let me get some goddamn pants on, and then we'll get started. Okay. I found some pants. Yo, what's up? I know it took me a while. But in my defense, Hyena hid them for me. In a treacherous bid, to try to deny all of you my company, Hyena hid the pants. It's true. It's true. It's true. You can ask Hyena. It's completely true. But I found them. I did prevail. I did prevail. I found the pants. How y'all doing? Good enough, I hope. Wow, this heater got too hot quick. Chill. It is cold in here today, though. It is cold in here today. Hope everybody's well. I had a phenomenal time with all of you yesterday. All of the energy that I put into my shit-faced streaming, unfortunately comes with a deficit today, because I am a little tired. Not hungover, a little tired. But a little bit of tiredness, in no way, shape, or form, prevents me from being exuberant about the position we are in today with regards to the absolute state of the right. The absolute state of the right, folks. Let me tell you, we've got a lot to go over. We also have people we're going to talk to. I'm going to be going on Jimmy Snow's stream to do a little bit of Q&A. Shortly, I think in 45 minutes, so hopefully that'll be fun. I think it's like a call-in thing. We'll have to see. And that should be fun. And additionally, I think I'm going to be able to speak with Shu and Chris Raygun down the line. I think they're doing a thing to celebrate the election. I'd like to pop in there if I can. Should be fine and dandy. That should be fun. Hopefully we can talk to lots of fun people, because, you know, if there's one thing that I've learned, it is that no man is an island, okay? We're all in it together, folks. Are you in it with me? I know you are. You're watching me right now. As a reminder, of course, with all election coverage and election coverage adjacent streams, I will not be able to go over donos in the depth that I normally do, so please keep that in mind as you donate. As always, I really appreciate it. Yes, let us build bridges, folks. What I want to do, I want to be like Mr. Sam Porter Bridges. From the game, I was about to say from the game Don't Starve. From the game Death Stranding, which has the same initials, DS. You see, his name is Sam Porter Bridges, because his name is Sam, and also he ports things and he builds bridges. Phenomenal game, really. Phenomenal game. Excellently written. Such a stupid. I love Hideo Kojima. I really do. Vaush, destroy the cum pledge. What do we have to talk about right now? Vaush, is it too early to celebrate, or are all the Trumpers just spewing BS as always? Let me say something with unequivocal clearness. Okay? Joe Biden has won the race to become America's 2020 presidential candidate. He is the president-elect, Joe Biden now. Do not let the delusional coping you are seeing from the online right distract you. Do not let their shit posting air you from your path. It is done. It is said. The margins by which Joe Biden has won Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, these are not going to flip on a recount. They're not going to. All the posting in the world about fraud isn't going to save them from the undeniable fact that they got blown the fuck out. They lost to Joe Biden. Now you know how it feels. Now, of course, there is always the potential for fuckery down the line. But at this point, with Georgia under Joe Biden's belt, I don't think even a Supreme Court case is going to meaningfully have the ability to overturn this election. And recounts certainly aren't going to. Not with the margins we're looking at. We're good. I really think we're good. And as certainly as you can count on us being good, some people are not, folks. Folks, I've told you all about the copers, the MAGA hat copers. They're coping so hard right now. poll on YouTube, on Twitter. They're freaking out right now. There's a big gulf that's opened up in the Republican Party between the pro-coors and the anti-coors. There are the Republicans who are talking about this was our election to win. This is ours. We deserved it. They're taking it from us. And screaming about how it was his turn. And they're screaming about how the election was theirs and we cheated, blah, blah. And then there are the Republicans, more, establishment GOP types who are laying a little bit low because they want their reputations to survive the shit show that's going to happen. You know whose reputation isn't going to survive the shit show that's going to take place? Donald Trump's. Trump has signaled to allies that the Secret Service will have to drag him from the White House kicking and screaming. Yes, even now, Donald Trump is committed to the worst possible loss imaginable. Because I've said this before, and thank God for Trump. Okay, thank God for Trump. Because if Trump was a competent or level-headed man, you know what he would do? You know what he would do, folks? He would accept the loss, and he would deliver the most unnerving concession speech of all time. I can imagine it right now, okay? He stands up there in front of the podium. Everyone's expecting him to have a little baby fit, and instead, he invokes the storm. The powers that be have conspired to deny me my rightful second term to this presidency. And though I will acquiesce to their motions and remove myself from the Oval Office, I need every supporter of mine to understand. They weren't going after me. They were coming after you. I was in the way. And now, I'm not. Good luck. Or some shit like that. Just some spooky QAnon signaling, dignity retaining, kind of dignity retaining, But no. According to CNN, Trump has reportedly not prepared a concession speech, and in conversation with allies that day, he has said he has no intention of conceding the election. The decision to go full delusional has obviously been strengthened by staffers such as Mark Meadows, who have not attempted to come to terms with the president about the reality of what is happening and have instead fed into his claims of fraud. Dude, Trump is like an infant child. His staffers aren't even telling him what's going on. Do you think Trump even knows that the election is being run legitimately? Or do you think that he just has a bunch of yes men around him going, yeah, they're taking it for we have a video right here of them going to a graveyard and digging up some ballots over here. They just shucked them right over to the White House. Yeah. I don't even know how much he's aware of what's happening. But it really does seem like Trump is not going to be conceding the presidency. Like he promised, he's actually not going to be conceding it. And that is amazing because as much power as Trump has culturally, if Joe wins and he's won and it's inauguration day and Trump doesn't leave, they're just going to drag him out. They're just going to drag him out kicking and screaming from the White House. And I will start a Kickstarter, a GoFundMe, whatever. I will amass any amount of money to pay for all of the technicalities that would be needed to get body cams on the Secret Service agents doing that. I would pay anything. I would do some sort of Death Note-esque sacrifice half of my life force just for the ability to see that, even just a little bit of it, man. Oh, just a little, because the best part is they would try not to hurt him either, It wouldn't be like a cop's takedown where they don't give a fuck if the guy hits his head on the concrete and dies, okay? It would be like 4 burly Secret Service agents grabbing his wrists and just trying to pull him over, and Trump's like, no! And he slips and his butt hits the ground. They're dragging him and he's like, no! That I will give anything to be able to see this. absolutely anything I would give. If in fact I would go so far as to say that if I can't see that, if that happens but I don't get to see that, it wasn't even worth getting Trump out of office, frankly. It wasn't even worth the effort like at that, like, what's even the point? Oh, we get Joe Biden for 4 years, great, but we don't get that. Okay, sure, okay. Yeah, you can deep fake it, but you could deep fake it, but nothing comes close. Nothing even comes close to the genuine article. Okay. It'd be good screen. It'd be very good stream content. Oh my god, it'd be good stream content. Oh god. Sorry, I just. Oh, it's so good. Okay. I'm just imagining. You know, I'm just imagining it happening right now. And it's really good for me emotionally, you know. Anyway, yeah. Okay, calm down, everyone. Okay, yeah. No, guys, don't coom. No cooming over here. Okay, we're a serious political stream. Okay. Make a why Trump lost video. Really? I feel like that's a little. Do you not feel that's a little hackneyed? You know, like why Trump lost? I don't know. That feels a little hackneyed to me personally. Yeah, I mean, the main reason why is, I mean, he lost the popular vote last time. The main reason why is just because, I mean, the big ones were Wisconsin and Michigan. He wasn't able to drag quite as much pull with them, probably because of coronavirus, and probably also because he completely failed on his promises to bring manufacturing back to the United States. So those two, you know. And then with regards to places like Georgia and Pennsylvania, there are Democrats who have locally done a really good job of organizing efforts to get people registered to vote. In fact, Stacey Abrams registered nearly 1 million people in Georgia. Stacey Abrams is basically like the divine fucking arbiter of the Democratic electoral process right now. They say Stacey Abrams doesn't even walk. Her eyes glow and she just hovers from place to place at this point. Just completely just levitates around, you know? That's a lie. No, that's true. No, that's completely true. That's Stacey Abrams. She floats. You can look that up anywhere. You can look it up on Wikipedia. There are YouTube videos. It's completely true. You know, it's funny because a lot of Democrats, oh, I know what I want to talk about. Fuck. Did I save this image? Oh, God, did I save this image? Give me just 1 second. There was an image that I found which showed a graph of Democrat and Republican voter registration and how it spiked at the time of BLM. It was a really, really good graph. Very, very impactful. Here it is. Yes, here. I found it. Okay. Are you ready to shit on the Dems? Everyone get ready. Probably also would be nice if the camera was more this way, you know. I feel like that would be pretty cool. And let me take a sippy as well. You know how it is. You know my jug. I'm a jugger. What I am. You know, speaking of taking sippies, I actually watched this incredibly aggressively obnoxious 3-minute commercial on YouTube, on my phone, on the YouTube ad. I watched the whole thing, and it was about a thermos that has a cup on the bottom side of the thermos. Does anyone, have you seen this? He was like, "Are you tired of going outside and not having a little cup that you can get coffee in? This cup's at the bottom of the you fucking idiot. Look at this fucking cup, bro. Now this isn't disposable. You reuse it and it goes to the bottom of your thermos, bro." And that, you've seen that commercial? I watched it. Listen, I may think that commercial was obnoxious, but I watched every second of it. So clearly there's some kind of underlying appeal. Also, what exactly is a thermos but a cup that's tall and has a screw-on lid? I don't know. It feels like having a hunting knife, and then in the handle there's like a little knife. I don't know. Yeah, like kind of a hat on a hat. You know what I mean? A toilet is a cup if you try hard enough. The next time, guys, here's a question for you. The next time somebody tries to invoke linguistic am I still drunk? The next time somebody attempts to invoke a linguistically prescriptivist argument to you, here's what you need to do, okay? Ask them to define what a cup is in a way that includes all cups, but does not include any non-cups. It's not possible. It's literally impossible. A cup is whatever we define to be a cup. You can't, it's impossible. Prescriptivism fails. It's not good, folks. That's why real linguists are descriptivists. What is linguistic prescriptivism? I'm so glad you asked. Let's delay further. Linguistic prescriptivism is the idea that language and words and syntax and grammar should all be a given way. There's a right way to do it. And linguistic descriptivism is when you merely acknowledge the way in which it is currently used, and that's it. You don't say there's a right or a wrong way. You only say this is in line with what is currently used, and this is in line with what is not. The main issue is that linguistic prescriptivism usually ends up being kind of fucking racist because it's used as an excuse to delegitimize dialects that differ from the hegemonically accepted one. So, for example, have you ever heard a person besmirch the way black people talk? AAVE, African American Vocalized English. You've probably heard people say, like, you know, oh yeah, they talk like, they say ax instead of ask, you know? They say didn't do instead of didn't do. Well, oh, sorry, vernacular, not vocalized. My apologize. Oh yeah, some people say that ain't isn't even proper English. Yeah. But the thing is, can anybody explain to me why didn't do is worse than didn't do? Like, can anybody explain to me? Like, can anybody explain to me how there's any objective metric by which you can determine how one... It's completely arbitrary. Yeah. Linguistic prescriptivism is usually a tool used by purists and ethnic supremacists to prioritize one group of people and their language over other groups. And you see the same things with culture and all that crap. Anyway, it's not good. It's not good. Is TJ a leftist now? I'm pretty sure TJ is a leftist, man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure TJ is a fucking anarchist. Yeah. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. Like this Ben tweet. Ben Shapiro is a massive linguistic prescriptivist, and he is a racist. If you wear your pants below your butt, don't bend the brim of your cap, and have an EBT card, 0% chance you will ever be a success in life. I love this Ben Shapiro quote because Ben Shapiro also denies that dog whistling is a real thing, you know? And it's just phenomenal, by the way, you know? Ben Shapiro is a very, very racist man. But amongst these, like, don't bend the brim of your cap. Can somebody explain to me how whether or not you bend the hat brim is in any way, shape, or form that there's any metric you can use? It's literally just, do you wear your hat the black way or the white way? It comes down to that, you know. Ah, yes, there we go. Long road around saying the N-word, yes. Oh, that was from Liam O'Mara? Wait, I didn't even see that. Hey, Liam, hey! What's up? Now this guy right here is a Yankee with two brims. My man. I believe California takes a while to count votes. I believe he's still waiting on the mail-in votes. Right now, he's down 10 points. He's hoping mail-in votes will catch him up. I don't think it's very likely that he's going to win, but one way or another, whether he wins or loses, I have a fuck ton of respect for the dude, and I hope he fucking runs again, okay? It's still pretty close, yeah. Without mail-in ballots counted, it's very, very entirely possible things swing in his favor. Anyway, hold on. We'll talk about the Dems just 1 second. Sorry. I'm a little out of it today. Yeah, only 50% of ballots are counted in CA2. If he wins, we will have interviewed a House of Representatives member, which is amazing. So we'll see. Let me get the last piece to the puzzle assembled. 1 second. Oh my God, the internet has been so much fun. Listen, some people are going to disagree with me on this one. I think the memes that have come out of this election so far have been way the fuck funnier than the 2016 memes. Like, massively so. Massively so. The last ones were all, like, women screaming and, like, Pepe. But now, it's men screaming and Pepe. And Wojaks, because Wojaks are big in now. And that's better. Much better. Yeah. Very good. Okay, let me find this. This is all from yesterday. I've tweeted a lot. I guess that makes sense given the context. Okay. Give me 1 second. Where was that goddamn thread? I know I retweeted it. I missed it, didn't I? Nope. It was the thread where that one journalist was leaking information from a DNC strategy call where they were discussing why they did poorer than expected. You guys remember that? That thread. Yeah, that thread. Here we go. Found it. Found it. No! I clicked on it, but it made me go back to another part of the scroll. Why? Scrolling back, scrolling back, scrolling back, scrolling back. Scrolling back, scrolling back. Why would it do that to me? Nope, now we're too far. God damn, we had it! Folks, we were so close. We were so close. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? We're going to do this, and then we're going to talk to Jimmy Snow. Should be fun. Okay. Whew. I have a question for all of you. When does Anarcho Bidenism die? Not all ideologies have an expiration date, but this one definitely does. Those of you who are saying never are okay, hold on. Now I can clearly see that I have misled you. Anarcho Bidenism dies on Inauguration Day, when Biden is appointed President of the United States of America. The reason Anarcho Bidenism must die is because, as fun as it has been to celebrate and champion this doddering old fool, we are only doing this in part because it's fun. It is a little fun. And in part because at the moment, with electoral politics being pushed front and center, Biden's victory is a priority. It is much, much better than Trump winning. And since Biden has now won by all available information, we must now recognize that our ideology is it's stated, it's dying. And then we return to regular old anarchism, or libertarian socialism, whatever you prefer. Remember, our enemy has not always just been the Republican Party. Our enemy is the forces of capital and the forces of culture, which prolong our collective descent into late-stage capitalism. And while Republicans are, and I need to be really clear about this, significantly, measurably worse than Democrats in many, many ways, Democrats are part of the problems too. They are not our liberators. Now, there are liberators amongst the Democrats. I do genuinely believe that people like Ilhan Omar or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, while not full-on crazy Marxist-Lenin, whatever, I do genuinely believe that they care about the working people and that they are willing to subvert the establishment Democrats in order to push a more radical agenda. I genuinely do believe that. And I think that, by the way, inside AOC's mind is a black box. Is AOC some sort of Possadist? I genuinely don't know. I do believe that if a person were radically far left, I mean full-on Marxist, full-on revolutionary, the most they could do would be to act the way AOC does in the Democratic Party. At the moment, I do believe that that would be the most effective way for them to move their ideology forward, because they can radicalize people by taking advantage of the signal, the prominence that you get as a popular Democratic congresswoman. I genuinely believe that. So I will not be levying criticisms at the Justice Dems unless I feel like they're really fucked up, because they are our agents. They are agents of change, and they will be working within the Democratic Party, I believe, at least I have every reason to believe at the moment, to make life better for us and for workers everywhere. And they need our help, because the more they do to effect change, the more the Democratic establishment will try to squash them. I take you now to a Twitter thread. This is a journalist leaking information from a strategy conference call between powerful Dems. Let's just ride through this, huh? Spanberg on the Dem caucus call. We lost races we shouldn't have lost. Defund the police almost cost me my race because of an attack ad. Don't say socialism ever again. Need to get back to the basics. Apparently they're yelling. Spanberg continues, say, if we run this race again, we will get fucking torn apart in 2022. Pelosi, evidently, comes back on and says she disagrees because they won the House and the presidency. Pelosi always satisfied with margins. Also, earlier in the call, Debbie Mucarsel-Poel, who lost her race, was crying and mentioned how people can't pronounce her name. Don't put me on the spot like that. And said, stop being negative on Twitter. Jeffries comes back on to tell people to stop leaking and that reporters aren't your friends. See, that's the joke here, because this is all a big leak. What was that? Spanberger is a piece of shit. Am I mistaken? Is Spanberger not literally ex-CIA? Is that not true? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Let me see. In 2006, she joined the Central Intelligence Agency as an operations officer. She worked overseas on classified materials of national security that included intelligence gathering on terrorism and nuclear proliferation. You know, pardon me for being prejudiced, but when the person who's saying we need to avoid left-leaning politics in the Democratic Party is literally CIA, it gives me deja vu a little bit, you know? It gives me a little chill down my spine, a little bit of deja vu, because it reminds me of some history lessons I used to read, folks. These CIA people, they don't like us. They don't like us very much at all. It just keeps going as Pascrell is now calling out Schumer, saying Schumer is not involved enough in this. Rashida Tlaib, who we stand, saying, before we make painful statements, we need to wait and see how the numbers come down. Feels like I'm being asked to be quiet. We need to appeal to certain people, and that's not right. So Rashida Tlaib is saying, hey, it kind of gives me, I'm being given the impression right now that you are attempting to withhold my ability to appeal to my demographics in the way that I feel is best. Tlaib continues. They called Obama worse. They called him a Muslim socialist. You can blame these words, but if it wasn't on BLM, would have been something else. The end is in sight for this Dem caucus call that started more than 2 hours ago. Jeffries said 7 to 8 members in queue, and then they will wrap up. What does this mean? I'll tell you what it means. There are people in the Democratic Party, there are establishment Dems, who want all of you to believe, and by all of you, I mean all you left-leaning people, all of you Democrats, whatever, who want you to believe that the reason why we underperformed in this election is because of our crazy socialism shit. Well, AOC, who is apparently not on that call, speaks. There are folks running around on TV blaming progressivism for Dem underperformance. I was curious, so I decided to open the hood on struggling campaigns of candidates who are blaming progressives for their problems. Almost all had awful execution on digital during a pandemic. AOC throwing shade on Dems who lost their elections. I love that. You think AOC ain't gonna come for you just because you lost and you're sobbing into a fucking pint of ice cream right now? No. She will fucking drop kick you from behind, telling you didn't run your campaign well. Where's the online outreach, motherfucker? It's a pandemic. You're a dinosaur. Underinvestment across the board. Some campaigns spent $0 on digital the week before the election. Disgusting. Others who spent did so in very poor ways. If I only spent $12,000 on TV the week before an election, then blamed others afterwards, you all would ask questions. That's how it looks seeing this. Ideology and messaging are the spicy convos a lot of people jump to, but sometimes it's about execution and technical capacity. Digital execution was not good, polls were off. Ironically, the DCCC banned the firms who are the best in the country at Facebook because they work with progressives. Also, the decision to stop knocking doors is one people need to grapple with and analyze. Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib never stopped and may well have helped deliver a Biden presidency because of it. Because yes, remember, all of these Justice Dems who the establishment Democrats are saying are actually going to be the downfall of the party, these people were more aggressive at getting people registered to vote than any other part of the fucking... Hey, guys, who's going to get the fresh kids out to vote? Fucking Nancy Pelosi or AOC? AOC was rolling out there on Twitch doing fucking Among Us streams with fucking Hassan Abi and Critical. We know who's out here with the outrage, okay? These fucking Dem dinosaurs aren't helping their party. They aren't serving the party's interests. They're conceited, deluded old fucks who are salty that you can't run campaigns the way you could back in the Clinton days. And the Justice Dems are far, far, far more effective at what they do than the establishment Dems are. You know how many fucking Justice Dems won? Do you know how many fucking DSA endorsed candidates won? The Justice Dems and the DSA fucking rocked the House. They did great. Yeah, for the DSA it was 26 out of 30. They rocked the fucking House, people. They rocked the fucking House. The progressives came out great. The squad's stronger than ever. It was the dinosaurs in the Democratic Party who did poorly. The old festering wound on this country. These complacent dipshits who care about politics in the same way you all would care about your prom king and queen allotments, popularity contests, and balls hosted for the new aristocracy. Not real politics. Real politics is about power. Real politics is about people. You think there's not a reason why the Democrats seem to persistently disappoint their voter base? Republicans don't get disappointed by their voter base, you know? Can you find me Trump supporters disappointed by Trump? They don't give a fuck. Trump could shit directly down their throats. They don't give a shit. They understand it's about power. They completely understand. And hey, listen, I'm not saying that's a good thing, okay? You should be willing to be critical of the people who you vote for. You absolutely should. But man, the difference between the Dems and the Republicans in this respect is just stark. It is just worlds apart. Just two different universes. Anyway, there's a graph I want to show you real quick. Now, that one person in the call, who said that we don't want to talk about socialism again, we can't talk about defunding the police again. You want to see what voter registration looked like during the beginning of Black Lives Matter? Because of the pandemic, for months and months and months, the Republicans were getting more voters registered than the Democrats. And then BLM happened. And for the first time that whole goddamn year, Democrats saw a fucking massive surge in registrations. Because no matter how much the dinosaur Dems want you to forget, the fact remains The reason people get out to vote, the reason people register, the reason people participate is not because there's some 87-year-old fucking swamp monster who's been sitting in the house since the 60s who tells them that if they don't vote for them, they're a racist. What gets people out to vote is power and passion and strength and blood and fire and excitement for the future of this country and terror at the current state of it. What gets people motivated to vote is not establishment politics. And we have to be vigilant because at every moment over the coming 4 years, the establishment Dems are going to fight us. We are their real enemy. You know what happens if the Republicans win? The Democrats get to take a break. No expectations on them. They're not in power. They get to go back to brunch, sipping their little fucking mimosas. We win. We hold them to account. We take seat by seat by seat in the House, in the Senate. We take more and more space, more and more power. AOC is already one of the most popular politicians in the country. We spread out. We are stronger than they are. We are more energized than they are, and they know it. And for that reason, they will do everything they can to turn public opinion against us. But we weren't the ones who fucked this election up. They were. We weren't the ones who lost the fucking elections. They did. The people who lost their fucking incumbent seats were moderates, not radicals. They were the ones who lost. They were the ones who didn't change. They were the ones who ran bad campaigns. We are the future of this country. They are the road we will walk on. And they've had power for goddamn well long enough, okay? So I don't feel bad at all about that. They can go retire to their private fucking non-Epstein islands at 87 and live out the rest of their days on fucking leftover adrenochrome. Okay, I don't care. They can have fun. I don't care. But we're the future of this shit, all right? The future is now, old man. True. Very true. Malcolm in the Middle. Ahead of its time, really. The future of its time, in fact. Anyway, yeah. Keep that in mind. As we move further and further into 2021, there is going to be a stronger effort on the part of establishment Dems to cuck us, and we will be better than them, and we will win. Go team, do you feel energized? Liz defending Spanberger? Let me see. Bruh, she flipped a big Republican district in 2018 and survived this time by the skin of her teeth. Like it or not, we need candidates like her. No. Just because you win purple districts doesn't mean you get to fucking CIA rat fuck the left in the rest of the House and Senate. It's not actually how it works, you know? Like if you're putting together a baseball team, you know, and you've got a guy and he can hit pretty good, he bats like fucking 330 or something like that, and you're like, damn, we need this for the team. You don't then go say, when he finds out he sexually assaulted 2 of the fellow teammates, well, we really need him for the game. It's not enough. It's not good enough, okay? No rat fucking the left anymore. We're here to stay. True. Oh, we're about to talk with Jimmy Snow. Yes. Elon Musk is selling tequila bottles for $250 a bottle. Okay. That's great. Sorry, Bazinga the Rich. It's very tedious to have my fucking chat filled up with repeated attempts to stick bug or rickroll me. You post it once, okay? But when you're posting it every 30 fucking seconds, come on. Come on. We'll be permabanning more and more people the more you irritate me with this shit. I have, what am I being linked to right now? I have been, okay, here we go. We have the call. We have the call in for Jimmy Snow. We're going to do that. I actually don't know how long this show runs for. I actually don't know. Never actually confirmed that. What you forget is that Ilhan and AOC won very deep blue districts. Yeah, and what you forget is that CIA bitch won her district by being more progressive than the person who came before her. Progressivism wins. Yeah, people like Ilhan Omar and AOC, the literal fucking forefronts of the Justice Dems. Yeah, sure, those people are generally going to pop up in safer seats. But that doesn't change the fact that, like, establishment Dems just don't pull out seats in purple districts. Corporate Democrats just aren't good at that shit. They don't do it. Did you see Destiny shit talking you at the beginning of stream? No, I did not. Sake, don't think I won't ban you too for spamming links. I'll cut off the flow. My parents love them. Some establishment Dems didn't vote for Cori Bush because she didn't have the experience. What's the response for that? Didn't vote for Cori fucking Bush? Jesus Christ. Listen, if you're not voting for Cori Bush, of all people, because of experience, Jesus fucking Christ. Lost. You're lost. You're absolutely lost. I'll call it in 5. Call them racist. That's the solution. This is one of the dumber leftist takes I've heard. Yeah, I can see you malding in chat. Listen, the idea that establishment corporatist Dems are like the big getters who win all the... Okay, wait, I can actually tell in chat who are Destiny viewers, okay? Destiny has sold some of the people in chat on the idea that what wins over purple districts is moderation. Nothing could be further from the truth. To most Republicans, if you're a Democrat, you're all the exact same fucking Satanist, socialist, Marxist pieces of shit, okay? The idea that there are, like, this moderate base of Republicans who switch who they vote for based on the reasonability of the Democrat is not true. What actually determines the outcome of purple districts is independent or apathetic voters. And those people don't come out for fucking moderates. Those people come out for populists. Populists are the ones who pull that base of voters. And if you want to win a purple district, that is the group you need to appeal to. People who are sick of the same shit, people who want a candidate who speaks directly to them, candidates who mix things up, candidates who don't seem like the same old corporate moderate shit, okay? Republicans know this. Republicans have won pushing radical candidates. There is no reason why we can't do the same. Moderates won the House in 2018, not progressives. 2018 was the first time we even had a wave of progressives entering the House. And even then, progressives did astonishingly well versus establishment Democrats in more secure seats. She was streaming? Well, that's nice. They're trying to do it. They're trying to CIA rat fuck us, people. They're trying to do it. All right, I think it's about time I join. Hold on. Wow, so they won blue districts and didn't flip seats? You guys, you literally don't understand how... Wait, hold on. Oh, man. You guys actually don't understand how politics works. Okay, so hold on. I know these are coming from Destiny fans because I know all these talking points, okay? The ability for progressives to meaningfully affect change in purple districts is largely determined by the extent to which their perspectives that they believe can be normalized, okay? You don't just see progressives winning out of nowhere. Trump normalizes far-right fash talking points. People like AOC normalize, and Bernie Sanders normalize more far-left populist progressive talking points. You need to establish a base before you can spread that base. No shit, in 2018, when the fucking squad literally just started, there wasn't this wave of progressive candidates. The base hadn't been built. You have to build and spread outward. And since then, we have seen a remarkable increase in voter registration being brought out by those progressive Dems, as opposed to the centrist corporate Dems. We have the numbers on this. We have the data on this. They are the ones who bring out new voters. We know this is the case. This isn't disputable. We know this is a fact. The reason people chose Joe Biden is in large part because they were concerned about electability. And whether or not you believe that's a legitimate concern, and you can make arguments back and forth about that, it certainly wasn't because they were excited about him policy-wise. If you want to turn out purple districts, you need to offer something new. Do you seriously think you're going to I'm sorry, is there actually a Democrat watching this right now, delusional enough to think you're going to take back the country with a bunch of fucking moderate Clinton-era Democrats in purple districts? Like, oh, these purple districts that have been incumbent red for fucking 20 years are going to flip fucking blue because they bring out somebody with the politics of fucking Pelosi? Or Feinstein? You really think like these fucking dinosaurs are going to bring out new voters? You fucking joking me? Jesus Christ. Just how about we chill out and let good things happen? Okay? How about that? What if we let good things happen? Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, let's see if this chat program glitches out the way it did yesterday. Yo.
Hey.
Howdy.
Good. All right. Well, it's time. It's time to go. Do we have hang on, let me come to the vMix thing here. Good, we're both on screen. All right, Dave. Vaush, you ready?
Yeah, I'm always ready. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna meet the sides.
Do you want a link or anything to give to your people?
Oh, no, I talk to my own audience enough. They'll manage it.
All right.
Okay,
All right. Good enough.
All right, I'm gonna meet your sides.
Copyright. Fucking Jim.
Welcome one, welcome all to an excellent, something I have actually been looking forward to a lot more than I guess a lot of shows I do, and I now feel like I had some level of foresight when I originally asked Vaush to do this that I didn't realize at the time, because the situation is right now that we are on the cusp of the election ending, but it hasn't yet ended. So when I originally reached out to Vaush and was like, hey, will you do this show? The thought was, we would probably be talking about who had won. And now we're going to be instead we have a conversation about who is likely about to win. But I guess let's start with this. Vaush, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Also hoping that I don't get kicked out of this program the way that I did last time I tried. So hopefully I stay right here.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I think we should be good. I think it should work out. I think, as always,
Thank
we
you
encourage
for calling
people
Call-In
go ahead
Studios
and head
hosting.
to the different social medias and such. It looks like we're having to right now. Our call-in system, I think, is getting reconnected probably. But go to social media, share out that this is happening. In truth, I mean, Vaush, you're such an eye-getter that I'm surprised we're only so far up to 700 live viewers. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna go up here quickly though.
Yeah. Well, there are also a lot of people on my end too. So the collective.
Oh, are you simul streaming?
Yeah. Well, I'm streaming as well. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I'm delighted
so
to be
we're
here,
gonna-
by the way.
I've been looking forward to it. I've talked about it a lot, but as you already know, you're notoriously hard to get a hold of. But it's like I've wanted us to be friends off air, but that's obviously a lot harder to facilitate with both our schedules. So I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna profess my platonic affection and how happy I am to be together once again, because I've found myself so enjoying. And in fact, I have off-air conversations to have with you about certain things, because there was a question you asked me when I did your show about whether or not I was open to being, I think the word you used was radicalized. And I think there's a development in that arena that I want to do a good announcement of at some point here, but not tonight at all. But I got to tell you, if this election, I when we talked about it, I basically told you that I'm already always going in the direction of the left, but right now I'm working within the systems that are, and so at the time I was definitely identifying progressive liberal. I'll tell you, the closeness of this election and the way it went down in it by itself pushed where I may have already been there, but now it knocked me left in my identifiers as well. That certainly is the case. Now there are people saying my audio needs fixed, and I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
You sound good on my end.
Yeah, to the person who said Jimmy's audio needs fixed, I think it might be you. Anyway, we'll be taking calls here in a moment. Let me go and take a look at the call queue. So call queue's already full up, but we are waiting on the screener to get some notes in with us. There's an individual who calls a lot, who I'm low-key hoping calls today, because he was very antagonistic one night in the live chat. I was talking about how easy the left are to humiliate and embarrass.
Oh.
He then proceeded to call me the next day, where I humiliated and embarrassed him. Then he tried to do it with Dillahunty, who hung up on him right away. Then tried to do it again with us both on election night, which just turned out to be boring. This right-wing atheist guy who, it won't surprise me if with such a heavy hitter with us here today, if he doesn't call in to try.
You're buttering my biscuit way too much, my friend. I got absolutely plastered last night. About 40% of my IQ is currently glued to the bottom of my skull pan. We'll see. I'm here for it, though. I'm always here for the shot.
Do you remember that we got to share last night's excellent moment together, even if it wasn't as personable as this? But I was there when Georgia flipped with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you being there, of course. Yeah. Also, I was sobering up around that point of the night. But yeah, no, that was fantastic. I was just about to end stream, too, because it seemed like we weren't going to get results for at least another hour, but then they just dropped it right as I was finishing up some donos.
Yeah, I was confused too at the time, because I was like, wait, Secretary, what's really frustrating is however these systems are working, and it's the same in Arizona, the Secretary of State is like, just keep watching our website. You'll see the numbers update there first. And yet news outlets are definitely getting it before they update their website. Yeah. So I'm not even sure how that works, who they're calling or whatever, but I saw it happen literally last night in Georgia for at least 15 minutes while we were celebrating what had been reported by, I don't remember who it was, a check mark on Twitter and the decision desk. While we were already celebrating, it took another 15 minutes for them to update their website, and so
yeah, well, they probably
trying to figure out.
adhere to a higher degree of journalistic scrutiny than I have to. But with regards to Georgia and PA, it seemed like it was pretty much guaranteed they were going to go that direction anyway. The math favored that outcome very heavily.
Right.
So it was mostly just a formality to watch it tick over, you know?
Yeah, it still felt like it's not over till it's over. Plus, if Biden only took ahead, let's say they froze out and they were like, okay, we're done. Biden is ahead in Georgia, but only by 1,000 votes. Now I start getting more worried about these outstanding military votes, which probably more skew. They have 8,000 of them out there. We don't know whether any of them are going to come back. We don't know what percentage the military will have voted this time.
They've started to come in, actually. They're actually more favorable to... They're more favorable to Biden than people were expecting. In fact, I think they were actually majority Biden.
That's excellent. Mm-hmm. That's excellent.
The military was actually polling pro-Biden. It's the police that are overwhelmingly Republican.
That's so strange to me. I lived in Wyoming in Cheyenne for a number of years in an Air Force base, and those are not Biden, pro-Biden guys. I'll tell you, it's a lot of MAGA country out there. Now, I will say, the base in Cheyenne is specifically a place where if you basically fail all of your testing after basic training, they go, you have one of two options. We can send you home to mom and dad, or we can send you to Cheyenne to guard the nukes.
Yeah.
That's basically the, shall we say, competence level that you have there. I'm very, very confused with what is going on with the call screener. So I'm just going to start pulling in calls blindly.
Absolutely.
Because I have... something strange is going on there. Okay, it looks like he's in it. All right, so we're gonna bring in. There's no notes yet, though we have at least a name, and we're gonna talk to Olivia from somewhere. Olivia, what part of the country are you calling from?
I'm from Philly.
All right, hell yeah, we got a Philly person in the house. I guess I won't say hell yeah until I know exactly how this is going. At some point, because David's having to do multiple things tonight, we'll have Olivia from Philadelphia on that little banner below us, but that might take a moment. Olivia, what did you want to call and ask?
So I won't take too long because I know more antagonistic calls are more entertaining, but I've been watching you both for a while, and I just really love your content. Vaush really radicalized me. So I have, I guess, one main question, and then this time another shorter question, sort of. So I started my political journey as a very stereotypical SJW. I didn't have that sort of attitude, but I was brightly dyed hair, a AFAB, Tumblr user in like 2015. And so I am quite an emotional person. So I have trouble when arguing, keeping emotions out of it and just focus and keeping level-headed and just talking about politics in that sort of way. So I was just wondering if you guys had any tips about that, because it's something I really love talking about and trying to convince people and stuff like that. So
don't practice with your family. That is
good advice.
Yep.
So I think
made that mistake.
So there are two types of anger during arguments, or at least two main types, or like frustration, upsetness, emotion, whatever. It's when you're genuinely upset because the circumstances of the conversation have gotten stressful, and there's not much to do beyond that before getting better at arguing. Like, that's just a matter of exposure. The more you do it, the better you're going to get at it and keeping calm during it. But I find most often when people get frustrated during conversations, it's because they've encountered some sort of trap or a loop or some sort of argument they're unfamiliar with or don't know how to respond to. And in situations like that, the thing I recommend most strongly is to argue slower. Don't let them run you across the field with whatever tangent they want to go off on. Stick point to point to point. If there's a specific thing that you want to argue, say it. And then if they move off that point, say, well, hold on. We were talking about X. Go back to X. If they complain, stick to it. Usually people get frustrated because they don't realize they're being taken for a loop. The more confident you get in directing the conversation, the better a ground you'll have to keep your calm and to remain, composed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all right, Olivia?
Makes a lot of sense. And so the other question I wanted to ask was, because I know you both are people who own guns and support gun use, but especially considering that there's so many other people around us who have guns. So is that just a specific, like, especially for Vaush, is that specifically just living in America, or do you think around the world gun use is valuable? Because I think a lot of it in America is just the culture, and it's like everyone else is going to, should you have one? But if the culture switched, like changed more, and it wasn't as a big deal, like, I don't know, especially when you compare us to other countries, I don't know what I'm describing, but yeah.
No, I get what you mean. I think with regards to gun ownership specifically, most of this conversation is very America-centric, because in America, you can get guns from your local Walmart. It's pretty easy to over here. But if you were like in England or France or something, the conversation about gun use and gun ownership gets a lot more complicated, not just because of the availability of guns there, but also because of the effectiveness of gun usage in a cultural discursive sense. You know, over here in America, if you use a gun to defend yourself, or if you bring a gun to a protest, that's kind of expected. But in Europe, those options aren't really as readily available, and it feels like you have to be more selective in your understanding of guns as a cultural artifact. So I'd say that if you're in a different country, you should definitely condition your understanding to be more, locally relevant.
Yeah, I definitely don't think the rest of the world needs to come more to our gun culture. If anything, we need to go that other direction. I am entirely basically where I'm at with guns is I wish we didn't have them, and I wish it wasn't a thing that even felt necessary. But at a certain point, when you look at the people who felt the most empowered over the last 4 years, how do you change the minds of people who go, before you change my mind, I'll grab my gun, and you don't have one, so I don't feel like you're a threat that I respect? So at this point, there's, I think, a lot of pragmatic reasons as an American to own a gun. I'm in Colorado, where even the liberals here love guns. And so as long as I am surrounded by people I don't trust, not to say the liberals, but people I don't trust with guns, I will have a gun for the purpose of trying to kill that person before they do me. Now, a lot of people go, well, that's the whole argument about like why you shouldn't ban guns in places, because you'll still have bad people with guns. But then we're talking about reducing to a number that is so significant that I don't find it as compelling an argument. Because right now, if you turn the same bans and attitude towards guns as we currently have, obviously more talking about things like assault rifles and handguns, to the same attitudes we have about things like grenades. Yeah, there's still going to be bad guys with grenades, but I don't need to have a grenade right now to protect myself from a grenade. I don't think all guns should be banned in America ever, even in the most ideal situation, because straight up, there are times and places in America that you have to kill a cougar. Like there was, years ago, I was at my girlfriend's house and there was a cougar in the backyard. So
how old was she?
I don't think all. What's that?
How old was she?
About 20 at the time.
Huh. Gotcha.
I'm talking years and years ago.
Gotcha.
I'm 30 now. We're talking when I would have been about 22.
I was making a joke about cougar being older women. Sorry.
Got it. Yeah.
I gotcha. The problem is, in America, you need to bring a gun with you when you do get like Taco Bell drive-through, in case they get your order wrong. Like the in America, like, guns are so culturally normalized. But I think that the conversation on like acceptable escalation of force when it comes to self-defense is probably going to evolve substantially with time, because right now America's the only country that's having the conversation we're having right now in the way we're having it, and our attitudes are going to be superseded by other countries progressively over time. So I don't know, it's going to get complicated.
Art, Olivia?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
I'm just going to sit up before I make a fool of myself.
Well, have a good one.
No, wait. Yeah.
Oh, oh, wait, sorry. I thought you dipped.
I didn't quite hear the last thing either. Did I just hang up on a question or something?
Oh, well. You got to look forward.
Okay.
Jimmy, you got to look forward to the future.
I am only partially aware of what we're talking about.
Never
right
regret. Now. Never look back. I think.
Okay, good.
Whoever I think they were wonderful. Thank you for coming on.
Yes.
They'll see that.
So here's what I want to set up for the future callers so that we have things a little bit running the way we want to run on this end. If you have a general question, that's fine. Let's keep it very quick and concise so that we can keep those calls a little bit clearer and a little shorter, to be honest. That's one kind of call we want. If you want to call and fight, you can also call for that reason. So those are the two calls. If short calls for just you have a question, we can give you a direct answer. Try and keep your setup short. Let's keep this tweet length. But people who want to call in and have an argument about leftism or whatever, I would be devastated if we went the whole night and I never got to see Vaush go off.
No, with my luck, there's not a chance anyone's going to come here for blood. I've been having the hardest time finding contentious discussions on my channel lately. Because always, it's all the fans of mine. They want to like spend 30 seconds talking to me before I hang up on them. They get all giddy, you know? So it's
Gotcha.
difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to find the...
I have a super wholesome audience too. Would it be rude of me to ask to leech some of the people watching yours so we can help this channel out?
Yeah.
People could join the live chat over on the line.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, you guys should look from both chats, especially since I'm just looking at my own cam. They have a better setup going on.
Yeah, simul stream. Pull up both windows, mute one of them. That's fine. But we want, granted, we're doing 1540 over, which is a good showing and stuff. But if we can pull some of the 20,000 to simul stream, that would be excellent. This is a channel we're trying to build up. It's doing very well, very quickly. Obviously, Matt Dillahunty has his show on Wednesdays. We do a Sunday show about atheism and such. I will, as regularly as Vaush won't feel pestered, ask him to come back and do this, because I could honestly do this. I could do this every day with you, but certainly if we could get some sort of regular schedule, once a month, once every other month, if you are agreeable.
I'm going to be I never make commitments. I'm going to be exhausted after all this is done, so we'll see. Not this, I mean the election stuff.
I'm not asking for tomorrow. I'm saying let's get you back in December or something, you know what I mean? But anyway, so quick questions, quick setups, or arguments. Those are the two calls. Now we know. So let's go to Samantha in Canada. Samantha, go ahead.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi. What's your question?
Okay. So I was wondering, because I heard you say something recently, Jimmy, on one of your shows, and now I'm a little confused. So I identify myself as a progressive Christian.
Okay.
And I was wondering, you said something about humanism and stuff like that. So as a progressive Christian, does that mean I am also a humanist? Because I thought humanist had something to do with being an atheist and where you align being an atheist, because I know not all atheists, of course, think alike.
Right. So first of all, not all atheists are humanists, but what you're specifically wondering about is the conflict between not humanism in Christianity, but secular humanism. So if you add the secular term, then it's unlikely you believe in God, or you don't consider God when you're establishing your morality and why that is your moral system. You technically could be a secular humanist who is a theist as long as you separated them out, much like a person could be a secularist when they do science, but they still go to church on Sunday. There are a lot of progressive Christians who are humanists, and you see it in the way that they read the Bible. Because the Bible is and listen, Samantha, you must already know I feel this way. The Bible is a useless book that you can get anything you want out of it. And you can technically do that with most books. You can decide whatever message is in there. So when you see a progressive Christian, they most often are putting it through a humanistic lens of, okay, how do I read this part about killing homosexuals and actually make it about God loving homosexuals? You can see that it's appealing to that person's humanism. I think we have a level of innate humanism, but I don't think humanism in general is innate, because we seem to so easily work against it, and it's something we had to develop into over the evolution of our species. However, I think now you have a presentation of a lot of moral systems. Most people don't ever put a name on their moral system, and they don't realize that the thing that's winning their mind right now is humanism. So you might be, as a progressive Christian, a humanist, but I'd have to break down your beliefs and find out whether or not there's ever a significant part where something you believe that you maybe then go to the Bible to cherry pick how you justify it is inconsistent with actual humanism.
True.
Okay.
Any thoughts, Vaush?
I definitely.
Oh, not
Okay.
not my field of expertise at all. You go right ahead.
I'll get the humanist questions tonight. You'll get the what's your favorite way to be described politically? And by favorite, I mean because it's kind of funny. Vaush.
Me. I go by libertarian socialist. I think the issue is leftist is way too vague because there are some neo-libs who will call themselves leftists, and we can't have that. We can't let them get away with that. At the same time, socialist. A lot of people start thinking stuff like Venezuela. You know, when people the term libertarian socialist is like a really, really good almost like a double entendre, because the term libertarian is inexorably associated in many people's minds with right-leaning ideology, you know, with no taxes, no government. So the term libertarianism, originally being a very left-leaning ideology, the libertarian socialist mantra, I think it's a great way of introducing my perspectives. It's accurate. Also, it gets people off their guard.
Yeah, fucks them up. But we'd love some ANCAPs to call in to fight. Samantha, that answer the question for you?
I think so.
All right, good deal.
There might be a little bit more, but I understand you have other guests, so.
No, go ahead. Do you have a clarifying question you want to ask?
I don't think so right now that I can think of, but I'll think of something later and then be like, oh crap, but nothing I can do.
Let me ask you this, Samantha. And remember, you're just Samantha from Canada, so you could be one of millions of people, so you can answer honestly and basically remain anonymous. I'm not going to share your phone number or anything. Do you have something that you think is a value of yours that you think I, as a humanist, would not agree with?
Not really.
Then you're probably a humanist. Progressive Christian isn't really a moral system, to tell you the truth. It's kind of like the people who go, I'm agnostic, when they are in fact atheists. It's a term that makes the people on the Christian side happy, despite the fact that, and I mean this, but and I want you to keep watching to figure out where you are. Progressive Christianity is very anti-biblical. If one could know true Scotsman and not be committing a fallacy, progressive Christians probably aren't real Christians. However, I don't want a real Christian. You know who's a real Christian? Steven Anderson, that fuckface. He's a real Christian because he lives the Bible as the Bible says, though of course he makes exceptions for his pervy ass sons, who are horrible people too. So figuring out where you are morally, I would figure out what your moral system is and separate it from your theism, and maybe even identify yourself as a secular theist, a secular humanist, even if you're going to maintain some sort of theistic practice outside of your morality. Something about having Vaush on also makes me more direct. Usually I think I would use nicer gloves on all of that. But anyway, Samantha, did that help? Oh, fuck. Hopefully clarify anything for you?
I think so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was great hearing from you, Samantha.
Pardon what?
Say goodbye, Samantha. I was trying to cue for you to say goodbye.
Autistic brain maybe didn't get that.
No worries. No
Samantha,
worries.
I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye then.
All right, we go to Arizona to talk to Ty.
Oh, hey, bro. What's up, man?
Yo.
What it is?
Can you hear me?
I do hear you.
Yo, bro. I want to hear.
Yeah.
I know you guys want to stir things up so your viewers have something to talk about. But hey, bro, how the hell do y'all think about how Joe Biden, how he supports God and how he supports science, how he talks about how America needs God, but he also talks about how America needs science. And I was wondering how y'all thought about that.
I don't think
if that pissed you off or anything.
I don't think they let you be president of the United States unless you talk about God at least a little bit. I think they shoot you. I think
Yeah.
the problem is like Christians are still the majority of this country. Like they've got like they are like the established religious power base. So I think, but it's very superficial too. How much does Joe Biden like really invoke religion? Really, not that much. He just says God bless from time to time. Like it's very superficial. And as we know, Trump is it does not give a single shit about religion.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't care at all. So I think, thankfully, we've reached the point where presidential candidates don't have to be sincerely religious or like overtly religious, and that's good. But I think that even with all that being said, it doesn't come at the expense of a politician's ability to advocate for certain science-based policies, you know?
So Vaush, I want to stir this up with you too, because now we are both advocates, certainly for more left, if not leftism. And there's this thing I worry about where right now you have a lot of people who, even on the left, associate communism and atheism, and wrongly so. And they're trying to associate socialism with communism. And I wonder whether or not, do you think we would have more success with a leftist but a God believer? Or, because I feel like there's a lot of secularism and a lot of leftist overlap. Do you think that if we tried to run somebody who is both, like AOC might be, certainly, like, I mean, Bernie Sanders said his religion is basically we're all in this together, which is code for I'm an atheist, if I've ever heard it.
His religion is Marxism. Oh yeah, God, if lefties could be so much more successful if we bit the bullet and just embraced Christian nationalism the way the Republicans did. If we swaddled ourselves in the flag, talked about how we had a vision from God the other day to give the resources, the fruit of our labor back to the people who brought it to us, it would be so easy. It'd be so much easier than like secular international socialism. And it really, the question is like, how much does it damage our actual political positions by advocating for like a Christian nationalist aesthetic? And I would say, unfortunately, pretty heavily. I know for a fact that I would never want to advocate socialism on a nationalist basis. So it's difficult to balance. It's easy and lazy to adopt rhetorical strategies when you get to compromise on your values along the way. At that point, like, what are you even doing,
I think there's a lot of vocal atheists and a lot of vocal leftists. Real quick, Ty, I think there's a lot of vocal atheists and a lot of vocal leftists who want to see meaningful political representation. And unfortunately, I think it's the case that when you talk about how vocal those individuals are, for one to succeed will probably mean the other one has to wait a little bit longer. And it might be the case that it's one or the other at first, and then the other can. So even right now, for a leftist atheist to succeed, they probably can't lean into their atheism as hard as their leftism, as well as the inverse. Ty, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Almost okay, bro. I appreciate your input. So cool. What I was gonna say was, I believe in God, but I believe in science too. Like, I believe science is very important. I believe it helps a lot of people. It changes the world. It's very important. Like, I'm not the kind of person that believes that, like, God is all that matters and science doesn't. Like, I'm not closed-minded, you know what I mean?
But Ben, do you acknowledge a difference in the way? Do you acknowledge a difference that if you're using the word belief in both cases, that they're different? When you say I believe in science and I believe in God, you acknowledge that your belief in God is entirely anecdotal and it's basically a personal preference based on what you are compelled to feel, whereas your belief in science is actually something that can be as validated or verified as you are willing to put the time in and effort into to validate and verify?
Yeah, like, I just want people to not... I don't like when people believe in God and they get mad at you and they call you names. I don't like that, because science matters. Yeah. Like, I don't like how people are disrespectful and mean to people who believe in science. And
I just want to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's hard because I know there's a delay. I don't know if I'm interrupting or if I'm tactfully interjecting. Finish what you were saying and then I'll interject. My apologies.
Oh, it's okay, bro. You can talk if you want to. It's your show, bro. You can talk.
It actually isn't, but thank you. I'll talk anyway. I love talking. I just want to say my father grew up a Catholic. He was going to be a priest before he didn't, and with a version of Catholicism he was taught was one which was not in any way, shape, or form contradictory to science. He believed in the watchmaker variant of religion, the idea that all of the scientific forces that scientists measure and observe, those are just parts of a consistent and mathematically precise universe that God created. But in that respect, there's no difference whatsoever, or there's no incompatibility between a scientifically realist perspective and a belief in God. The two don't even intersect. The metaphysical and the physical are two completely separate realms, you know?
It is unfortunate, though, that even in that situation, with a Catholic who believes in science, which we see lots of incredible science come out of, like the Vatican laboratories and such, that there are these moral questions that science can give you information to better make the decision on, and something like Catholicism gets in the way and goes, okay, yes, you could listen to all that science, but before you make the decision, we also just need to interject a no abortions, no gay marriage thing. And that's where when science should inform the answer to a question you're deciding, and religion says yes, but our answer actually supersedes it. That's where it becomes unfortunate. Ty, I'm going to let you finish up with the final thought here, and then we're going to jump to the next.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just believe that Jesus was saying that in the story of Jesus, he was saying that all the people before him are wrong. So I just believe that when people hate on Jesus, Jesus was actually defending scientists. Jesus was defending everybody else, because he was saying that everybody before me that thought they could kill somebody for being gay, or they could do whatever they wanted to people who were different than them, Jesus was saying that they're wrong and they're not right, and really that you're supposed to let people live their lives. And I called because I just wanted to defend people like you, because even though I believe in God, I don't believe in people who believe in God and they try to kick people while they're down, and they try to make people feel like they're bad people. So I just wanted to call and say that I got your back, and
thanks,
and I don't believe in people that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Ty, basically what I'm going to tell you is that you're very clearly thoughtful about things. And so the last bit of advice I'll give you before I let you go here is go and read that Bible, because while I like your perspective on Jesus better than the biblical perspective, your perspective on Jesus is technically non-biblical. He says he came to fulfill the law, but not to change a tittle of it. So unfortunately, he was actually on an individual level, treating each other nicer, but he wasn't about fixing the things that were called God's law in the Old Testament. So just keep that in mind and check that out. But I'm glad you're thoughtful, and I was glad to hear from you. Thank you, Ty.
It's all good. I love you guys, and I love scientists, and I hope you guys stay up and don't let nobody bully you, all right?
All right, cool. Thanks, Ty. Can you imagine anyone bullying either of us?
I feel sometimes I go on Twitter and I feel bullied. I feel bullied sometimes by the online left, you know. I feel lovingly embraced, by the contempt of the online right, though. That I'm fine with.
I don't know if I'd use the word bullied, but when I feel the most disappointed in that kind of social sense, it's always when it's people I am essentially allies with, restating my words with a brand new intention, where they're saying, this is what Jimmy was doing, this is what Jimmy was saying, and they misrepresent. And it's really annoying having to already, like, I disagree with enough people that it's already hard enough to defend my own positions, let alone the positions people are telling me are mine when they are not. So that can be super frustrating. We'll go talk to Ben in Maine. Ben, how you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh.
I had a question for you, but I heard that you guys wanted to fight instead.
Well, we can take quick questions or longer fights. That's the question. If you've got a fight, we'll take it. If you got a question, we'll take it too, but we'll keep them brief.
Well, I just want to say, Vaush, you got a pretty greasy forehead. So,
why you gotta do
me like that? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I hung up. That's not a meaningful argument, and that's
No.
just an
He brought up some good points. I think that's actually that I feel like, listen, we started on the off foot. I feel like if that went long enough, I probably would have lost that one.
like maybe that's but that's just
It's true.
When we're talking about fights. I mean, the next
That's
one's
true.
going to be a Yo Mama fight, and I'm not going to defend
politics
my
is
mother. I think she's
aesthetic.
deplorable.
You have to understand, attacks against your political positions and attacks against one's greasy forehead are equally valid in the marketplace of ideas.
There you go. There's a reason why I don't ever show people me from the side. I'm a narrow individual, but I have tricked all of you who think that I am handsome. You guys see me from profile, you'd be fucking so disappointed. Kobe from Cincinnati. For people in the live chats, be aware that Kobe's pronouns are they, them. Kobe, what did you want to ask about?
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So can you guys hear me?
Yo.
Yeah, I hear you fine. Go ahead and hit us with your question.
All right, sweet. Yeah, okay. So the work that I go to is a rather unique one where there's one person who gets to talk all the time about his specific political beliefs, which go not only just into like full-on conspiracy QAnon stuff, but like absolutely advanced, like Hillary Clinton hid 50,000 babies under the tunnels of Nevada to breed them to create more fake voters, stuff like that. So I've argued with him, and I can argue myself just fine against these kinds of people. But that's not what I care about.
I can't let you go a moment further yet because I have to jump in on that one. If Hillary Clinton bred 50,000 babies under a tunnel in Nevada, those are natural born citizens and therefore not fake voters. So I just want to point out.
Well, no, they're fake voters because they like transport them onto a cruise ship.
Going on, but those are legal voters.
I didn't catch that. That's true.
Yeah. So
it's true.
Also, I don't know if this QAnon person knows this, but babies can't breed. You do need to be. In fact, one identifies the adolescence of a human based upon their ability to breed or not to breed in a very literal way when talking scientifically, obviously.
You can use mitosis to cell divide babies. That's possible.
It'd be very interesting.
It's not often done, but it's possible.
5 feet away from me that does the same thing. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, go ahead, Kobe.
So my question comes, my question comes in the part where I can argue against him just fine. But the issue is that he also is so ridiculously, like, fundamentally Christian, and literally everything he says, he always brings it back about how God's plan and all that stuff works. And my question is that the people around him, they treat him like a sage, like this guy is giving out crazy information, and the people that are listening to him are normal, and I think I can drag them away from that. So what is a way to kind of argue these kinds of points while not just throwing out a bunch of like studies and statistics that prove things are false, you know?
I might have a controversial take on this, so I'll let you go first, Vaush.
Yeah, I think that, so this is a really difficult dynamic. It's essentially, how do you let one crazy corrupt, or prevent them from corrupting more people, which is really, really difficult, because in most instances, if you jump between those two groups, you come off like the fuddy-duddy, you know? You're like, oh, hold on, everyone. I know you're all having a lot of fun here, but whoa, hold, that's not true. Look at this study. And optically, that looks really terrible. Nobody's going to listen to you. Nobody wants to be hearing an entertaining, convincing story about clone babies and then have somebody jump in to ruin it. I think under most circumstances, it's almost a lost cause to directly appeal to the group of sensible people. I think the best thing that you can do is apply the Socratic method to the crazy one when he's trying to tell these stories. Rather than trying to interrupt the experience for the people you're trying to save, jump in and say like, oh, really? When did that happen? How did that happen? How do you know that happened? Where did you get that evidence from? Don't challenge it with studies. Just come off like a genuinely curious interlocutor, because generally speaking, those people fall apart if you ask them questions for long enough.
So my take's not controversial at all. It's almost identical. I think that when you're talking about a person who fancies himself a cult leader, and cult leaders, you literally all you can do is make them bleed in front of the cult. Not literally, a metaphorical make them bleed. And so where Vaush is right to call it the Socratic method, specific to these kinds of conversations, the ones that surround religion and to some degree politics. There are a lot of skills you can learn from, like Anthony Magnabosco, who has the channel Street Epistemology, that is specifically about figuring out, asking questions, not so much about the fact itself, but how they got to that, not fact, the conclusion themselves, but the method by which they got to the conclusion. And what's fun about it when it comes to these ideological, my tongue just doesn't work today, these ideological conversations, is that without having to point it out and make it obvious, because then you become the asshole, you can take a person through a series of questions to a contradiction by just asking them, wait, but you said this earlier and now you're saying this, so how do we separate this and this, because they contradict otherwise. And don't showboat and celebrate the victory or the goal you just made, because people will internalize it themselves, and you don't want to push those walls up. So not only will the people who apparently you're doing this for, who's witnessing it, will they now have not just questions, but seen modeled for them how to ask these questions, which will affect the way they evaluate claims in the future as well. The individual you're talking to, the victory with somebody you are ideologically opposed to when you have a conversation is, you will never get the one where at the end they go, oh my God, you're right, now I'm an atheist, or now I'm a leftist, or whatever, at the end of that one argument. It's the question you burn into their head which makes them question things later when you're done. And in some areas makes them feel like they have to reevaluate and change their approach entirely, because now that you've made them come to the conclusion themselves they did something contradictory or hypocritical, they will go to great lengths to avoid that hypocrisy again.
Hopefully,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes
that answers my question pretty well. Thanks. So
that can even turn dishonest. I would say sometimes they do it even just as a mental technique that's still equally dishonest, where they go, okay, let me go Google what other people say to this challenge so I have a response next time, as opposed to, but yes, you've won if they are living if you start to live rent free in their brain.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So just in conclusion, just to make sure I have this all together, you simply just kind of ask them questions like, oh, well, where'd you get that, or where'd you find out this information, or when did this happen, or just keep challenging very little easy things until they eventually contradict themselves, and just be like, oh, that's interesting.
Right. So one of my favorite street epistemology things to go with talks about faith, and it's basically you ask them the question, okay, what is faith? And then if that is contradictory to what faith actually is, you talk about the difference between religious faith and scientific faith, and you ask those questions. And once you get them to a place where they are admitting that everybody is utilizing faith, then you come up with a question like, okay, so if you're using faith and a Mormon and a Muslim are all using faith, by what mechanism do we determine which of the three of you are correct in your faith? And that's the one where you usually get like a lot of like, oh shit, I don't know. And you basically get people admitting that the basis for their religion is only that they are pretty sure they're more confident than a person in another religion. And once you're there, I mean, that's often the first moment of a person losing their faith, which is an excellent moment to witness.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Kobe.
Sweet. Thank you. That's pretty much everything. One last thing, Vaush, thank you for the YouTube algorithm recommending your content. You pulled me out of Bernier busting 3 days before my early votes.
Yeah, no problem, comrade. I slipped the Google technicians a 20 to make sure it would get to you specifically, so I'm glad that it paid out.
Good old Cap.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good one. Yeah, I think I've been enjoying most now these people who in the past would have been that, no, it's my way or the highway, and the introducing them to what he was talking about there was it doesn't matter. Basically, that's also something I've appreciated seeing out of people who follow you, because I read some of your comments and stuff, and people who do not understand the concept of making slow progress, but progress versus nothing is good.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest issues with the left and the online left specifically is that they're very averse to pragmatism. They're very invested in purity politics in a way that the right doesn't necessarily fall into quite as much. Though actually, lately, with Donald Trump losing, some of them have. There are some very far-right, fascist, white nationalist types who are screeching about how they're never going to support the Republican Party again if the Republican Party doesn't support Donald Trump in his attempt at a coup. That is phenomenal. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. I would love to see a bunch of seething, disaffected fascists make their own ineffective third party that nobody votes for or cares about, completely disconnected from the GOP funding base. That would be delightful.
Excellent.
I would love it.
Yeah. Do you think there was any failure in political messaging this time from people on our end of the spectrum or other places? Because right now, if you look at the win Biden's about to pull off, but the fact that there was congressional success, especially in the House for Republicans, what that indicates is a ton of votes. Yes, we got unprecedented support, but it means a lot of people went and thought the only thing they had to vote for was Biden and otherwise didn't fill out their ballot. They put in an otherwise blank ballot. That's really the only viable way you get to the result we have right now, because Republicans in general had good success, and yet Biden has won.
Yeah. Well, turnout was better for both parties, but I definitely think that the faults in the Democratic Party and their messaging had more to do with the failure of moderate Democrats and the Democratic establishment than it did like the farther progressive or actively socialist contingent of the party.
I do wish more people had taken their down ballots more seriously, but I'll take the victory we have, and hopefully we can correct this because we're going to now have a national race in Georgia with these runoff races. Mm-hmm. These will not feel like just a local thing this next time. You're talking the amount of money, and listen. Oh yeah,
like 100 million easily, like minimum 100 million spent on those two runoff races
alone. And Bloomberg better match it by himself. I'll take his money, even if I can't stand the guy. Jesser in New Jersey. I hope, is it Jesser or do we have a typo here?
No, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Sure. Yeah, we hear you. What's your question here?
Perfect. Yeah. I'm not a fan of theology myself. I thought I'd throw Vaush in here and talk about the fucking worker co-op shit, because I'm a big fan of that. You red pilled me on that shit.
Hey.
Pretty recently. Yeah, I appreciate it. My third eye's in pride open. But there was a couple things I was sort of I took a bit of an issue. I mean, not like overtly, but there were some things that I disagreed with, specifically about like preserving like the ecosystems. It's like that sort of stuff. I know it's not like you aren't advocating for like complete destruction of like an ecosystem. And I don't want to take this from like an eco-fash perspective. I'm not like blood in the soil like that. I think that's wild.
Oh, I was not worried that you were a Nazi.
Spiritual.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that in a way, like humans do have this sort of like untold like connection to the earth in a way that I can't really like rationalize. And I think that like I find it hard to like settle that sort of feels over reals argument in my head in a logical way, where how would like preservation of the environment, how would that work in a like a late stage like socialist society? Like where would we find ourselves?
Well, I mean, I think you'll generally find that when it comes to the ecological damage done to the planet, it's usually done, or at least orchestrated, by a very small group of people who are insulated from the consequences. There are two forces at work here: industrialism and imperialism. Imperialism being a particularly large one, because we know the consequences of climate change in many cases are only felt by people who aren't paying for the products we deliver, you know, whether it be all the plastic we dump in the ocean, or all of the coral reefs we bleach, or the rising sea levels affecting the Southeast Asia, most significantly, I would say. The fact that we have a disconnected world where certain countries lord over others is a huge contributor to climate change, because there's no material incentive for those corporations to change their behavior. They don't need to. It doesn't affect them. But moreover, even if you eliminate these imbalances between different countries, you have the overlying fact that it is, generally speaking, bourgeois, those who are insulated from the consequences of climate change, who make productive decisions. I believe that in a truly democratic society, one in which both political and economic forces are determined by the will of those who participate in those systems, there would be a much greater incentive for people to responsibly dictate the terms of their engagement with the environment. It's all about setting up the right incentives. Are humans going to be like perfectly harmonious with the environment? No, I don't think that's really possible while maintaining the level of technological development we have. Whether we like it or not, cities are not great places for animals. You got your raccoons, squirrels, pigeons, and that's about it. You know, rats. But we can make better decisions with the parts of the planet we have left. And when it comes down to it, I really just think, I mean, you can look at which agents, which actors are most responsible for causing that damage. And if you nail it down to that, I think the choice to move towards socialism is clear.
Yeah, I like a self-regulatory thing. I think I'm just sort of slipped into this doomer mentality where it's like, oh, we're sort of fucking either way. I feel like I have this mentality that humans just don't care for the environment. But like that does make a lot of sense. Like it all goes back to like the corporations sort of exploiting everything. I think that like in a self-regulatory way, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I share much of the sentiment about the environment and humans not caring, because I don't think people realize that the incoming threat is certainly on par with what we're dealing now with COVID, as far as how much we're going to have to change our daily activities and overall our world and how it runs and stuff, and convincing people to do that for a threat that's coming in 10 years. I mean, we're already heading toward it, but a threat that we will start to see much worse outcomes in 10 years from is much harder than, hey, if you don't wear a mask right now, you might die like next week. So that it's unfortunate, because that's almost another discussion about pragmatism and the inability to convince people to be pragmatic to save their own life if their own life isn't in danger for another few years.
It's also about caring about the environment for its own sake too. About respecting animal rights. And I think that if a person is a socialist, the ethical beliefs they have should at the very least be amicable to the idea that animals are deserving of moral consideration. So hopefully down the line we can value parts of the earth that are yet untouched for the sake of the life there and not just for our own.
I mean, when it comes to the environmental stuff too, I don't think we're going to have a world without meat, period. But the promises of being able to farm meat without a brain looks extremely promising too.
Or cannibalism.
And that's something that. What?
Or cannibalism.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Cannibalism is basic as fuck. No,
yeah,
I like the whole like genetically grown meat thing. I think that's a great step forward. Yeah, I just wanted to.
I meant like lab grown beef
and dib. Yeah, no, thank you guys. I appreciate this.
Yeah, thank you, my fellow cannibal, my fellow red meat pilled friend. Thank you.
Good deal.
Yeah, of course.
What's the joke I'm missing on what is the attachment between cannibalism and like lab grown meat?
Oh, just because then you wouldn't be hurting the animals. Because you'd be eating other humans.
Oh, I see. I was talking. Okay, I got you. I just meant like, yeah, beef you grow in a lab. You don't have to have a brain connected. You don't have to end a life. You don't have to put anything in a farm or whatever. That's what
sure.
I was.
Yeah, of course. That's the like the nerdy science answer. But cannibalism goes back tens of thousands of years. There's a strong cultural tradition.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now let me ask you this: were there a lab-grown human calf? Would you try it?
I can't think of any logical reason why I wouldn't. Yeah, I feel like I'd have to, just out of curiosity, right?
So for me, I don't know that it has to be logical. Like I've only tried a couple types of sushi and some seafood, and have come to the conclusion I have no interest in any seafood ever. So I'm not trying the ones that I haven't had. And so with human, I've only tried a couple kinds of humans. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't feel a temptation to like. It's like, yeah, I'm curious what it tastes like, but I think I would just take your word for it. For example, if you tested it, you tell me what it was most like, and then I might just go with that and go from there.
If I found a blogger who wrote a blog post about eating human meat, and it was like detailed enough that I could read it and go like, oh, okay, I get it. So that's what it's like. I probably wouldn't do it.
All right. Now, what if the blog is like, and by the way, this makes Kobe beef taste like shit? Then I might. Seth in Indiana, and we gotta make these questions a little more concise and a little bit quicker because we do still have to run through the questions that came in via super chat.
I feel like we're the problem with that one. I think you and I are the issue with that one.
I know. Wait, there will certainly have to be other streams in the future where it's like, let's not even try and plan on a topic. Let's just get together and see what comes out. And then 4 hours are going to pass and we're going to be like, well, I guess we should stop. Anyway, Seth in Indiana, what did you want to ask?
Hello. Hi, Vaush. So I had a question. I usually get in debates a lot with some of my religious colleagues about the role of Christianity in a democracy, when it should be, at least from my understanding of a democracy, should primarily look at the interests for all people, especially in a consociational one. And so it's a two-parter. It's really fast, though. First, Vaush, have you heard of Alden's number?
No,
sure.
I'm completely unfamiliar with this. Can you share it with me? I'm missing context.
Okay. Well, I was hoping you would know, because I read about it in this, big Yale study, and I just really didn't understand it. But I figured you might, have a little more insight. But that's okay. I can move on to the second part.
No, I'm in the dark, honestly.
So
go ahead, Seth.
When I'm making this argument, the stance that they take usually is that all morality is derived from religion. And so that to have laws that coincide with some sense of morality, you have to derive it from a particular religion. And their argument would be Christianity, of course. So how could I get around that and say, look, what's the best argument to say you can't have a government based on a particular religion, even if the founders were religious, because it takes away the freedoms of other individuals that may not be religious? It just seems like I'm trying to wrap my head around the best way to handle
that. Jimmy, do you want to take this?
Sorry, was the summary of the question, my fish was picking at a coral and I was making sure it wasn't munching it. Was the summary of the question, how do we in a free society not take away people's religion? Just restate to the question for me quickly.
How do we in a free society make laws that are moral without instituting religion?
I mean, it's pretty. Secular humanism is is the basis of our current legal system in this country. This country's legal system was absolutely not based off of a religious understanding of the world, or at least not formally. It was based off an attempt to design a series of laws which best acclimate or best enable the principles and rights laid down by the Constitution. If you guarantee people's right to life and freedom and crap like that, then you can justify thousands of laws from those base principles. The idea that like religion is the basis of this is ridiculous. People who make the argument that religion is the basis of all morality are essentially saying they don't believe in the social construct, and they're one like drug-fueled vision away from murdering their wife and children because they think God told them to. It's a completely ludicrous way of living your life. The idea that you unironically derive all of your fucking moral impulses from you believe a deity, like as far as I'm concerned, people who actually think that way, people who actually don't believe in the social construct or contract, are marginally capable of functioning in like a civil society, because you have no idea like what impetus or what input could lead them to just completely break rank and destroy everything around them.
Yeah, so I think what might have happened here, Seth, based on the question and even when I heard it the second time, the fact that I was still kind of confused by it, I think you might be forgive me, but I think you might be falling for this equivocation of the word religion, the way people like to use it as in a colloquial sense, versus what the word actually means. And so, because there are those people who like to promote the idea that if thou shalt not kill is consistent with my secular humanistic position of no death penalty, that I've now adopted a religion because one person had it from a religious basis, and therefore I have that in common. Religion is specifically a system of worship directed toward a superhuman entity. And so it's not about what morals you have in common, therefore you have a moral system, therefore you have a religion. That's a nonsense way that religious people try to equivocate the term religion. They do the same thing with faith. They like to say that because I have confidence in science's ability to produce results, I therefore have faith in science, despite the fact that the use of faith that they are actually using in their religious context is much more like in Hebrews 1:11, this belief without evidence, but maintaining conviction kind of thing. And so I think that might be what's happening here with you, where you're like, what about the people who point out that's like, oh, well, you say don't kill, don't steal, don't do all of those things, so that's just your religion, but there is no superhuman entity that I am directing worship toward in assembling those morals, and therefore it is not a religion.
Okay. So what do you guys think like morality comes from? Is it like an evolutionary thing? Like our social interests?
I think we have an evolutionary trait that created for us empathy, and that we have been able to develop empathy plus community over the course of centuries, and that our understanding now of morality has also developed as our brains have developed, and we've become more capable of contemplating those thoughts. And now at a certain point, with all of that intact, basically empathy is rather my morality is, here is how equality would work in its most practical sense, and if I can't justify a why somebody should have more or less of a right than me, then they shouldn't have more or less of a right. We should have the same right. This is also why I'm opposed to the Electoral College, as Andrew Seidel put it in this last week's episode, much better than any way I would have put it prior. The only way to defend the Electoral College is to defend that some people in some places deserve more of a vote than others. And if you can't come up with a good reason why a person deserves more of a vote than another, then the Electoral College becomes immoral.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. Final question. Vaush, if you debated Ben Shapiro, would you win?
If I sat down with him in an equal environment where him and I both have mic time for the same amount of time, yeah, I'd obliterate him. Absolutely. There's a reason why his only high-profile debate's been with college students when he controls the mic. Yeah.
Yeah. What about the one you did with?
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have a good one.
What about the one he and the guy from the Young Turks did together on healthcare like 4 years ago?
Which Young Turks guy was that?
The main guy.
Cenk?
Yeah. He did a debate with him, and it wasn't good. I wouldn't say Ben won, but I wouldn't say
this was at Politicon, right?
Either.
Yeah, I don't think Cenk's much of a debate lord. I think that he's. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, he has a spicy moments. Sometimes Uncle Cenk, yeah, he comes out hot. He comes out fire. That said, I don't think that he's a particularly good debater. Also, Politicon's audience is generally conservative, which means that the swell of audience approval is usually going to lean in favor of Politicon. The kind of Poindexter nerds who actually pay $250 to go to a conference to watch their favorite internet idols debate one another, probably going to be conservatives. So that does play into public perception. It's the reason why they don't let people applaud or clap at presidential debates, They don't want people to influence the perception of,
The perception, yeah. I will say it's commendable of Cenk to have gone to a platform that he knows that is the case, in the same way that I will go, Rick Santorum's a slimy piece of shit, but the fact that he will sit at a table with 4 other left people is commendable. And he does lose all of those, and so he's going to a place where he knows he's going to lose. But yeah, it was just a silly one where it was Ben Shapiro on one side going, well, I'm an expert because my wife is in the medical field, and these are all the reasons why you're demanding she become your slave. And it was Cenk going, that's how insurance works, you dumb. Anyway, that was basically.
Well, also the problem is, frankly, the more I see in-person debates, the more I think that all debates should be conducted online with like live stream chats to fact check people. People like it sounds. I mean, it sounds dorky, but like you can when you like you see the presidential debate, you see the VP debate, you see any Republican or conservative debates. These people just say the dumbest shit with absolutely no fact checking. The frustrating thing is that this happened to me after the Tim Pool thing, the Tim Pool debate. You know, normally when I debate, I have chat next to me. I don't have a perfect memory. In fact, I actually have a pretty bad memory, which is unfortunate. Memory is a component of intelligence, undeniably, and I lack in that capacity. But chat reminds me, hey, this is the case. Hey, that's not true. X, Y, X, Y. Here's a study. Here's a fact. And incredibly helpful. Really helps direct the conversation. Finishing a discussion and then going home, remembering all the things you feel like you didn't have an answer on, and then looking it up and realizing you were right, or worse, that you didn't say anything because you didn't know they were wrong for sure, but it turns out they absolutely were, absolutely gut-wrenching. Right. So I think, frankly, having the ability to pull from a body of fact checkers, flawed as live stream chat may be, it's actually super, super helpful.
I think you're probably right about what debate has become, but where we're almost polar opposites on this is I think the concept of debate has been ruined entirely by amateur debate, because now any two fuck faces that are loud enough will go and have a debate, and you have this. It's become where it's like, and I'm speaking of the people who turn me off from this are atheists, because I come from the atheist community where we have two of the greatest debaters that have ever lived, Christopher Hitchens from the perspective of atheism and Matt Dillahunty from the perspective of skepticism. And they are both excellent debaters with enormous amounts of resources and a consistency to their message. Now, obviously, Hitchens is dead. I realize the way I was speaking that people might be like, oh my God, am I about to break the news to Jimmy? But and then you have people who watch them. Hitchens was great mostly in the formal scenario. Matt is still very good in a formal scenario. However, he is obviously he shines the best with these calls that come in. And you see people see that, and they want to not just recreate the feeling of how good it was to watch them dunk on those people. They want to go dunk. So then they go get on Facebook and they're, going with the like, oh, well, here was the series of events where Matt was able to call somebody an idiot. I'm going to jump and start with the idiot and then fill in with what I can. And you just have basically people elevating themselves to the level because they think they could repeat arguments from good debaters, that they are themselves good debaters. And now we have different platforms online where these debates are happening. And I think it's just fucking ruined it. I think you just have so many assholes that are like, I'm loud, I can do this. And I think that the worst thing we have that has affected so much across the board is low expectations. Amateur debate has taken the expectations of debate down. The performance we see with Donald Trump pre 1992 would have been, oh my God, he one, didn't stick to the format, or two, ever answer the question. Therefore, he lost the debate and has failed. And I think it's a shame we don't have that option anymore. Anyway.
Debates are and always have been about power and optics. They're never the best avenue for actually exploring an idea. I think the reason why debates caught up or got to prominence initially in the atheist versus in the skeptic versus religious community is because those were the first arguments, or not first arguments. How do I phrase this? I think that was a susceptible subject for prominent debate to take place, in large part because it comes down to stories and rhetorical flourish. You're never going to evidence your way out of a Christian believing in God, but there are certainly ways to make them look stupid. It's about performance. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And there are ways to do it better or ways to do it worse. I do agree with you that nowadays that performative element is basically all that's left. And on the part of most people, there's virtually no effort whatsoever to actually sort of substantiate that performance with data or hard logic. But I mean, this is to be expected. We're on the brink. We're on the precipice of fascism. I don't think there's anything wrong with rolling around in the mud with them.
Oh, listen, I do how many call-in shows a week? I'm literally saying I think it's ruined, and yet here I am, not just trying to do it, but making a career of it. You will never see me do a formal debate, unfortunately. It's not something that, honestly, it just doesn't work with. I have a panic attack disorder, and for some reason, people expecting me at a place in a scheduled time triggers it really bad. But I've managed to make it work with this show, and I have no desire to do it with some asshole, even Ben Shapiro, though. I don't know. I guess if Shapiro asked, the profile would make it tempting.
Yes, the clout chase would be tempting.
It would be. I have no qualms about it. And Vaush, I do want to also thank you for being here again. Now from the perspective of my clout chasing. Santiago in Mexico City. How you doing?
Yo, what's good?
What is good? What it is?
I have a question for Vaush regarding internationalism. And I mean, I've been getting angry for the past, like, 4-6 years that I've been seeing more leftists in the United States organizing, because they barely mention the imperial relationship of the U.S. with Mexico and how the politics in the U.S. Pretty much make up whatever policies we're going to have in regards to drugs, for example, or I mean, the Second Amendment over there really causes a bunch of guns to come into Mexico. I think like 85% of guns that are in the cartel's hands come from the United States. And I was really hopeful for Bernie to win, because I thought, okay, there's going to be a guy that's going to have the interests of the Mexican people. Well, not just the Mexican people, but I guess people in Latin America in general in mind. And it's weird that I haven't seen any leftists like agitate towards international solidarity, for example, in the case of guns, for example, or drugs. I mean, you guys are the biggest consumers of drugs in the world, and I mean, I fucking love to party, but yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, the main issue with advocating for an internationalist perspective is that Americans don't give a single fuck whether you live or die if you're not American. They don't give a shit. Americans literally don't think you're human unless you're an American citizen. We are the most selfish motherfuckers on this planet. So while an internationalist perspective from a leftist is completely, totally ethically defensible and good, and we should be doing it, from an advocacy position, it's very difficult to get Americans on board with the idea that we should give a fuck about other people. We really genuinely don't give a shit, Americans. It's actually disgusting. If you listen to like more nuanced policy conversations that take place sometimes, even in like Congress, like even amongst our own like officials, they actually do not talk about non-American citizens. They don't. We are currently justifying like concentration camps at the border for legal asylum applicants. Like, we just don't care. So I would like to see a more internationalist perspective. The problem is that if there was a lefty who had any kind of political prominence, they would burn it away in 5 minutes after beginning to talk about international imperialism. I think the best that we could do is advocate for aggressive domestic social policies like progressivism and if we can get away with it, like more socialist advocacy. And then once we have enough power, we just snap international perspective, because we're never going to sell the American people on it. We got to sneak it up on them, The Americans got to be like, hoo-doo-doo, I don't care about other people. And then, bam, one of these days, we knock them out of the park. We get rid of the drug war. Well, we should do that for other reasons anyway. We start suing American companies who don't take enough steps to make sure their guns don't up into the hands of cartels, We start cracking down and doing investigations on people who fund the cartels. The whole goddamn thing, But unfortunately, like, just nobody's going to get behind that, like, for its own sake, It sucks.
Yeah. Fuck, I guess. I guess. I used to live in the U.S. for a little bit, and I found out that people were really interested in the outside when it worked for their benefit to talk about imperialism. Let's say like leftists care about bombs and shit. We're talking about liberal politics, but whenever we're talking about like gun control or drugs, shit like that, like it's hard. It's hard to make them care about anything. But cool.
This is a very cynical.
Guys,
this is a very cynical take on my part, and I could be wrong. But I think a lot of American leftists only talk about internationalism as a conduit for them to shit talk liberals, and not because they actually like care that much about like people outside of the country. I think for a lot of them, it's an aesthetic flourish. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Probably one of the most sincere advocates for internationalism was Michael Brooks, and of course he's dead now. So we're going to need to really revitalize our approach to that issue. You know.
There is a level of it that'll unlock and become easier as things like we're talking about international travel solutions in the coming decade. It'll probably take the full decade to get there, but where you can get to New York from New York to China in half an hour because the first thing you do is take a little rocket to space, just lower Earth orbit, and you pop over. And we've seen like even in the United States, there was more division when there was just a different kind. Between states when their cultures could be completely different. And now the United States, with the fact that I can wake up in any state in the US and go to bed in any other state in the US in the same day, has made the world metaphorically smaller. And so some level of it will come along naturally, and we would be crazy not to take advantage of it when those advantages come up. And keep saying the phrase New World Order along the way just to piss people off.
Like it has become smaller, but only for a small amount of people. Because in order for me to go to the U.S., I would have to get a visa. I would have to get that visa approved. Then I would have to buy a ticket to go over there. Then I would have to pay a hotel. You know, all of that. So the world is getting smaller. But I mean, for you guys, maybe because you guys have an economy, I guess not that much anymore. But I mean, for myself, I work minimum wage here in Mexico, and it's fucking hard, man.
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty soon it's going to get smaller for all of us. I have a feeling that between climate change, COVID-19, and the growing economic crisis, even Americans are going to start to have to buckle up more than we've expected we've needed to. Not since the Great Depression, at least. The 2008 financial crisis didn't end up hamstringing us as much as I think a lot of people expected in the long run. Like, the economy kept chugging along. It didn't create, like, a revolutionary economic crisis like some people kind of anticipated. But maybe, I mean, hopefully, maybe if problems hit the U.S. the same way they hit the rest of the world, and they hit it hard enough, the people in this country will start to share suffering with other parts of the world, with less fortunate people, with regards to their, the country they're in, and then they'll begin to care more. We'll see.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it almost sounds like the solution is like Americans will realize they need to share when they finally don't have anything left to share. It'll out of self-interest almost. All right, Santiago, thank you very much for calling. We'll give you last words before we let you go here.
Well, solidarity with you all. I hope you get 4 nice years of protesting by then, and I hope more riots happen and you guys can get Switches and Xbox X out of that. So yeah, we'll see you on the flip side.
True. That's the American dream right there.
Awesome. All right, so that ends the calling portion. We'll now jump in and answer questions from the super chats. We will try and run through these a little bit quickly, but right now, if you still want to get your question in, super chat is the way to do it. So Gatheist Agenda, this one's definitely for Vaush. Any suggested resources for skeptics considering socialism but wanting to know that it can really work, not just in theory? And Jimmy, I have you to thank for leaving fundamentalist Christianity. Just wanted to say thanks. Yeah, very much appreciate that.
Unfortunately, I don't have a reading list that I keep on hand right now. If you're looking for good resources to look into socialism, I would strongly recommend the works of the YouTube channel Radical Reviewer. I defer a lot of people to Radical Reviewer specifically because I think that they do this better than I could conceivably do myself. Though that being said, if I were you, I would first look into what exactly you're looking to get out of socialism. Do you mean the worker-owned industries? Do you mean the decommodification of all industries or some? if you narrow down the specific things you're looking for, it'll be a lot easier for you to find satisfying conclusions. If you're just looking at like the vague idea of socialism, like in its many, many iterations, forms, failures, and successes, it can be harder to know what exactly exactly you're getting from it.
Addison396 says, could you please introduce Vaush to street epistemology at some point during the stream? Well, I'm sure he was aware of it all before, but we did talk about it a little.
I was, of course, yes. They do good work.
And then they end it with hashtag trans rights. Yes, of course.
True.
Sky Daddy says trans rights. Outraged empathy. Here's a thought. No restrictions on gun ownership. Criminalize their manufacture. Maybe in a few decades, they'll be ubiquitous. The moment you hit maybe, I feel like the whole argument fell apart because you are talking about maybe we'll have less of a fetishization in a few decades. And it seems to be that the cultural fetishization of anything only grows.
Well, the issue is that also guns last forever. We still have guns right in this country that you can use and operate and perform, mass murders with that were built 100 years ago. Guns are pretty reliable instruments. There are revolvers that are still functioning since the 1880s. So I don't think guns are going to disappear with time. They're not like drugs. Like drugs dissipate, they wear, they fade away. But guns are sturdy machines, at least the good ones are. I think that if we're looking to get rid of guns in this country, which I'm not, but if you were, I don't think gun restrictions on gun ownership are the way to go. I think restrictions on gun manufacturing probably are. But it wouldn't be in the hopes they would all eventually fade away. It would be in the hopes of moving towards a gradual cultural shift where people de-emphasize the importance of firearms and then they stop, trading around for them. And eventually you would have to implement laws on like straw purchasing and so on. But yeah, it would be a whole show,
I think the only models we've seen succeed so far have been a combination of the two. Things like happened in Australia where you're going to have a buyback program, but also a criminalization on the other side, and heavy penalties if after a certain period of time you're still holding on to them. But we're also entering a world where 3D printing metal is a thing, and will become consumer available in the future. So unfortunately, when we're just talking about the attitude about guns and the fetishization of guns, we have a new slew of problems that nobody is even remotely trying to get ahead of coming. So
mind, I want to keep the guns, so this is all hypothetical.
Yeah, I know. I have guns because I have, but I would prefer a world where I didn't, or where no one did. Besides, again, I'm fine with bolt action rifles and shotguns and shit like that. The biggest of Chung guy says, here you go. Well, thank you, the biggest of Chung guy. Fran Wilson says, how would one grow an atheist, secular humanist political party? Probably not by admitting you're an atheist or a secular humanist. However, there are sections of parties happening. You couldn't say a third party, like they're the Democrats, the Republicans, libertarians, and we're the atheists, because atheism unifies nobody. There are non-skeptical, moronic, horrible atheists, and many of them are members of QAnon. And then there are ones that are skeptical, and there are ones that are moral. Secular humanism itself, you will find, is already consistent with certain political parties. And I think that it is very clear that they are rather left-wing political parties. So it's a matter of identifying what secular humanism is, applying it through the subjective filters of what actually happens every day, and seeing if there's already a party that represents you. I don't see a need for a separate party for secular humanists.
Keep in mind, you form parties not around what you believe, but what you can do for the people who you want to vote for you. And secular humanism in and of itself, while it does tend to suggest certain political positions, that in and of itself isn't sufficient to motivate a voter, voter mobilization. You would probably want to push like a socialist or at least a social democrat perspective, and people would know from your advocacy that you are a secular humanist, but it wouldn't be the forefront. It wouldn't be the selling point.
Yeah. Very well put. Nigel Frelesio says, do you love puffins?
Like the little penguin things? The little
yeah. I assumed it was an inside joke from your channel. It seemed so specific, but I guess not.
Just the little penguin baby. Yeah, I think they're very cute. I'll take a hard stance on this one. Yeah, I think they're extremely cute.
Yeah, I feel like we're falling for some joke or phrasing that I don't get, but well, I don't know.
Generally speaking, sometimes I'll get donations that are like that where I don't know if there's an in-joke and I worry that I'm like repeating or agreeing to a racial dog whistle, you know? Like I'll say something like, yeah, I totally love calzone cups or something, and then like a month later it'll get clipped in poll or something. They'll be like, look at Vaush, he's saying that he doesn't like Jews, you know?
Oh, right. Yeah, I gotcha. David, by the way, if you can pull up vMix Social and turn off the auto cycling where the super chats are proceeding before I'm reading them. Mytho Bluefish says, came over from Vaush's stream, but I subbed to you first. Stay awesome, trans rights. Well, it's not a race to who you sub to first. By the way, for people who might be finding me for the first time, yes, these types of call-in shows happen every week. Matt Dillahunty has a show on this channel. I am also separately I have my own channel called Jimmy Snow. And for anybody on my end who hasn't already, Vaush, spelled the way you keep seeing in the super chats in the title, has an excellent channel as well that you should go subscribe to.
It's okay. Don't bother. It's fine.
I will say, and this isn't just to like butter you up or anything, but people are aware that my general policy is to not watch other YouTubers' channels because I am always very paranoid of I don't want to repeat their content without attribution and not realize it, which I'm susceptible to do. However, Vaush, yours is one of maybe 3 channels I watch regularly now, and I will gladly steal the things you say and pretend they're my own thoughts.
No, everyone should do that. The myth of like, listen, good political commentary isn't original. It's originally delivered. The time, especially back when I was starting, I will literally just watch a Sam Cedar video and think, that's a great point. And then I'll reiterate those points. I make no claims to uniqueness or originality with my content, only that I'm comfortable with my delivery. And that's what I care about.
My problem is I might accidentally deliver the exact same phrasing. So when I can, like earlier when I talked about Seidel's position, I tried to make sure we knew it was his. But anyway, Brutus says, if you're a Johnny Cash fan and say Blue Lives Matter, you can shut your mouth.
True.
Was Johnny Cash, I don't know a thing about the guy.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Johnny Cash had like multiple songs about like basically fuck the police. Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah. Bobby Green says, does donating make me a snow bunny? It actually makes you a snowflake. The people in my audience are known as my snowflakes.
Do they know what snow bunny means? Was that a deliberate innuendo? Do you know what snow bunny means?
No, I thought it had something to do with cum.
Oh, I mean, kind of. Yeah, Snow Bunny is a white woman who only fucks black guys, right? Isn't that... Chad, I'm right on that one, right?
Oh, is that the colloquial?
I think so, right? Okay, Chat's saying yes. Okay. Sorry, they're like 87 point... No, that's... Okay, they have other terms for that.
I check Urban Dictionary a lot. Oh, man, we should... Let me type in puffin, right? Or is it a puffin?
Puffin.
Is it puffin or puffin? Puffin, Urban Dictionary. Let's see... Puffin means when someone is acting hard, bro. Why you always puffin? All right, I don't think we messed it up earlier.
Okay, nice. They just meant puffin.
Yeah, I think. One Self Da Vinci says, if Senate ends up 50-48 for GOP, can the 2 I's officially become D's? Can Bernie then become the majority leader? Should Bernie/Warren stay in Senate because they'll be replaced by GOP governors? There's no realistic way forward where Bernie becomes a majority leader. There's too many Dem senators who just don't like him.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, especially since according at least to Hillary Clinton, I don't know how reliable she is, but according to Hillary Clinton, people in the Senate tend not to like Bernie because, and I'm interpreting this here, because he's a very much a hardliner and an ideologue, which I respect about the man. I don't think there's any
he's
chance.
very consistent.
I think he's reached the peak of his career. If he's able to maintain his position as like the secretary in the health, the Chamber of Health, what's the term? I'm forgetting right now. I think that will be like his final song with regards to influencing government. Guys, it's not labor. No, guys, it's not the Secretary of Labor. He made a bid for that, but he's still health. He hasn't been accepted.
Biden should make him the Secretary of Labor, in my opinion.
I mean, that would be incredibly based and red-pilled, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
I feel, Biden owes the progressives this time around and should do something to indicate that he recognizes Bernie's contribution to what the success of his win. As pissed off as I was at Bernie or Busters last time, the hard Bernie supporters this time seem to have gotten out of their own assholes.
Yeah, I'm actually, I want to say,
recognized.
I'm really, really proud of that. I feel like we don't have the full numbers on like how many Bernie supporters voted for Joe Biden in this election, but I have to say, I think that in large part, I think due to people like you and to people like me and people in my community right now who are principled leftists, the influence of the super unpragmatic anti-conciliation Bernie or Busters has been waning. And I think that we're maybe making moves towards real pragmatic change within the Democratic Party.
A8 says, Jimmy, Vox is claiming that Biden won. They have him, they gave him Pennsylvania, which is very cool, but it doesn't matter. I mean, at a certain point, it's like the more outlets that call it will be exciting, but we need certified results, and we need to make sure we have enough to cover the faithless electors the Republicans are going to try to court to get to turn over the thing.
We'll see. At this point, it looks like there's no chance of PA, Arizona, Nevada, or Georgia going red. And if that's the case, the Republican, like the faithless electors, there'd have to be an army of them. And I don't even know if the PA votes that swing to Biden were, if enough of them were after 8 p.m. on the 3rd to for it to even make a difference. There is some bad news, though. Yeah. Literally right as we started this show, I think Alito on the Supreme Court ordered that Pennsylvania has to separately categorize all of the ballots that came in after 8 p.m. on the 3rd, which might be a hint that they do plan on challenging the legality of those ballots in the Supreme Court, and they want to be able to distinguish them quickly when the time comes.
Those haven't been counted yet, though, so we win without them.
Yeah, that's yeah. That is But we'll see. The fact that he's even ordering that is absolutely insane. Like,
right. It's establishing that they've. Right. They're already establishing that the constitutional guarantee that states get to decide how their elections go will now have federal interference. And that's definitely super alarming.
Yeah, these fucking people.
Yeah. I fucking. Yeah. I was just going to say how ACB doesn't see the irony is bananas, but
I think they know what they're doing. I think they know what they're doing. I don't know if they really believe.
5 a.m. says, watching Vaush drink water inspired me to drink water. I owe you my life. Apparently they were on the cusp of death.
Stay hydrated. Everyone should stay hydrated. Yeah. Most of the time, if you're feeling like kind of off or a little bit empty, but not necessarily hungry, drink water. Everyone should have a gallon jug around them. I don't know what this hippie trend of everyone having like little like pencil thin thermoses they carry around. Stay hydrated, okay?
I'm disappointed to be the one to report to everybody that clearly Vaush is in bed with big water.
True.
It's true.
Filtered tap, baby. No Dasani from me.
Crew Real says, so if fascists separate from Republicans, does that mean there are any Republicans left? Listen, I'm going to say something very controversial, and I know I disagree with him on a ton of stuff. I like Anthony Scaramucci. Is that fine? Because I like him. Part of me is, from New York, all that stuff, and I love the way he talks and stuff. And I don't think Anthony Scaramucci is a fascist. I think he's just a douche often, but just a Republican.
I think that so in the same way that there are different ways you can affect leftist change, as evidenced by people like me and also people like Bernie or Busters, there are also different ways to affect change as a fascist. And the thing is, I think what we're seeing right now is the split between the lunatic purity politics obsessed fascists in the Republican Party and the more reserved neoconservatives who are willing to just slowly affect white supremacy as opposed to doing these big bombastic coups. So my ultimate goal would be to see if there's actually enough infighting in the Republican Party that Trump's loss brings a split that ends up leading to them losing elections in certain key counties because they're putting half their votes behind a fucking fash or openly neo-Nazi candidates. That would be amazing. Yeah. That would be amazing. I would love to see them get pulled from the right ineffectually. That would be perfect. I can't wait.
It would help our case in a lot of, because right now that we have power, we need to deny it to them literally ever again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they can
and
never be
so
allowed ever.
it can't
Yeah.
happen. So, and I'm sorry to people who are, we just don't have the time to read at every value. So right now we are going to prioritize based on amount contributed, because I'm a dick that way. AQW Demon Master says, evening fellas, Vaush will perhaps remember me as the libsoc activist in the Lone Star State. I was wondering, how do we dispel Venezuela and Cuba nonsense when talking about socialism and worker co-ops, etc.? Man, if we knew the answer to that, Florida wouldn't be such a fucking nightmare. But
Just
go ahead.
they're going to call you a socialist no matter what, but my tip is just don't mention socialism. If you're actually trying to change the minds of voters, like as an activist, what I do is activism, but I'm talking with a very different type of people, you know? If you're doing on-the-ground activism, trying to reach voters, don't talk about socialism. Talk about simple policies. Because I guarantee you the people who are talking about Cuba and Venezuela, they have no goddamn idea what any of the policies those countries implemented are. They have no fucking idea what happened in Venezuela. They have no idea what happened in Cuba. They're completely clueless. They just know it's vaguely socialist, so they dislike it. You stick to simple economic policies and you advocate for them based on very empirical, very factual claims. Usually, like with worker co-ops, for example, worker co-ops are already in the States. They've been here forever. They're not illegal. It's just a matter of how much we want them. How much do we prioritize them socially? You can point to them and say, look, this is American as apple pie. In fact, there's a worker co-op barbershop I used to get my hair cut at. This is normal and fine. And look at all this data. This isn't Venezuela. It's about normalizing it, and it's about removing from it as much ideological weight as possible. Like the term socialism, which, while based in red pilled, I'm not going to distance myself from it, does scare a lot of voters.
Yeah. JP says, a brother said he didn't like either candidate. He just liked freedom. I asked him what he meant by freedom. He's never considered it. Another brother walked in and insisted it doesn't matter because it's opinion. Thoughts? This reminds me of another conversation I've had, and it's funny. I asked a question to a person once who was on the right, and now I ask it every time I can, because it apparently is a question they've never considered, even though it's the first question they should consider for political policy. And the question goes exactly like this: what rights and commodity, or what shit, I don't know if I have to answer that call or not. What rights fuck, I had it all in my head. What quality of life is the phrase I was looking for? What quality of life should you be guaranteed purely because you were born in the United States? And there are some people who are extreme right who say nothing. You should be guaranteed nothing, and then you can so easily from there point out things that are contradictory with their current beliefs that don't make any sense with it. But a lot of the times I've noticed that people on the right realize they've never even been asked that question before.
I just think a lot of people don't understand the difference between positive and negative freedoms. So in a country with no laws, you are perfectly free in a legal sense. If you're in Somalia, you're perfectly free in a legal sense. But there are other freedoms you don't have. In Somalia, freedom for your safety, freedom to have access to clean water or to food, freedom to enjoy basic necessities of life. There are types of freedoms that can't really be achieved without a baseline level of state or at least societal subsistence. And a lot of people forget that. They think that people become more free the less laws are on them. Well, I say to you that a law which redistributes wealth from one exorbitantly wealthy man to 100,000 poor people dramatically increases the amount of freedom in the world, because you have freed them from the tyranny of starvation or from homelessness.
Yeah, for sure. Balthazar 228 says, in this unprecedented, and they spelled it in the funny, ironic way, era of QAnoners in Congress, should Congress people drop the civility politics and actively dunk on these people in the floor? Also, any chance of okay, Jimmy Buddy Reddit? Also, okay, Buddy Vaush is fire right now. I don't know what that means.
They're asking you to create a meme subreddit that you can occasionally look at on stream. Don't listen to them. It goes down a dark road. It's all they'll ever ask for.
One day I want to ask you how you did your website, because it intrigues me, seems very interesting, and something I probably want to duplicate.
Yeah, my website manager is White Nervosa. She handled literally all of it. You should get in contact with her. She's pretty easy to get in contact with, I think.
Okay, cool.
Uh-oh.
So anyway, the question is, should we be actively dunking on the floor in Congress?
I don't think civility politics is going to serve us much good at this point. There are literally Republican politicians that are like calling for a coup, demanding the count be stopped, and making fun of Democrats who believe in democracy. We're well past the point now where we can... The lie that there is some underlying noble base of Republicans that will move over to the left if only we treat their positions with respect is just... It's completely been debunked. It's not fucking true at all. What Republicans need are... A, a firm spanking, and B, strong, solid, socially democratic political advocacy. And we can deliver both of those things, but we need to stop being pussies and stop being centrists. And if we can do that, I think we can make the Republican Party irrelevant.
Republicans do need a spanking, but it's going to be hard getting it to them, considering that the only two sex positions they accept are missionary and missionary with a pillow. K-Gig, C-A-G-I-G says, Vaush, what do you think about the value of shows like South Park? I think it's well written in some regards and even good at getting apart leftist ideals, but other times it's just frustrating. Also, it's pro-socialism now, so...
I'm not up on the current South Park lore. Most South Park episodes to me just feel like they're set to make fun of people for caring about things. It feels like they take like a real-life issue or a simulacrum of a real-life issue, and then they have one side that's really hyperbolic, and then they have the other side, and it's really hyperbolic. And then like the one Jewish kid comes in, and he's like, "Well, the lesson we learned was to not care too much about anything at all." And then it ends, and somebody dies, or somebody shits themselves, or something like that. There are a couple of episodes from South Park that are fucking hysterical. Like there are some incredibly well-written South Park episodes. I'm not saying it's a dumb show, or at least it's not always dumb, but I don't know. I guess I haven't seen enough of it to have developed more of an opinion than what I just said.
I appreciate its early contribution to breaking out of ways we have certain types of conversations, but obviously they've also contributed to, and even their apology for some of them, horrible things, like they were climate change deniers for a number of years. And so that's obviously not a positive.
Yeah,
I do think they are very funny guys.
When they made the apology episode, because the first one was the man bear pig thing, and then when they made the apology episode, the lesson from that episode was, oh, it looks like he was actually right all along, but there's nothing we can do about it. The apology episode was like, okay, so we were wrong. It totally is real, but there's not much we can do about it. They were saying is like these multimillionaire libertarians, you know.
And it's like, and by the way, Al Gore, it's your fault because you were such a dick about it, which, you know, Al Gore can be a dick or can be hard to listen to, but it's a very strange method of reasoning when you're acting like you are so open to information and you've said, basically, I decided to deny it because of the package that it was delivered in. Anyway, Rona Velian says, not much of a cue to be answered now, but I'd love to see the two of you and a guest, especially POC, chat about how gerrymandering and suppression helps keep South red despite higher minority pop and apologetic Floridian. Well, he's not a POC. However, Andrew Seidel is a genius on literally these kinds of things, and he shows up on this channel frequently. So that would be the time to prompt such a thing.
This election, all the state legislators of the Republican state legislators who got elected, it's going to be like 9/10 of the redistricting and gerrymandering being done over the next decade is going to be from those motherfuckers. Oh my God.
They are celebrating the fact that they're going to get to control that districting too. I just saw Rick Santorum do it, and then Van Jones was like, he's like, and by the way, you know, they do it in California. Van Jones was like, you just went to the state that they just passed anti-gerrymandering laws. So what is
every fucking district is going to look like a squashed spider with little lines going out across every road to catch all the suburban whites, and then narrowly they're going to gerrymander these so fine that they're going to implement laws that you have to fucking file for permission before moving, because they've relied on every individual family being exactly where they are to get the exact vote proportions they want. It's going to be miserable.
It's going to be worse than an HOA. Past Analysis says, do you think the left needs to be more tactful in language and tone to win new districts? I live in Virginia, and words like socialisms and terms like defund the police sadly act as a massive obstacle. More tactful, yes, but less, if you mean like we should be less direct about it, I would say no. But we do have to. There's a huge problem with electorate education where people go, oh, I can stand behind a stupid phrase like "Make America Great Again" with absolutely no nuance, but demand that you understand that this is genius. However, if a person says "defund the police," I can only imagine one thing that could even fucking mean. So we probably have to be tactful to start appealing to people, but the way we appeal to people is socialism will give a lot of these assholes things that they need, despite the fact that they are assholes, and we present those things to them. Because they are assholes, you pretty much just have to appeal to their ego and their personal needs, and that's going to drive a lot of people.
Yeah, with regards to like tactful language, the thing is, I think that the socialism thing doesn't matter that much because they were calling Obama a socialist too. Like even before Bernie Sanders was really well known, they were calling him a socialist too. So I feel like they're just going to call any Democrat a socialist, and it doesn't matter. No fucking Republican knows what socialism means. They have no fucking idea what any of these things mean. They have absolutely no clue. So with the defund the police thing, the issue with that is that term didn't come from the Democrats. It came from the activist left. And the problem is that there's enough of a divide between the activist left and the establishment Dems that neither group can really control one another. So when you ask the question, does the left need to be more tactful? What you're kind of implicitly asking is, are we capable of controlling the language of hundreds of thousands or millions of populist protesters in an unprecedented racial, or civil rights movement? And the answer to that is no, we can't. The best we can do is work around the common discourse. The defund the police thing is rough. Optically, there's no denying it. It's pretty darn rough. But I do think that we could have handled it much better than we have currently. I don't think that Biden won any Republican votes by moving away from the term, frankly. I don't know how much the independent or libertarian vote really came out for knowing Joe Biden didn't want to defund the police. I think the best he could have done was double down on the difference between him and the radical leftists who were actually making those claims, but in a more authentic way, saying frankly, listen, I won because I'm the moderate. You're expecting me to answer for the phrase of a couple of protesters. He did this a little bit towards the end, but I think he could have led into it a lot better. Does that make any sense? It's really, really difficult to manage this properly.
No, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, but it's a matter of timing and response. But maybe it doesn't matter at all. Maybe the defund the police thing was just always going to be an optical nightmare, and there was literally nothing that could be done about it. That is totally possible.
But please remember that Kamala Harris is the most left-wing person in the Senate.
True. More left-wing than Bernie Sanders. God.
Yeah, that's. I'm glad he said. So I think let me go see if there was another one because there's just a brief question I want to ask you about that I think's a for fun question. Okay, so here's one that we can answer. I think with just a quick yes or no. Have you read Bob Altermeyer's work, The Authoritarian Nightmare? The left needs to talk more about it. It's more. It's a data-driven portrait of how people fall into supporting people like Trump and what to do about it. There's also a really good book by Stephen Hassan called The Cult of Trump that is extremely insightful for people who want a similar type of book. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I have not, but I will note the recommendation.
Very cool. All right, so if you had to predict 2024, who's running against who?
Well, there was recently some polling done amongst Democrats to see who they would favor the most, and believe it or not, Michelle Obama actually pulled ahead of Kamala Harris, which is interesting. With regards to the Republicans, people keep talking about Tom Cotton. Tom Cotton is going to have to work very hard to develop a personality cult in the next 4 years, though. I genuinely don't know how effectively the Trump cult is going to be able to be transferred to another individual. Because Trump is very unique in his presentation, if nothing else. His aesthetic. So it'll be hard, I think, to move that over,
So I think his tactic will be to transfer the Trump cult. You transfer it to a Trump. And we know from that book by the First Lady's chief of staff or whatever she was. It was also her best friend for years prior. If that book is to be trusted, that they've been grooming Ivanka specifically for it. We also just saw what they think is the success of running female Republican candidates, because that's what most of their House pickups were. And so I think they are also thinking it's a secret weapon. So what I'm most excited for is I think it is going to be Ivanka Trump against Kamala Harris. I actually don't think Joe Biden will seek re-election in 4 years.
Oh my God, if it was Ivanka Trump, that would be so fucking funny.
It would be pretty funny.
She is such a stiff-necked little sociopath. It would be so funny to see how that plays out.
I think you will also get some kind of extreme alt-right representative, possibly even somebody like Alex Jones running, possibly actually Alex Jones. And I think Kanye will run. And I think all three of them will get enough support to end up on the primary stage next to Ted Cruz, next to possibly another Marco Rubio, and probably Cotton and other right-wing people. And I think it is actually going to be damaging to them when they go, okay, here's our actual, like, this is our party, but then the people who are polling right along with them is the guy from the Kardashian reality TV show, the guy, the girl from The Apprentice, and the guy who doesn't want to make the friggin' frogs gay.
There is one
I think
thing,
it is going to further delegitimize
there is one thing
them.
of which I am absolutely certain, and that is that the Republican primaries in 2023 are going to be the funniest thing in the fucking universe. There are going to be 87 people. It's going to be everything from neocons to neo-Nazis, and they are going to be the debates are going to be insane. Remember that Trump wasn't like the chosen guy. He showed up there and just bullied his way into popularity. And
we thought it was Bush Clinton. Everyone called Bush Clinton being the what it was going to be, Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton, and that we were going to repeat basically 1992,
or Cruz, or like even Rubio, but nobody initially expected Trump, and then Trump just bullied everyone else, and they liked it, they love it, they love hurting other people, and he made it to the top. So the Republican, and that's going to be the norm from now on. The Republican primaries are going to be an unfathomable shit show, and I will delight in every moment of those people tearing each other to shreds. It's going to be amazing.
I'm going to make a really out there prediction, and yet I feel confident in it. Corey Lewandowski will run for president, but have to withdraw after he punches a woman on the news. That's my hyper specific prediction now.
Do you think that punching a woman on the news is actually disqualifying for Republican presidential candidate? I feel like by 2024 they're just going to think it's based and red pilled, you know?
Yeah, that could be true. But I think it'll probably be Brooke Baldwin. It won't be who's the short hair? Oh my God, what is her name? From MSNBC, I think she's on. She's like the liberal. She's almost. What'd you say?
Rachel
Maddow.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow. It won't be Rachel Maddow because Rachel Maddow could take Corey Lewandowski
in a fight.
It would be she'd like catch the punch and then punch him back.
Oh
so
yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, Maddow can probably do a standing backflip. That's a feeling that I get just, I don't know, looking at her.
I just want to see her in like an all neo leather uniform, like the leather trench coat, and just anyway. But I would never hope for violence, no matter how appealing it could be to think about Corey Lewandowski getting his ass kicked by a lesbian.
Yeah. You know it'd be fucking funny. What if Ivanka Trump run primaries and McCain's daughter runs as well, and they end up shitting on each other in the debate stage? How fucking funny would that be?
Head to head.
Yeah,
that would be very interesting.
And Megan like cries and sobs, you know, after because like Ivanka will make fun of her dad or something like that. Oh, that'd be so fucking funny.
I don't think either of us have entertained even a possibility that Biden will run again in 4 years. Do you not? Do you also think he won't?
No,
I'm not convinced he'll be alive in 4 years.
No. He's way too old. The presidency ages the fuck out of people. I'm legitimately surprised that Trump made it as long as he did. You know, he's not the most healthful man.
Yeah.
But there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way Biden is going to run again.
I think about frequently, let's say they finally call the election and there's nothing else Trump can do, and then Biden, like before January 21st, dies. What they would do then, and how Trump would try to go to the courts and say, well, I was second place, so if he dies, it's Biden now, right?
I'm next.
Everybody, we all agree on this.
Pretty sure legally Kamala would be, like, there is a legal.
I know.
Yeah. But I'm just okay. But it would come down to that, you know.
I think it might be the DNC would get to choose. Actually, because I think I looked this up a few months back. I think the DNC would actually get to decide who. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mixing it up with the way the House would pick the president if they were tied on electoral college. Anyway, that's enough of all of this. We've already gone like a half hour over. But Vaush, seriously, I have so much fun with you, and I just enjoy your company. So this was a lot of fun. Let's chat more soon, potentially off air, because like I said, I want to. Well, I can't tell everybody here that I'm pretty sure I'm a socialist now, but yeah.
Just must be warned. I am a generally antisocial person. Yeah.
I get
anyone
it. I get
can
it.
tell you.
I'm saying I need to discuss with you what Sargon will make a video about you turning me into a communist. Is what I'm getting at.
I need to be properly debriefed on that, of course. Thank you for having me on. Seriously, I appreciate it. It's the first time I've been on a call show that actually takes phone calls. I feel legitimized right now. You know,
dude. If you ever want your own show on this this channel, it's yours. But that's an optimistic off-ramp.
I'll keep it in mind. I can barely keep to my own schedules.
I know, dude. You're the busiest guy I know on YouTube, so I'm mostly just trying to.
I hope
suck your dick. Go ahead.
No problem. The only person who's really busy, Tim Pool. Dude wakes up at like 7 a.m. every single day. He runs like 3 separate channels that he has like separate. That he has like separate plan and schedules and all that for.
It makes sense though, because
not envious.
He does all of that. He does all of that work, which obviously takes up all of his mental capacity. Because look at him when he then starts talking. He clearly has nothing left.
Yeah. I appreciate.
I'm calling him stupid.
I appreciate you. No, I know. I'm just I'm holding the clout. I appreciate you having me on, man, and I look forward to talking to you. Okay.
Yep. We'll see you all. Everybody have a good night.
I'm glad the program didn't glitch out. I was worried about. Oh. Okay, I think we're okay. I'm used to Zoom where you play the outro and then okay. I'm back. Hello. I'm not hungover. Oh, first of all, thank you, Jimmy, Jimbo. Additionally, hold on. Additionally, one other thing. Oh wait, yo Vaush, check it. Oh shit, we got good news from Liam Lamara. Oh shit. ROV added another 27k votes, and we gained on Calvert by about 1%. There are 20,000 votes separating us, with 136,000 votes left to process. The trend towards us should continue and accelerate. Excelsior. Excelsior? God, you're such a dork, Liam. Liam, if you win, I will bust it on stream. I will pull out my fat, veiny cock on stream, and I will just explode all over the goddamn place. I will have interviewed a fucking congressperson. How fucking amazing is that? Oh, by the way, while I was talking, I got linked something really, really funny. We all know Caleb Maupin, right? He tweets about me all the time. Like, literally all the time. Anyway, here's a tweet from Caleb Maupin. This is from 2 hours ago. This wasn't even prompted by anything, okay? Why is Vaush, who is admitted to watching child porn and calls for violence against other leftists, not in prison? Easy. He has a rich Hollywood dad. No wonder he thinks socialism is an employee stock ownership program. Actual socialism would take away his class privilege. There we go. You like that? If I was a petty man, I would also make up shit about Caleb Maupin admitting to watching child porn. And since my audience is 100 times the size of his, that would actually lead to pretty long-standing consequences for his, for his online career. But, me being a responsible person, obviously, I have no evidence that he has done that. I have no evidence against it, though. I have no evidence whatsoever that he hasn't watched loads of child porn, like all the time. I don't really, I honestly am completely neutral. What's your dad do? Dude, this is the funniest narrative about me, okay? People, I love the narratives about me, okay? So my mom and my dad live in Beverly Hills, and I grew up in Beverly Hills, and they made between them for my entire life about, I guess I'm telling on them here, about 100K, which is about middle class, with the rent prices in Beverly Hills. We would, so there were many ways in which I was privileged. I had an amazing neighborhood and an amazing school, and I never wanted for anything with regards to like base subsistence. But did I have like my own car when I graduated high school or anything? No, that would have been ludicrous at all, you know? So a lot of, but the narrative is that my parents, how the fuck do you live in Beverly Hills in 100,000? Because there are parts of Beverly Hills that aren't all like big mansions on the hill. There are parts that are just little apartments, you know? And that's where I grew up. And anyway, the narrative is that I have like a super, super rich Hollywood dad. Right now, I make multiple times more than my father and my mother put together, like easily, like effortlessly, thanks to you guys. So the narrative that I'm like being propped up by my like bougie parents is completely ridiculous. I'm propping them up. I am the bougie parent now. I'm flexing on my dad, yeah. Get out of here. Some news with regards to the Trump lawsuit. Let me take a look. Trump has gone off to federal court. This is from November 5th. We've seen this. We've seen this. This is November 5th. Wait. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this? Am I in trouble? Hello?
What he said.
Duke Stamina. You just dropped an aggressively gay rap album. Would you mind mentioning my username and getting me some plays on Spotify? Yeah, apparently an aggressively gay rap album is on Spotify by that name that you all can go and look at. It is an option.
What I heard.
While we're waiting on these vote tallies, I thought it might be fun to fuck Duke Stamina. Really, really good. Okay? If a motherfucker wants to, I would love to have your ass in my mouth forever. Hyena can fall asleep alone. Hyena can wake up alone. I'll stay horny because your ass is pretty pog. No, it's good. It's good. Basically tastes like the inside of an apple pie filling with a little bit of cinnamon. So fucking sweet. I'm just saying that I would be willing to just pump that shit straight into your sphincter. Listen. What I really want is to fuck your ass with 2 fingers. You don't have to. Nobody has to. No pressure. I'm just saying. Duke Stamina. Feel your right hand right now. That's me. That's my cock, you know? Which is funny because I could fucking top your ass, dude. It's so fucking hot, fresh, sexy, and smart. Don't you want me to come on you, like, generally speaking? It's the best part if it happens, okay? Big round of applause to Duke Stamina for all the wonderful work he does. Easily, effortlessly. I genuinely love your butthole. I love that shit. Stop! There are parents in other people's rooms. Okay, we have to finish it. Shit. Thank you very, very, very much. You're so beautiful. How can any creature be as handsome as you? Okay, hold on. This is fucked up. You have so and so many Twitter followers. How the fuck is your camera set up this much better than mine? This is some fucking bullshit, okay? Jesus Christ. It's not possible. Look at this. Look at this. Yes, I love you.
I love you too, Vaush. Also,
so
hit me up because let's get your stream looking this good. I know you have the money to do it.
Wait!
Thanks. Also, go listen to my music.
Getting rich, getting smart, getting good. That's gay.
When I'm got. Yeah, dude. Fuck, send me an email. vaushfetty@gmail.com. I know you're watching right now. There's no way you wouldn't be after you link that. You're probably the one who linked that. Yeah. Yeah, send me an email. If you got me, you got me. Jesus, fuck me. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. I have to. Guys, I can't retweet this. There are babies who follow me. Okay, but I'm linking it all to you. I'm liking it. Please, God, you need to go. Okay, that was fucking incredible. Okay, shoe stream invite. Shoe stream invite. We've been summoned. We've been summoned. Okay, hold on. That was really fucking good. You know what I really respect? When people know when they've gotten got. I really respect that. Sometimes when people have been got, when like a really good joke or comment has been made at their expense, but not in like a mean way, but like you got them, sometimes they just get like really mad, you know? But if you've been got, that's good. How much extra money would you want to have before starting a pack? I mean, if I'm going to donate at least $200,000 of my own dollars to it, then I guess I'd like to have at least $200,000, right? I mean, I need a good accountant. I need an accountant and I need a lawyer. Okay, hold on. I have no interest in dying rich. Don't I rent? Yeah, I rent. I don't. It better include our money? Wait, where else would I be getting money from? Do you think there's like another place that... Oh my fucking God, there are 5 people in this call. Holy shit. I see Chris Raygun, Jeff Holiday, Shoeonhead, Josephine Matthias. ContraPoints. Oh, some black guy. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yo!
Hey!
Oh, hey, look at this.
Hey.
What's up?
You literally just met. You literally just missed ContraPoints.
Ah, well, she knows that I love and appreciate her, so it's all good.
I
gotta tell you right away. Thank you so much for keeping everybody's spirits very high for the past couple of days.
You were the only non-doomer stream.
I think a lot of people were really discounting Michigan and Wisconsin, like really undeservedly from the get-go. But honestly, apart from that, I just don't think pessimism's that good for the political mind. You know, gotta stay spreadly.
Oh.
Your stream last night though was like legitimately the funniest fucking stream.
Good, because I went through all of the alcohol I had, so now I have to go out and get some fucking more for the next one in 2 months or something.
I'm the drunk one now. It's bad. So we were talking about the anti-SJW community. Yeah, what are your thoughts? How?
Oh, you're just gonna give me the fucking mic
Just
like
go.
that with no knowledge of the pre-existing? Okay, sure, yeah. I think there were the problem with the anti-SJW community is I feel like there was a lot. When the only thing you define your political outreach by is who you don't like, it's really hard to tell who you're standing next to. You know, I don't like liberals. And neo-Nazis don't like liberals. If all I did was make fun of liberals, I wouldn't know, like I wouldn't really know if I turned to my left and my right, why do they dislike them? I dislike liberals because I think they're shallow and insincere, and I don't think that they fix the problems they like to talk about fixing. But like a Nazi maybe just like because they like Jewish people. I don't know. It's not good. I think it's important to be rigorous in describing your own positions alongside criticizing others. And the issue is, like, you have some people who I think very disingenuously try to come off more moderate than they actually are. Like, I'll say, like Sargon, who postures as a liberal when nowadays he's basically just pushing white nationalist talking points. And they
He's
do that.
literally being like calling like anti-SJW. I mean, sorry, he's calling like fucking LGBT people dead enders and shit on Twitter.
Yeah, he's literally fighting against the degeneracy of LGBT people.
They're not gonna have kids, basically.
So, wait, what is the importance of that?
Yeah, you have to understand. Like right now, one of Sargon's main talking points is that if you are of the West, whatever the fuck that means, it is your duty. It is your actual moral obligation to breed white man or excuse me, British man, whatever that means. Breed. And if you do not breed, you are actually a traitor to the classical liberal ideas of the West. That is actually his.
Didn't he recently
political
talk to
position.
Stefan Molyneux? Didn't he fucking like
Yes.
the dude that loves fucking Taylor Swift's eggs or whatever?
Loves Taylor Swift's eggs, talking about like the ethno-nationalism of Poland and shit like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. No, like Carl has lost his fucking mind.
The problem is when you're using classical liberalism as like an ideology and you're justifying it, or you're using it to justify things like women exist for the purpose of breeding. You must protect the nation. You must protect the race. We want to defend our culture against immigrants. Like functionally, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. You're basically just like an alt-righter, but you don't get as much like skeptic clout by just openly admitting that. So you kind of play it down for a while. I feel like Carl's been this way for like 3 years. And he's just been realizing it more with time, you know?
Right.
I've seen him going down this path for like ever, and I didn't say shit. I was just like, okay, whatever, that's what you're gonna do.
It's
and then
your
I'm
fault.
I'm just like slowly just kind of like exploring more left-wing ideas and talking about politics, and he's like, she's a communist. Like, great. I left you alone, but I guess
Yeah. It's really weird.
I can tell you exactly the time that this happened. Like, I've been paying very close attention to this. It was when he did his first interview with Steve Bannon. That was the first example of him falling deep, deep, deep into this shit. And then after that, he started getting courted by people. And all of a sudden, he starts working with all these corporatist fucking right-wing dick suckers. Candace Owens. There's a picture of him, like, arm in arm with Candace fucking Owens.
I still can't believe that. Given like
autopsy.
Yeah, given like where she came from, it's amazing how few people like really know about. I mean, I guess it was a niche thing anyway back then, but like when she started Social Autopsy, everybody was down her throat. I think even him.
Wait,
So,
can,
like,
I, can, I, can I tell the Candace Owens lore? Wait, I told Vaush this. I tried to catch him up on it. The Candace Owens lore.
Let's do
So fucking Candace Owens made a website, specifically like an anti-bully website, where people can write down their bullies online, where they work, where they live. It was basically a doxing website.
Yep.
Yeah, and then fucking Zoe Quinn, this was around Gamergate. Zoe Quinn actually called her out for this, saying it was a bad thing. And Candace acted like the fucking victim. Like, oh, why are you calling me out? She goes on fucking Dave Rubin, pretends to be the victim of Zoe Quinn's bullying, but never really quite says what she was getting bullied for. She was just like, the SJWs came after me. What? It was a fucking doxing website. The SJWs, quote, quote, were coming after Candace Owens for creating a doxing website. That is...
And she,
Dude, got pretty wild.
She signed contracts with all these like hardcore right-wing propagandist outlets, and then that's where it took off from there. That's how she got hired.
I mean, we know she doesn't sincerely care about any fucking thing she says. This is the woman who has said she has never experienced racial discrimination in her life when she literally has filed a lawsuit claiming racial discrimination.
Video. No, that was her. That was her story. Yo, that was her story when she was making the fucking Social Autopsy thing. She was like, "This is what happened to me. It was like racial discrimination. This is real." And it was she used it as the basis for her doxing site. And then like a few years later, she's like, it's not real. Just kidding. JK, LOL. I'm going to go fucking play Minecraft now. I don't understand like how the fuck. I don't understand how Sargon, like, because he was there, right? He was with us, like mocking her.
I don't think they care. I just don't think they care, to be honest. You know,
I just don't get it. It's just so
you
confusing.
have fucking 15,000 people watching your stream right now.
Oh, I'm streaming, by the way. Hello, I'm live. Sorry.
Shit.
Jesus Christ.
So Adam
Being
from
fucking
your
cocked
movie.
over here.
So Vaush,
3,000.
Adam from your movie sucks is asking you to text him.
Oh, yeah. I was supposed to give him my number. Yeah, for sure. Here, I'll do that right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Hold on. I'm not very responsive on social media or just in general.
Oh yeah, no, same.
Yeah, even my IRL friends are waiting like a week to get text back at this point.
That's like me. So like I'll see. Yeah. Oh my god, me and fucking Josephine. Holy fuck. So me
can
and
I can I add Adam to the thing, by the way, or can one of you add Adam?
What's his thingy?
I don't have him on Discord.
I'm not gonna say it out loud.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait.
You can put it in the chat. I think.
Put in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So me and Josephine, holy shit, we're the worst at this. We'll go months without talking, and then all of a sudden we'll be like, hey. It's like our friendship.
That's the type of friendship I need. I don't like talking to people. I just want to like reach out randomly and be like, "Hey, how's it going?"
Yeah, I don't hang out with people very often either.
I hate people.
I'm just constantly with Sweeney, so I just like I forget that my phone exists.
Like I'll see somebody's message and I'll be like, okay, cool, I'll get back to them, and then I will forget to get back to them.
Oh yeah,
and I
I'm
feel so
aware.
bad. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the
No,
worst.
I do the same exact thing. It's fine.
the
I
worst-
think everybody does it.
The worst part is if you need something from that person or there's something else you want to talk to them about. So like a couple of streams ago, I got a text from my brother and it was the most heartfelt shit in the universe. It was like, oh my god, you know, Ian, your streams have been so cool and we've been putting them on the big TV when we get home from work and we really appreciate it. And I didn't respond to it for 8 fucking days and I only texted back because I need to ask him a question. So I had to be like, hey, thanks. Also, I felt like such a fucking asshole.
Also, yeah, what was that Warhammer 40K game? I forgot.
Yeah, dude, remember in when you were 12 or something, there was a sick ass rock band song we played together. What? Yeah. Well, my brother knows who I am. I feel bad for like the online people I've met who are like, why isn't he messaging back? You know?
No, yeah, I'm so fucking bad at that. I'm like, I'm glad that the friends that I have understand that I'm like that, like Josephine and like you, Vaush and Chris. Like we're all kind of like that. But I did have one online friend who didn't really quite understand that, and they'd be like, "Yeah, Shu, you never answer me," and like, I guess we're not friends anymore. I'm just like, "No, we are." Sorry, I'm sorry. Like, holy fuck.
Oh, by the way, Jeff, Hyena says hi. By the way.
Sup?
Hey, you know.
Oh, that's it. Just Hyena says hi. Just wanted to really.
Say more. What else would you like to say?
Yeah. Wait, I'm trying to.
Give him a soapbox.
I'm trying to add. I'm trying to add Adam. How does it? Wait, hold on. Add.
Do I have to do that? I don't know.
You already have a group with these people. Are you sure you want to create? I don't know how to just add people. I don't know how that works.
Oh my god, none of us know how Discord works.
Oh no.
We're just fumbling around with the shit.
I mean, you have his Discord username. Just send it to Shu.
True.
Oh man, I really kind of hate Discord, honestly.
I fucking hate Discord. I absolutely hate it.
I think the UI is so bothersome to me. I don't know what it is.
Whatever that means. What's
like how you move around and like the way you click and like.
Yeah, same. The UI is kind of like weird. I wish I had better UI. I'm sorry, I'm stopping.
Oh my fucking
You want
god.
to talk about Dusty Smith?
Oh,
We all know him.
I love me some Dusty.
I just
Vaush, you were drunk as shit last night. Like, bro, get in here, dude. I'll moderate it.
No.
Fuck.
I just said if at any point you two wanted to reconcile your differences, I would be delighted to mediate.
There are no it's one-sided, dude. Like, I don't. If he was just like chill, like I wouldn't care. It's always one-sided, just constantly. Shu sucks.
I was just talking about somebody who's like that to me, like kind of from the opposite end, because like Dusty is kind of like a less relevant person who seems like mad at you kind of because you're more relevant, but also because they think you're ideologically impure, you know?
Yeah.
And I have that in a guy called Caleb Maupin. He's
I know who that is.
Yeah, he tweets about me every like oh god, I clicked on a button. Oh god. Sorry. And he tweets about me every like 2 hours, and it's the most unhinged shit every single time. He says that I would have directed Antifa to punch Einstein in the face or something like that.
That premise is awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
Yo, that's wild.
So I know the type, you know?
Yeah. Dusty's like a weird one though, because he was like, I was edgy. Like I said some edgy shit, sure, whatever. But dude was like a full ass fucking like Nazi talking about like, oh, black people, like, oh, look, they're looting. Is anyone surprised? Oh,
am I wrong, or did he?
He said something about the Holocaust. He was like, dude.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah, he was like, well, you know, Jews are always getting kicked out of countries. You know, like maybe they have to reflect and be like, maybe it's us.
Oh my god.
Like,
yeah,
why
no.
are you trying to cancel or like gatekeep anyone else, dude? Like,
I think
we were edgy. You were full ass fucking.
I honestly think he's trying to repent. I think
Didn't he also like steal and reappropriate porn? Am I thinking of the same person?
He literally profited off of other people's labor, and now he's mad at BreadTube for making money.
Huh. Shu, check Twitter DMs.
Oh, okay. Oh shit.
Don't open it on live though.
I know, sorry.
I'm kidding.
Oh, Adam, hello.
Oh, I'm terrified of using Twitter while I'm live streaming too.
Vaush, it happened on this live stream.
What happened?
I opened DMs.
Oh, you did? Did anything bad get out?
No.
Okay.
It was okay.
All right.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. I'm so fucking bad at just life.
Sometimes it happens though, especially because of that stupid fucking DM window they have that pops up in the bottom right. Some like randomly it'll open up. And sometimes I'll swap the screen and it'll be up, and it's only because my webcam is covering it that my cock and balls aren't just hanging out on stream or whatever the fuck else is in the DMs, you know?
Do you guys put something over your cameras when you're done like streaming?
No.
No?
Vaush should do that.
Definitely do it. Mark Zuckerberg does it.
Mark. The CIA is watching you.
That was the thing I didn't give a shit about that at all. But then like I saw this like video of like Mark Zuckerberg doing an interview, and like I don't know if it was like a picture. It was something. It was imagery of Mark Zuckerberg, and he was like, giving an interview somewhere, and then like in the background you see all of his computers and all the webcams have like electrical tape over it, and I'm like, okay, that's it. That's if he's doing it, then like I should probably
But I also feel like say he has such notoriety that maybe he has a reason to. Where I feel like, who the fuck am I? Nobody gives a shit about looking into me.
I understand your reasoning and I reject it.
Well, look, I unplugged my webcam anyway, so that takes care of it. I don't need to put shit
still
over
put tape over it.
Oh yeah,
his cock and balls are worth more than my cock and balls. If my cock and balls got caught in some random fucking NSA hack or something, they spread that shit around. Okay, fine. You know, whatever they give it. You know, they'll rate it maybe, I don't know, I modestly 9.5, 9.8 out of 10. But if like Mark Zuckerberg's cock and balls, that's a whole blackmailing case right there, right? He's got to be more careful.
That crashes the whole eastern seaboard of the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It's over. It's World War III.
Like the 2003 blackout all over again, or whatever the fuck.
We'll finally get to know if he's actually an Android or not, though, because that's what I want to know.
He's like a Barbie.
Yeah, fucking Ken doll. Dude, what if
he does look scary though.
What if Zuckerberg had just a fat, veiny fucking cock?
No, I need to mute it. There we go.
Hey.
Hello. Hi. What's going on?
You're super loud.
Not much.
Sorry. You can actually adjust my audio by right-clicking on my face in the Discord call.
All right, I'm a fucking boomer.
Master Discord.
Yeah, I'm actually going to turn you up.
That's a Discord paladin right there.
Oh shit!
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, Adam.
The power.
That's something I know I can do at least. Everybody else, I have no idea. Hello.
You would agree that Mark Zuckerberg looks like a very sort of reptilian, semi-humanoid man.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How 100%. Would you feel?
I don't think he's real.
What if there were leaks and he just had a massive cock and balls, like veiny, just huge, like flaccid 8 inches fat? You know.
Then great, awesome.
Yeah, would that change your opinion of him as a reptilian?
Fiction.
Does that make him more human?
I like reptile people, so it's all good.
Okay.
Did you see him eating toast without anything on it? He literally like took the toast and like there's nothing on it, no butter or anything.
Have you seen that video of people they edited animatronic like fucking sounds to it while he's like retrieving toast? It's really good. It's really good.
My favorite video of Mark Zuckerberg is him smoking the brisket on like that live stream.
What?
He's smoking a brisket. He's like cooking on a like Facebook live
fellow
stream.
Humans.
Yeah, and he's like, I am about to apply the sweet baby rays to the biscuit. And it's just like apply the sweet baby rays over and over again.
Dude, rich people are absolute sociopaths. You know that these people like sit in like a tiger skin armchair while a slave like scrapes off the Oreo goo from the inside and hands them just the cracker part. You know, these people are inhuman.
They sleep in like a vat of goo. You know, they're like hooked up to all these like wires, and that's how they just like sleep and regenerate.
Like the closed eyes, opened eyes, Squidward meme.
So-
They just
Yeah.
like awaken.
So what's the occasion for this Discord call where suddenly every awesome person is in at the same time?
Nothing,
What's
just
going on here?
I feel like we're all
Trump losing.
a little bit happy we're not backsliding farther into fascism over the next 4 years, maybe possibly.
Okay.
That's
So
exciting.
little party.
Just backsliding back into neoliberalism.
Woo! Yeah.
Here we go.
Stop the
Well, I actually, my roommate's a huge nerd, and he actually taught me today. This is something I didn't know existed in the Electoral College about something called like a faithless elector, which theoretically shouldn't change the outcome of the election. Apparently, it's like really unheard of for that to happen. But the idea of that existing alone is just so bonkers to me.
Isn't our democracy amazing?
It's absolutely insane.
That's like
Well,
when
because it's like so
they don't have to
the
acknowledge
population of a
votes.
state can vote one way, and then the person who's supposed to vote for the state, the elector, can just
Right.
decide otherwise. Apparently,
That's a really cool idea.
Well, you know, I remember. I'll never forget, like when the bailouts were going on in 2008, and people were calling the Senate, like in California, and then one of them came out and was like, "The people don't know any better. We're just gonna pass it through. Like, don't fucking worry about it." And it's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. There's systems involved in not representing the people, and that's where I became much more jaded. Where it doesn't fucking matter whether you tell people to represent you. They're like, I don't need to.
I am dying to know, though. I am seriously dying to know. Please try as hard as you can to be as faithful as possible. I need to know, what are the legitimate arguments that people use in support of the Electoral College? What do people actually say when they're
just
arguing in favor of it?
Republicans
wanna
wouldn't win if they didn't have it.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
it.
best
But no,
argument.
what do they say? What do they say though? Because they don't say that.
The idea is that, like, oh, because coastal cities have such a huge population, and like, you know, flyover states and like, you know, large like kind of wasteland states don't have as many people to vote. The idea of just a popular vote deciding everything for the whole country would be messed up, because everything that would be voted on would favor the coastal elites. as
Oh,
opposed-
okay. So it's like intersectionalism then.
Yeah, exactly.
The real
Technically,
minority,
yes.
you know?
So, yeah, okay. So theoretically, these people would be in favor of any minority having votes more than the average person, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
That's the
The funny thing
understanding?
is the Electoral College does literally nothing to prioritize like the president's attention towards smaller states. If you want smaller states to be represented, that's what we have the fucking Senate for. That's what we have governors for. That's what we have state legislators for. The president represents the people of the country, and the people of the country should all have their votes count the same. The Electoral College does not lead to presidents spending more time in fucking Wyoming. It leads to them spending all their time in swing states, because those are the only ones that matter. In a proper proportional system without an Electoral College, there would be an incentive for presidents to spend their time in every state, because the votes of all of these citizens are valued equally. Instead, people all spend their time in fucking Florida and Ohio and you know, Arizona, and they just jump around like these states, Wisconsin, and it's super, honestly, it's super boring. I just want more people. Yeah, I guess Texas now, that Texas might end up being a swing state, you know?
Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. Wait, is Georgia ever blue like in elections, or is this rare?
I think it's been a while, hasn't it? When was the last time Georgia
Yeah.
went blue?
I'm not sure.
I think it was Clinton. I think that was the last time.
1992. Yeah, it's been 28
wow.
years.
Damn.
Nice.
Yeah. Before I was born, Jesus.
Slightly
Zoomer.
after I was born.
Oh, I would hate to be you.
Wait, Vaush, are you technically a Zoomer? Wait, what's the cutoff for a Zoomer?
Just,
Yeah, he's
just barely a millennial.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Just barely. Anyway, yeah, the Electoral College. By the way, the Electoral College might actually be legislatively superseded soon by the Interstate Voter Compact, if you guys have heard about that.
No.
I have no idea what that is.
Can I have the floor for just 60 seconds? I'll
Yes.
knock it out of the park, okay?
People are mad that I said
Please, I would
Wednesday.
love to hear.
Go the fuck off.
Okay, so essentially the idea is, because getting rid of the Electoral College would be a massive legislative haul, you know, instead, there are states that are making secret backroom agreements. I mean, it's through law, so it's not really secret, but they're making the agreement that should a number of states which would determine which contain over 50% of the population agree to it, they will all implement collectively a policy where all of their electoral college voters are forced to put their votes in favor of whichever party the most people voted for nationally, meaning that as soon as more than 50% of the population of America is within states that sign the voter compact, the interstate voter compact, they will essentially invalidate the electoral college by only casting their majority electoral college votes to whichever the majority of the population voted for. So essentially you get rid of the electoral college. CGP Grey has a video on it. It's super cool.
I think I would understand it better through a CGP Grey video.
Yeah, you should probably watch that.
Yeah, that was that completely.
I just want a grill.
Vaush, I got a super chat. Hold on, read
no.
this. What Vaush is saying doesn't matter. If the Electoral College didn't exist, you would never have a Republican president to represent the Republican people of the country, farmers, factory workers, and so on.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
not
dude.
how that works. The president represents the people. The president doesn't represent the what?
Cry
That's not how
fucking
that
hard.
works.
Cry harder, bro. They'll never represent. Yeah, it's tough shit. Better win the popular vote, dumb fuck.
This is yeah. No.
Sorry.
We were talking about this earlier.
Thank
where
you, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really understand the Electoral College. I don't understand what we have. There was a tweet from somebody today that was just like, if Biden won because of the Electoral College, would you lefties still want to abolish it? Like, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously.
That's winning the popular vote by like 4.5 million.
Yeah, that was so disappointing. I know none of you are that entertained by Canadian politics, but one of Trudeau's electoral promises was to
There's another
get rid of
Canadian
first
in
past
here.
the post
Yeah, damn.
Really?
voting.
It's okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Wait. What was he trying to do?
Sorry, yeah.
He promised to get rid of first past the post voting, so you could have like tiered voting or replace it with another system. There's tons of reasons why first past the post is just a crappy system, and there's a CGP Grey video on it. He promised to get rid of that, and then won through that, and then was like, actually it's hard, and you guys don't really want it anyway. And it was just like, fuck you. I was so
Thanks, Justin.
Yep.
Yeah.
You voted for that and marijuana legalization, and he only.
We voted for him after blackface.
Yeah, true.
We re-elected him after blackface, and it was the right decision because
It was
Andrew
the right
Scheer would have fucked up this whole COVID thing.
Exactly.
I would not like to live in that.
Ooh.
alternate
Blackface
universe.
is like
went so smoothly.
nothing in America either. Like in America, I think for like the presidential race, especially as a Republican, like blackface, that would be like maybe
Bad
even a
vomit.
positive in some areas, you know?
All is
Yeah.
funnier than hell. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Dude, it's it's this whole cycle, this whole election cycle has been a hellscape. I feel almost like none of it happened.
There's another
Almost.
angry
You know what I
super
mean?
chat.
Oh, good.
Vaush pretty well demonstrates why the Electoral College is needed in his reply.
Listen, I totally understand why you're mad about that, but you have to understand that it's good because I'll lose if it's not there isn't actually a good argument. When I argue that the Electoral College system sucks, I don't do it by saying because Democrats would win more often, though I am happy with that conclusion. I do it by explaining why I think it's unrepresentative, unfair, and undemocratic. You only care about it because you need it to win. It's your baby boy crutch, your consolation prize, okay?
The
better.
response should just be, okay, let's give
Do
black
better,
people a
sweetie.
more proportional percentage of the vote then.
True!
That's what the response should just be. Just like, okay, then you should think that a black person's vote should be 10 times as more, however
Trans
much of the
caucus,
population. Yeah,
25
Yeah,
times.
like
It is-
that's really what the argument is.
It is
so.
the exact same thought,
Yeah.
just carried out to
Yeah.
its logical conclusion.
Yeah.
But they you know,
Like, whoa, slow down
everybody-
there, buddy.
Yeah, like
down there.
whoa,
We don't want to go that
slow
far.
down.
One person, one vote. That's what it should be.
Yeah, it's really
like,
simple.
okay, you're in the minority, and you have to adjust the rules to make it so that you don't exactly play fairly to win. It's like, oh, this is exactly what you've been arguing against every other moment, right? So
yeah,
just be consistent.
We'll get it
It's
one
all
day.
cognitive dissonance.
Somebody in the chat named Hitler disagrees with us, so I take that as take that as you will.
Ah, that one hurt.
How many streams are going at once right now? I know Vaush is streaming. Who else is streaming?
Just me on my
Yeah, it's just true.
my fucking
On your
alternate
what?
dead channel.
It's not that.
Oh,
Why do you
I
think
tried to
it's...
find it. I didn't.
Because they didn't upload for 5 months. And
You
it
have
doesn't
literally
matter.
5,000
Don't
people.
say that. Don't say that because that stresses me out.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, what? For 5 months. Try 2 years. I'm kidding.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right.
Okay, there you are.
I feel this way when I don't upload for 12 hours.
You are just like.
How do you do that? I don't
every fucking
understand.
day.
I mean,
Like, what does it take? What are you on?
It's live. It's you do like you do like clips of live stream.
Yeah, it's
right?
live stream clips. I have an incredibly low effort model. It's the same shit
I
that
wish-
like,
Oh, yeah. That's the best.
yeah, that,
Yeah.
like the quartering or
pretty
whatever
great.
it does.
I wish I had the foresight to have done that instead of.
Yeah.
And I have an
spending
editor
fucking
now.
weeks.
Nice. Okay, that helps.
Is it a co-op though?
I mean, he gets he gets a % cut in complete creative freedom. So I think
There
that's
you
the most
go.
you can do, right?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
What does he think about honor? Does he? Is he? I'm sorry. Oh my god. Did you see Sargon's account is gone?
Yeah, I got. That's
know.
too
Like
bad.
at the peak of the election. Just gone.
It's I'm sad. It was
Poor
actually
boy.
like a really good lolcow thing, you know? I actually kind of miss it.
Yeah.
Because on his YouTube account, he's very, unsure.
Yes.
As a representative of English liberalism, I am in favor of freedom of speech. But then on Twitter, he'll be like quote tweeting people calling gays like subhuman, and he'll be like, "Ha, you got it on this one. Nailed it out of the park."
He fucking retweeted some shit that was like all these facts. He called them hate facts about. You know what I'm talking about
I know
LGBT
exactly what you're
people.
talking
And one of the facts was LGBT people on average are in more mixed race relationships. It's like so. What the fuck does that?
Isn't he friends with like Milo though, who's also in a mixed race relationship?
I don't know.
Like,
Yeah, but
okay.
he's in the one good mixed race
Cognitive
relationship.
dissonance though.
Okay.
Again, they always you're I like you, so I'm gonna overlook that. You know?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But they always do this. I
That's
mean, even
just how human beings are.
wasn't Hitler scatophilic? I'm pretty sure that would be sexual degeneracy by their standards. And they were drug addicts. Like
What
they
the
always
fuck?
do this. The far right people are incredibly quick to jump on like bad when you do it, okay when I do it. You know?
Yeah, they're all fucking degenerates behind the scenes.
Well, in fairness, that happens kind of all over the place.
I'm pretty sure everyone's a pervert.
True.
Okay. Pretty sure.
Not me, guys.
That's like the weirdest thing to
Yeah, what the
criticize
fuck are you
others
talking
about.
about?
It's I've always found it so weird that like a human being can have their nudes leaked online and that's supposed to be like the end of their life or something, where it's like this person has genitals. This person has had sex before. It's like I've never had genitals or sex. Look at me. Like,
Well, it's a
okay.
testament to how immature we are sexually, right? I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that in like the Danish Super Bowl, literally like 6 days ago or something, they had a commercial and it was a pun for some product, but everyone was naked in it. They showed everything. They showed cock, they showed balls, they showed lips. And like Iceland, not Denmark. I don't care. You're all Europeans. You're all the same to me. But like here in America, like you can show like gory death before you can show so much as a tit, and it really speaks, I think, to an incredible immaturity. I think it's one of the reasons why we have so much pornography addiction in this country too. The sight of a naked body is so taboo that people get like caught into really bad dopamine traps.
But that's I think that's the same logic behind like the burqa, right? It's just like,
yes,
you know, it's like edging in a way.
Yeah,
It's like
the
you
people who
remove
are
it.
like Muslims are destroying our culture are also the same people who say slutty ass bitches
Yeah,
need to cover
like
the fuck up.
sexual puritanism.
Yeah.
A lot of them are like embracing what they're calling the white Sharia, though. Like they're dead ass, just like yeah, white Sharia. Like they're just embracing it now.
There's
They
call it that. They call it that.
I had to.
Yeah.
I had to.
Wild.
I had to run and go buy weed and some more White Claws. And while I'm driving back, you guys start bringing up fucking Greenwood Outlaw fucking account, Sargon's account. I'm like screaming in my car, like, gotta fucking get home, dude.
Yeah,
This
don't
white,
crash.
this white Sharia shit that Sargon started spouting off.
Yeah.
is
I've never heard of
so
this. I've never heard of this.
fucking
Yeah.
weird. This is some real shit. Sargon says,
PJW is another one of them.
Oh yeah, I've
He
seen
is.
his.
Oh, obviously,
He
yeah.
is. unironically, in a live stream, Sargon of Akkad and Stefan Molyneux start talking about how it is the duty of every single woman who lives in a Western civilization to breed, to make sure that they continue on the West philosophical ideology. Like it
Just
is
classical liberalism, Jeff.
It's literally the 14 words. That's all it is. That's all it is.
It's fighting against the great replacement, quote unquote. Like, and it's not. They're not even like trying to hide it. And when you point it out, they're like, "Well, that just seems ridiculous. That's not." No, bitch, it's right there. It's so obvious.
You know what
It's
the
out
worst
in the
part
fucking
is,
open.
too? The worst part is
Huh.
it's 100% because they want to get laid. It's the exact
Yeah.
same logic, as those fucking loser guys who will say, like, feminism hasn't corrupted East Asian women. They're still submissive and demure.
Oh.
The reason they're embracing white Sharia, the reason they don't want black people or immigrants in their country, the reason they want women to be submissive and cowed and demurred is all because they want a fucking state-mandated GF to suck them awake every morning and not talk shit when they fucking spend 18 hours a day sitting in a shit-covered chair playing League of Legends. It all boils down to the exact same desire to have a woman you can treat as a personal mom/slave, and that's basically all far-right political ideologies. It basically boils down exclusively to that, and it's really fucking sad to see the 87 iterations constantly cycle out in different degrees of popularity, you know?
Well, then
But you
why,
can't-
why is it then that all these like right-wing people didn't want to vote for Biden? Because he's going to bring forth the Marxist fucking paradise, the utopian ideal, where we take half of all conservative men, we flatten their dicks, we force feminize them, and we turn them into state-mandated girlfriends. Get on the winning team, guys.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
State-mandated femboys or like forced feminization or whatever, I think, would go a long way towards addressing the cultural issues in our country.
Or cat boys for Fuentes.
Yeah.
He was saying that after a Biden presidency, it would be perfectly legal for black people to kill him. That's what he was saying.
I saw that clip.
I saw that.
Do we have any volunteers? Do we have any volunteers?
I mean,
That's so.
what are you trying to say, Jeff?
Derek, get out there.
Satire.
Look, I have no desire to kill people, but if I'm obligated to, if it is my duty, nah, fuck it. I'm
No,
not.
you can't. see, remember that live stream that we were on, Shu, and people were just talking about like what do cops do after they're not working as cops anymore, and then Sargon interpreted that as like people wanting to kill cops.
Yes.
Just like,
And then we
you
got
gotta-
canceled for it.
You gotta be careful with spicy things you say,
There
'cause
was-
it's just gonna
there
be
were so many
interpreted as
people-
uncharitably as possible.
Yo, that's what I
apparently.
thought. That's what I thought. Like you guys were talking about, like, or
Yeah,
people.
there was no
people were
mention
talking
of
about
cop
like
murdering.
Yeah, no, people were talking about like, and I was hearing it in that Sargon video, and it was like, it sounds like they're just talking about like what employment would they seek if that's no longer employment.
That's literally what was being
but like,
discussed.
but I had to even assume. I just had to
Yeah.
assume for my own sanity that like, oh, there must be more that he just refused
no,
to
no.
show for some reason.
Well,
But it really was
Matt,
straight up.
If
to
there was
clarify.
more to it, that would have been in the clip. That would have been like a damning thing that he could be.
No, yeah,
putting
exactly.
in the
That's
video,
that's
right?
why. Like I knew in my heart that it was nonsense.
Adam, there were so many people. There were so many people in the comments, Adam, that were like, "I didn't
Yeah.
know your movie sucks with socialists. I'm unsubscribing." Like,
That's
fuck,
funny.
right wing cancel
Yeah.
culture.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like my reviews are like mostly like apolitical. I do recommend a lot of like foreign independent films though, which kind of pisses some
Even
people
that
off.
is a political.
But-
Even that is a political stance.
Yeah, I guess so.
I never considered
Guy
that.
that freaked out about Parasite winning the Oscars.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
that was so funny.
I forgot about
That was
that.
a huge thing. That was a huge thing at the time. Yeah.
I forgot about that. I saw some spicy tweets. Hell
What the
yeah.
fuck year was that? When did that happen?
That was
last
like
year.
this.
No, the beginning
Oh,
of this
was
year.
last year?
It was
Oh
the
my
beginning of this
That
year.
was,
Sorry.
Holy
that was
the
shit.
Oscars
a
are always
2019 film for the 2020
Or
Oscars.
2020.
He was like,
Yes,
he was like,
absolutely.
Joker should have won, not Parasite. It was like, Joker was basically like the derpier version of fucking Parasite. Like they both had
I like how
similar
he said that
sort
he would
of
be okay
vibe.
with an American film like 1917 winning, even though it was British.
Yes.
Well,
Those are British.
yeah, they mean of course white film, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
Even that is culture war stuff because the far right
Yes.
people they want it. They want a very nationalistic, very racially segregated perspective on art appreciation. When you appreciate
Yeah.
art from other cultures, it has to be from the perspective of a museum, curator. You have to look down on it. Whereas giving awards
Unless it's
to something-
anime.
unless it's anime. But even, well, that's their little bedroom secret, you know. But for like the culturally recognized stuff, they don't want like real praise going to foreign works, because it suggests that there's more cultural breadth, more value outside of our borders.
I think part of the reason why it happened is that a lot of these people, when they see something like this, they just assume, you know, Oscar winner Parasite, it's the foreign movie. They haven't seen it. And their base assumption is going to be like, oh, this was only picked because it's a foreign movie.
Yep.
Like, I don't, you know, because most people in America, whether they're racist or not, don't watch a lot of foreign movies. Like, it's not, people in America don't really look outside of their own country a whole lot, whether it's like art or policy, etc.
Anytime
right?
a woman,
so
anytime a woman's in power, she must have gotten there because she fucked her way up to the top. Anytime a black guy's in power, must have been affirmative action. They do the same thing anytime a minority. Wait, hold on. Apparently Biden's about to speak. Is this important?
Oh.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, hold on. Give me. All right, give the link. All right, let's.
Oh wait, should we watch this all at once, or is that possible? No. Is
Yeah,
that
here.
possible?
I'll put the link in chat. Here you go. From
Okay.
Bloomberg Quick Take now. There you go.
Oh yeah. I also need to say, because I forgot, I need to say that I'm not going to kill Fuentes. I need to put that, because you guys were talking about how they misinterpreted shit. I need to put that out there. I need to put that out there.
What I do on my Twitch channel is anytime I say something really spicy, I just shout the word satire over and over right after. That seems to be fun.
I should do that.
Satire. I literally do that. It's so funny.
I should do that.
If you ever see a man,
Please
if you ever see a
adopt
man
it.
standing over Nick Fuentes' body and he's wearing the face of Derek Blackman, and he's wielding a katana, it's me with a mask, okay?
Well, the thing, I mean, I like the LARP. I don't like LARPing, like in general, when lefties are like, I'm ready to die in the revolution, and they're a 16-year-old too anxious to order pizza on the phone, and I don't like that stuff. Nick Fuentes is like a little fucking basement bunker boy, a little fucking twink, who makes probably like 7 figures live streaming. There's no fucking way this guy is ever going to risk his life in a fucking revolution. So yeah, it's just the pretense is really obnoxious, you know.
As a Hispanic, I apologize for Fuentes.
No,
there's not much I can do, you know.
What do you think the speech is going to be like? Do you think they're going to actually declare victory? Which the media has been kind of slow, because right now mathematically it's
It would
pretty
be
much
weird
set.
if they did it before it was like called by.
Yeah, but I feel like the media
that'd
should
be like
have
hypocritical,
already.
right?
Biden's just gonna get on
I think he'll give a nudge, wink, wink. He'll be like, "You guys know what's going on," sort of thing, without actually.
Biden will get on stage and just be like, "The last capitalist we hang will be the one that sold us the rope." That'll be it.
I choked out Corn Pop with my chain.
Yo, I was just about to mention Corn Pop.
A specter is haunting America. The specter of
If he says the word
communism.
malarkey, I'll be happy.
Oh my god.
He's such a fucking meme lord. He's so much funnier now than he was when he was the VP. Holy shit.
I
he's
do
deteriorated.
Yeah.
yeah. I do like have an immediate kind of rejection towards some of his more centrist and peace-minded ideals. I do, because like I want change, but I have to admit, I think it was like 2 nights ago when he gave that like really impassioned speech, he sounded presidential.
Yeah.
I still don't like him. I still don't believe in what he represents necessarily, but he did
Because
sound...
we're still comparing him to Trump. That's the thing.
And that's right.
So he's obviously gonna seem better.
He sounded like a
I
warm
feel
blanket.
the same way about Obama.
I hate the guy. It's part of the facade. Still better than Trump.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
like,
Well, I think
that's the whole point,
from
is
a
to like pull
socialist-
the wool over your eyes, right?
From a socialist perspective, if I may, you want to maintain leadership which presents this facade of bourgeois legitimacy, because if you do that, they have certain civil-minded affectations you can take advantage of. Like, say, for example, the idea that people deserve equal rights, or wait, it's on? Wait, hold on. Wait, is it on? Wait, I don't see anything.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I hear it. There's audio.
Okay.
We don't have a final declaration
All right.
of victory yet, but the numbers tell us it's clear. Tell us a clear and convincing story. We're going to win this race. Just look at what has happened since yesterday. 24 hours. We were behind in Georgia. Now we're ahead, and we're going to win that state. 24 hours ago, we're behind in Pennsylvania, and we are going to win Pennsylvania.
I am inevitable.
And now we're ahead, but we're winning in Arizona, we're winning in Nevada, and in fact, our lead just doubled in Nevada. We're on track to over 300 electoral college votes. And look at the national numbers. We're going to win this race with a clear majority with the nation behind us. We've gotten over 74 million votes. Let me repeat that, 74 million votes. That's more than any presidential ticket has ever gotten in the history of the United States of America. And our vote total is still growing. We're beating Donald Trump by over 4 million votes. And that's a margin that's still growing as well.
Most votes in history.
One of the things I'm especially proud of is how well we've done across America. And we're going to be the first Democrat to win in Arizona in 24 years. We're going to be the first Democrat to win Georgia in 28 years. And we've rebuilt the blue wall in the middle of the country that crumbled just 4 years ago.
Build the wall.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
He built the wall.
Heartland of this nation.
Keeping the
I know
Canadians
watching
out.
these vote tallies on TV moves.
Yeah, fuck off.
Except for you guys.
Thank you.
What happened?
What?
That's weird.
What?
Technical difficulties.
Are you fucking kidding me?
They hacked it.
All right. Well, on that note, guys. On that note, I am so hungry. So
Okay,
I'm probably gonna bounce. But thanks for inviting me. It was good talking to all you guys.
Great to
good.
see you.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Chris, good to talk to you again. Have some good food.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks, man. We should talk again soon.
Yeah.
Chris, shut up.
All right, bye.
Bye.
What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
Corn pop got
That was interesting.
Corn Pop's revenge.
Seriously though, what the does any? Okay, wait. I'm being given an alternative link. Hold on. I'll give it to all of you. Okay.
So no is getting more worrisome all across the country. Daily cases are skyrocketing. And it's now believed that we could see as many as 200,000 cases in a single day.
You don't have ad
The
block?
death toll is approaching 240,000 lives lost in this virus.
Okay.
That's 240,000 empty chairs, kitchen tables, and dining room tables all across America. We'll never be able to measure all that pain.
Who's echoing?
The loss,
Yeah,
the
it's
suffering
echoing. Who's echoing?
so many families have experienced.
You can mute
We
someone
know
by
something
right-clicking
about
on them
what it
if you
feels to like to lose to
It's
someone.
Vaush.
It feels like to lose someone.
It might be an echo in
And I
the
want them to
actual.
know they're not alone. Our hearts break with you.
It might be in the actual video.
I want
feed. I
everyone-
muted the video and I don't hear
Everyone to
anything.
know on
It's good
day
now.
one, we're going to put our plan to control this virus into action. We can't save any of the lives lost, any of those who have been lost, but we can save a lot of lives in the months ahead. Senator Harris and I also heard yesterday about how this recovery is slowing because of the failure to get the pandemic under control. More than 20 million people are on unemployment. Millions are worried about making rent and putting food on the table. Our economic plan will put a focus on a path to a strong recovery. Look, we both know tensions are high. They can be high after a tough election, one like we've had. But we need to remember, we have to remain calm, patient. Let the process work out as we count all the votes. You know, we're proving again what we've proved for 244 years in this country. Democracy works. Your vote will be counted. I don't care how hard people try to stop it. I will not let it happen. The people will be heard. Our journey is toward a more perfect union, and it keeps moving on. In America, we hold strong views. We have strong disagreements, and that's okay. Strong disagreements are inevitable in a democracy. Strong disagreements are healthy. They're a sign of a vigorous debate, of deeply held views. But we have to remember, the purpose of our politics isn't total, unrelenting, unending warfare. No, the purpose of our politics, the work of the nation, isn't to fan the flames of conflict, but to solve problems, to guarantee justice, to give everybody a fair shot, and to improve the lives of our people. We may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. And no matter who you voted for,
Big brain centrist time.
I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted,
150 Americans.
they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues, but at least we can agree to be civil with one another. We have to put the anger and the demonization behind us. It's time for us to come together as a nation to heal. It's not going to be easy, but we have to try. My responsibility as president will be to represent the whole nation. And I want you to know that I'll work as hard for those who voted against me as those who voted for me.
Thanks,
That's
Joe.
the job. That's the job. It's called the duty of care for all Americans. We have serious problems to deal with, from COVID to the economy to racial justice to climate change. We don't have any more time to waste on partisan warfare.
Neither do you.
You know, and more than that, we have such an incredible opportunity to build the future we want for our kids and our grandkids. I've said many, many times, I've never been more optimistic about the future of this nation. There is no reason we can't own the 21st century. We just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been unable to do, unable to accomplish when we've done it together. I hope to be talking to you tomorrow. I want to thank you all.
True.
And may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Good night.
Well, we heard a lot of the themes you would hear.
Oh shit, my man really just said, today America, tomorrow the world. The fucking Fourth Reich has begun.
Oh shit.
Here we go.
He wasn't wearing a mask.
go.
What a hypocrite.
No mask. Didn't do the fucking worm.
It begins. Sit down, Jack.
I love how he always says, "God bless our troops" at the end.
It's like a tick, you know?
What is that? Yeah.
Wasn't the son of his who died? Wasn't he a serviceman?
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh yeah.
That kind of makes sense then.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really want to like Biden. I don't want to, but I kind of do, and it makes me feel disgusting.
We gotta like him.
I
for
can
now.
help with that. I'll talk to you later.
I think, well, for me personally, I think that the relationship between liking somebody and fighting against them is like nil. Like like even if I like the hell out of Biden for stupid like mimetic reasons, it's not going to impede me from like advocating against the Democrats or anything like that.
Oh no. Yeah. Like knowing that he has a loving relationship with his son is heartwarming and it's cool, and I appreciate that. But bitch needs to move left. We need Medicare for all. No, I agree. I totally agree.
It ain't happening. He already fucking said he was
Will
gonna
you
do it.
guys? I know. All right. So if Biden pulls some dumb shit, I better see some of you guys like fucking protesting out in DC.
Wait, do you think I'm just gonna get complacent, Shu?
He's going back to brunch.
Yeah, I don't want you to go back to brunch, Vaush.
I'll go to Portland. I'll protest in Portland. I'm not gonna fly
Yeah.
over to DC though. You know.
So, do we have any current information? I'm sorry, this is a complete non sequitur. Do we have any current information on the state of the Alaskan Senate race? Because some people have been telling me that there's a possibility the Democrat could actually end up taking that, which would mean that we would only have to win one of the two Georgian runoffs, which would mean there's actually a decent chance of us winning the Senate. Alaska's been looking really weird. I keep getting a lot of
What is up?
Are
Are we
there's
like?
only 50% reporting, right? So
Mhm. What is up with like we're
I don't
losing
know.
house seats and stuff?
We lost House seats.
God damn.
Yeah, we fucking suck.
Yeah, we're still
Oopsie.
Like,
Oopsie.
yeah. What's crazy right now is that we are actually in a deadlock with the Senate, and we've been in a deadlock.
Oh wow, yeah.
For like
Yeah. Well, if we win,
2.5 days or something?
if we win both of the Georgian runoffs, or one of the Georgian runoffs and also Alaska, it's 50-50 in the Senate. 48 Dems, 50 Republicans, and 2 independents who vote with the Democrats. But then the vice president gets to determine the result of ties. So since that would be Kamala, it would essentially be our Senate.
Mhm.
Yeah. That'd be wild, man.
Alaskan.
I like how in 2016 there were people saying I'm moving to Canada, and now there's people saying I'm moving to Mexico.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw the website for New Zealand was bombarded with a lot of
Nice.
traffic. You know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm going to New Zealand. It's pure." I
Oh,
can't
really?
think-
Just for like
Hey,
the.
Vosh, you wanted to go to New
I'd go
Zealand.
to yeah.
Wait a
That
minute,
place
yeah,
is
you
supposed to be.
fucking.
It's like better Australia. They have no COVID.
Mhm.
They're a fairly left-wing government. It's beautiful over there.
It
Yeah,
is.
that's why they're not,
Gabon's there.
Love to live there.
they're not gonna accept any. By the way, fuck off. We're good.
I'll tip them. I'll bribe them.
Hey, if it works.
Yeah,
All right,
I don't.
Yeah, I'm good. I think we're gonna bring this to an end.
Oh damn. Okay, sorry. I hope that was not me.
Oh wait, no. I'm getting so tired. I'm like drunk and tired. But
Yeah,
Oh.
fucking Josephine. Why'd
What's
you have to
your
bring
time
down the
zone?
No,
mood?
I hate when that happens.
Damn.
Why?
Yeah,
Stop.
you're Eastern, aren't you?
Yeah, but this was
No,
fun,
it's my
guys.
bedtime.
Wait, can we wait?
Wait. What?
Maybe we, along with some others, should come together, and we should play Among Us sometime.
Yes, I would fucking
Yes.
wait for this.
Oh
If I
my
do,
god.
it will
Can
be
we
my
do that?
first time
Brunch
playing it.
celebration
Same.
Among Us. Yeah, we
Me
gotta
too.
do it on
Every
YouTube
time.
though. We gotta do it on YouTube because someone here was banned off of Twitch and we can't go on Twitch.
Wonder who.
Somebody here was a bad fucking.
Someone here was
Bad
spicy.
man.
Bad.
So, so yeah, we're gonna do a YouTube Among Us thing. We absolutely have to. So
I
Can
want
you
you
just
guys
use
to know.
like a voice modifier and make you sound like a chipmunk, and then I can stream on Twitch?
I am making.
This isn't Vaush. This is Gosh.
So like I don't want to sound like I have a conspiracy theory or
Shaw.
anything, but a certain somebody flew over to DC to have a debate with a certain somebody. I went to go and watch it and stream my response to Twitch, and my Twitch glitched the fuck out and would not let me stream.
Dude,
Like
no.
I've never had anything like that happen before.
There have been people who have been banned for watching YouTube videos of mine. They're serious about it.
holy shit.
Yeah.
Public enemy number one over there.
It's so
Damn.
fucking dumb,
What
dude.
the hell happened?
Like-
I'm totally in the dark.
Like,
Don't worry about it.
like unironically, like, what do I have? Like, how big do I have to be to like get this undone? Like, I was trying to get this appealed back when I had 500 concurrents. Now I'm getting 20,000. What do I like? Where's the threshold where I'm gonna make them enough money that they think it's worth their time?
You're like
You
you're
just
like
have
the
to find someone who's an admin.
Yeah.
You're like
that
the
likes you, really.
Voldemort. You're the Voldemort of Twitch, dude. Oh my
Here's
god.
what I actually need to do, okay? I need to fly down to San Francisco, get a hotel room, stay there for a while, and aggressively start finding people on Tinder, okay? I need to find somebody with unfashionable glasses and basically like a at-home haircut. Fuck the life out of them, and then while they're drearily trying to like fucking scoop up the cum from their bed sheets, I need to make a case for them, okay? I need to give them the argument, okay? I'll put it together.
Sir, please.
I hate
You
I
were
hate a
on
cra-
my stream too.
Sorry.
I hate to chisel cracks in your idea, man, but like I went to Twitter HQ and I held a sign in front of
tried
Twitter HQ that said
Yes,
pee
you
pee
did.
poo poo. And I got my fucking Twitter account yeeted so fucking fast, dude. When you show up in San Francisco, they don't think it's cute. They think it's really fucking weird. They get real mad, man. They get real mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why that's the Tinder angle. I don't show up at their
YouTube.
headquarters. I show up in their bedroom. They invite
You
me.
better you better bring that fucking voodoo dick, dude. Otherwise, you're screwed. You're just gonna make it worse.
Holy shit. Okay.
I'm
All
just
right,
Voodoo
guys.
dick. Okay.
All right,
Voodoo
Among Us
dick.
stream. We have
Bye,
to. plan
Shu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me
Okay,
some
okay.
notice.
Okay. Oh yeah, this was fun. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
seriously.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you. I love you all very
Bye,
much.
Shu.
Thank you for having me
This was
in. I
very
hope to
fun.
talk to you all soon.
And then
Oh.
Josephine, you said you're leaving too?
Yes, you guys are all.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm not leaving.
And yes,
Thanks.
don't forget to do the.
I'm gonna take
stream.
my shirt
That'd be
off.
fun.
Yep. Bye, guys.
Oh, see, it's not
Great
just me
voice
being
meeting,
salacious. All right, peace.
Godspeed.
Bye, chat. This was fun.
Fucking dorks. All right, we're back. Meadows has COVID. Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has the coronavirus. Yes! Mark Meadows, you weaselly little piece of shit! Guys, Mark Meadows is one of like the 4 fucking horsemen who whispers bad ideas into the ears of Donald Trump, okay? I haven't talked much about Mark Meadows because I can't make funny YouTube videos out of it, but just so you guys know, like alongside maybe like Fox and Friends and like OAN, Mark Meadows is a pretty significant influence on Donald Trump. He's the like worm tongue from the fucking Lord of the Rings. He's like whispering the ideas in, you know? So, yeah, now he's got COVID. Maybe he got too close to Trump and licked his, like, fucking ear hole or something like that. What about Alito and segregating mail-in ballots in PA? Well, it is what it is. Alito has requested that. I'm arguing with Caleb Maupin on Twitter, and he linked me an article from a website called The Drama Report as proof of you being a pedophile. Ah, yes, The Drama Report, where anonymous alt-writers can submit articles of people they don't like with no substantiation or proof or backing whatsoever, and just make claims. Ah, yes, truly the... I mean, not that it's surprising, because Caleb Maupin, as far as I'm concerned, is an alt-writer, so... The Alito order isn't a big deal. Bastiat, can you come on for 5 minutes and explain why, or can you type it out? Is it simple enough that you can type it out? Also, Lance, are you still here? Okay, Bastiat can come on for just a second. Do you think you'll have kids? You know what's actually really, really... Oh, God. Did I leak anything? No, I didn't. Okay, fuck. We just talked about leaking DMs. God fucking damn it. Okay, we're fine. Oh, wait, hold on. They're still on. Wait, hold on.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw him. Oh,
Also,
hello.
everyone watching
Vaush back
Shoe,
here.
subscribe to my YouTube. I'm called Vaush. Goodbye. Okay, there we go. Keeping the call going when I'm not there. I'll show them. What are they hiding? Not any subscribers, that's for sure. Ha! Okay, sorry. Here's the article about the Alito thing. Gotcha, let me take a look. Okay, where's Bastiat? Bastiat, I'm calling you. Oh, it's going way back to load your messages. I guess it's been a while since we've talked. Okay, I'm calling. Blue D. Hello.
How you doing?
Doing great. All right, hit me up. I want to talk to Lance as well, and then I'm probably gonna head off because I've been streaming a lot lately and I'm pretty tired.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw your sloshed out stream. That was a trip.
Thank you.
That was good stuff. It was very wholesome.
So explain this
I was just
Alito
gonna
thing.
say,
It's a little worrying.
Yeah, so it's well, you know, I'm not sure if some other people figure out 5D chess implications of it, but basically, the idea is that the Pennsylvania GOP requested that mail ballots be segregated based on those delivered after Election Day and those delivered before Election Day. And so Alito's order approved the request ordering county boards to comply with state guidance to keep the late ballots separate. They didn't order election officials to stop counting the ballots, which the Republicans had also sought. But the reason why I think it's kind of muted is that at the end of the day, Pennsylvania officials were already setting these mail ballots aside. And so it seems like the numbers we're looking at are ballots that would be legitimate any way you slice it, even if Alito comes back and says, you know, well, actually, maybe we need to consider whether these ballots that came in after Election Day are illegitimate. So it seems like a pretty muted thing.
So you're saying that it's probably like he's doing like the I'm looking at you, you're looking at me, looking at you kind of thing. Like he's signaling suspicion, but in all likelihood, there's basically no chance of the Supreme Court being able to rule against these votes.
I can't think of any reason why, but I don't even know that he's signaling suspicion. It's just saying that you want to keep them segregated because I guess you can imagine a situation where if you intermingled the ballots and then later down the line you wanted to challenge them, you can imagine why it would be hard to challenge them if they were all intermingled and you didn't know which ballots came in when, right? Okay. So I understand, you know, the wanting to segregate them just in case, but it seems pretty muted, all things considered.
Gotcha. So in your professional legal opinion,
The Supreme Court on
you feel pretty confident in the unchallengeability and the strength of Joe Biden's victory.
Well, so far, based on what we've seen, the challenges that the Republicans have issued seem to fall flat. Like, I don't know if anybody in here was watching a stream from a certain Twitch streamer yesterday, but he was
say his
playing
name.
Destiny stream yesterday. But he was playing a hearing where the Republicans were trying to levy a charge that poll watchers weren't allowed to watch the proceedings, and the only evidence they had was hearsay. And basically, one guy said that he heard somebody else say that he wasn't allowed into the counting room to watch the proceedings. And it's just pretty thin stuff. The judge dismissed it out of hand, gave him every chance to make his point, but at the end of the day, he couldn't really produce any kind of evidence to back it up.
You would agree that the behavior of the Republican Party right now only reaffirms the idea that this country can only survive if they are utterly obliterated and never allowed again into seats of power?
I might put a finer point on it, and I think it is the fact that some Republicans have been coming out saying fraud, 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 but it seems like it's been more of the Republicans saying that have been folks whose income depends on, I guess, the continuation of Trump, whereas other folks who have their own brand, like Mitt Romney or more conventional Republicans, have been a little quicker to say, well, all this talk about fraud is a little overrated. You got to base it on something. Folks, on the other hand, like say, I don't know, maybe you've seen Lauren Witzke from Delaware, who just lost to Chris Coons by 20 to 30 points. They're hammering down on this fraud stuff, right? Whereas somebody like, Mitt Romney is more skeptical of it. So I think it. Look, I don't want the Republicans to be. I don't want the Republicans to have power for quite a while. But I think that it's been the ones really hammering down this fraud thing. I think are the ones who see that without Trump, their future is very limited.
Gotcha. So you would agree that a free and fair society must necessarily exclude those which seek to destroy freedom and fairness, and therefore the elimination of the Republican Party is the only possible future for the states, right?
Well, I don't know I'd go that far, but I would like if the Republican Party, my ideal outcome, I guess, would have been that they would have been smashed in the ballot box instead of narrowly defeated.
Do you think Republicans are humans?
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's actually, I know this maybe isn't the place to make this argument, but if you've only got, I don't think you can have a healthy democracy with only one party that I guess you look at and think sane people could vote for that party, right? Mm-hmm. The Republican Party's got to sort itself out, but ultimately, I guess any country, in a liberal democracy of the sort we live in, as opposed to maybe some future society down the line, has to have more than one functioning political party.
Yeah, of course.
It's safe to have power.
What if
we
got rid of the Republican Party and then we made a new, very far left party, and those would be the two parties? But then we would get rid of the Democrats later.
Yeah, I don't think that's. But beyond that, I get where you're going at. But
I'm giving you shit largely.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But what I'm getting at is just that I guess those conservative views are probably always going to be with us in some fashion. It's just, are they going to be expressed by people who buy into the basic rules of the game, or are they going to be expressed by people who think the rules of the game are fucking bullshit, libtard, nonsense, and we need to maybe democracy is overrated. Like you heard Mike Lee a couple of weeks ago talking about how we're a republic, not a democracy. We're a republic, not a democracy, right? And I know that in a technical sense, they have a point. But boy, they sure love hammering. Some people really love hammering that down, to a point where just makes you think, I don't know, maybe they really they start to think that there's something virtuous about the fact that most people don't vote for them. The fact that they've lost 7 out of 8 popular votes in the that they've lost the popular vote in 7 of the 8 last elections for president. So
I don't think they give a fuck about democracy. I think that fundamentally, I am a libertarian socialist. I like political disagreement. And I recognize that a lot of the cultural problems we're dealing with in this country are just that, cultural. They aren't like, you couldn't pass one policy and fix them. It's a very slow procession of changing people's minds and material conditions adjusting, and I respect that, and I don't think there's an easy solution to that. The problem is, I feel like eventually, and we've seen this historically with other fascist governments and political parties, that if a bid for anti-democracy is made authoritatively enough, the bedrock upon which we get to make those democratic changes can be threatened. And under those circumstances, I would much rather be one of the countries which crushes without remorse the impetus of a fascist government than I would a country which did not, for fear of coming off authoritarian itself, and then must live with the consequences. That's the only argument that I make. And this time we won without having to resort to anything else, but a different set of conditions, a different people in power. Things could have gone differently, and eventually, one day, we're going to wake up and we're going to say, that's bullshit, that's not legal, they can't do that, and it won't matter. And we will have to live with the consequences of our abstemiousness.
Are you feeling really doomer, I guess, about the future here?
The future, well, it seems like the Republican Party is basically just speed running fascism right now. They don't have a majority, and it's only because we have a slightly more functioning democracy than the Weimar Republic did that we get to, survive today. But I think that eventually there's going to be a reckoning. I think there's probably going to be some sort of violent insurrection on their part. I just want us to be ready for it,
Well, I will say that I don't understand. I don't know if maybe lefties are going away from that anti-gun stuff nowadays. It seems like more people on the left are embracing the idea of private ownership.
Socialists tend to be pretty pro-gun. Karl Marx, under no pretenses, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess barring that, my point is that I think that I hope that as the Republicans kind of take a step back and think, what the hell do we do next? I hope that the faction that at least is interested in the rules of the game, I guess sort of the McCain types, prevails over the Josh Hawley, authoritarianism types, because I think that faction is dangerous in a different way.
Yeah, I agree.
Admittedly, I don't know what examples, what would be an example of a country, I guess, that took the approach that you were talking about, where they just crushed these folks?
Unfortunately, I would have to think about it for a little bit. I don't think it happens that often. Usually when fascist insurgencies are crushed, it's done by lefties. We had that happen in Spain unsuccessfully. In Russia, there was a prominent pseudo-monarchist fascist group called the 100 Knives or something like that, that ended up scaling off against the Democrats and the Bolsheviks, the Black Hundreds. Thank you. What a cool name. It seems like, generally speaking, liberal institutions are very vulnerable to people taking advantage of civility politics, and that's, I mean, there is a strength to that as well, because I do like the idea of living in a civil society. The issue is, I think at some points we have to learn when to snap into that defensive strategy, when the threat isn't just disagreement, it's breaking the rules that allow for that disagreement.
Yeah, I grant you there's a definite difference there. I do wonder, for example, if Trump wasn't so Trump, so abrasive and opposed to even trying to seem, what we conventionally might call presidential, whether he would actually have a much easier time taking an authoritarian route. And I think that's there was an article in the Atlantic about that recently, basically saying, arguing the next Trump will be much more dangerous because he will be more disciplined, as opposed to this one. And of course, there are some people who say that Trump is unique and a unique fluke. But I guess what I would say is that in terms of opposing authoritarianism, I think probably if you want to look back in American history, we've probably got all the examples you could ever look for. I mean, the southern states the southern states basically were authoritarian institutions, except for very brief periods until the 1960s, right? In one-party states, there's a brief period after the Civil War where they weren't, but other than that, they were basically one-party states. So I don't know.
I mean, if you go back to the 1930s Nazi Germany, after Hindenburg appointed Adolf Hitler, and then you had the subsequent elections where there was a great deal of violence. I think most people there could read the writing on the wall. That's why so many Jews tried to leave. I'm sure you wouldn't disagree at that time that you would say, if you could go back and say to all those liberal institutions, to all the media pundits, you know, right now it's time. Get out your bats, get out your guns. There's no more talking. Yeah, you have to go down to their offices and just leave them in a bloodied mess. And that's it. And you're saving lives by doing that. The problem is it never seems obvious until you're in retrospect. And the idea of being the one to toss that lever or push that button before you know for sure it's necessary puts you in a really difficult position. And we didn't have to do it this time. But America isn't Germany. America is the strongest country on earth. The consequences of an unchained fascist government could be globally devastating. It's something we need to be concerned about.
You're absolutely right. It reminds me of when occasionally somebody, occasionally I'll talk to a Canadian. I guess maybe we're past this with this election, but I'm talking to a Canadian, and they'd say, "Ha ha ha! You Americans are so ridiculous. Things up here work," and it's like, look, pal. I don't know if you get this, but this guy, if people like this ever, are without constraint here in the United States, where do you think they're coming next? You think they're just, they're going to respect borders any more than they respect our civil society? No. But
it would be if the American government ever went truly like pants on head crazy, I feel like it might be, at least it would approximate, I think, the end of the world. One of the big issues, too, is that the only reason we were able to stop Germany is because Germany didn't have nuclear technology. The moment nuclear weapons were developed by the major powers, like the ability to stop a fascist government by invading them, that's no longer a thing you can just do. America can't have anyone else save them. It would have to be a completely internal revolt, which is really difficult to do. So it's just something I'm concerned about,
I would, I guess I would say this though, in terms of knowing when to take action. Perhaps the American Revolution itself is somewhat instructive in the sense that the people, I guess, who we call the founding fathers, tried the olive branch petition and tried to petition more than a few times, but eventually, when it became clear that there was no legislative route for them, they took up arms before the British could bring in enough forces to crush them for good. Once they saw the British were starting to bring troops into the colonies and starting to do all of that, they took up arms and they resisted. Yeah. So I guess we as a country were built on sort of an attempt to avoid what you just described.
Yeah, even right now, the German Constitution actually has a clause in it about the right for the government to take any actions necessary to defend democracy against threats to its own democracy, meaning that it won't, at least in theory, allow democratic elections to challenge the democracy upon which they preside. So you couldn't have, for example, an anti-democracy party run and then abolish that system as soon as they achieved power. I'd argue the modern-day Republican Party is functionally an anti-democratic system, at least in principle, if not in actual practice, because they're also quite incompetent. But my question for you, and I have to speak to Lance, so my question for you is say it's January 20th, it's inauguration day for Joe Biden. Donald Trump refuses to leave office, and the Secret Service comply. The Secret Service go along with Trump and his unwillingness to leave. And he brings in the National Guard to defend the White House as he attempts to consolidate the continuation of an illegitimate presidency. At that point, what do you think? At that point, the guard's there. You can legislate all you want, but the soldiers are there. At what point, what do you do?
Well, I suppose at that point, you really have no more legal means of redress because he has a core of people who are willing to defend him with state force. Then just people get together and storm the barricades and tear it apart.
That'd be my hope. And that would be the American, and that would be the pro-democratic option, and that would be in line with the will of the founding fathers who believed that the citizenry should enact revolutionary change should the government no longer match the will of the people. So I think that's
so long as, just to be clear, so long as, in the scenario you described, there's no more process because these people have just decided, fuck you, we're not leaving no matter what. It's not like we're waiting for a court decision, right? It's like, no, we're not leaving. That's it.
Of course, it's never a hard line, of course. There's always a gradual recession of civil rights, where you have option after option exhausted, and eventually, I mean, the options you're currently waiting on are like civil petitions, and eventually you have to make the call. You know,
in that situation, as far as I can tell, our system is such that that's our hard line is January 20th, and either at that point Trump has already been confirmed as president or has not, and at that point is like automatically replaced. And if he refuses to comply with that and is backed by force, and he is preventing the legitimate president from exercising the law, then yeah, he has I guess made himself an enemy of the law and has to be brought to heel by whatever authority can do so.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's generally my point. I think perhaps lefties and liberals disagree to the extent to which Republicans are close to that precipice. It's just keep in mind that generally speaking, whenever coups like that happen, leftists are the first ones to die. Historically, we are always the first group to get brought up onto the chopping block because we're usually the most aggressive counter-protesters, the most aggressive activists. So it's something I think that historically and contemporarily we're a little bit more sensitive to. But it is ultimately a line I think that we both respect. It would just be a matter of like where in the fuzzy barrier we would think it should be drawn.
Yeah, the only thing about that German example is I feel like I have to know what their specific law is, but the notion of just like wiping an organization out, I don't know. I mean, that seems like that is something that, you know, Germany seems like a really solid functioning state, but it just seems like that's the kind of thing you could weaponize too. You know,
Sure,
like
but-
I feel like that's the kind of thing I can imagine being weaponized against, maybe some leftist movements, depending on how you define democracy, depending on how you, like.
Yeah, totally. But that's the threat that you have to, that's the consequence of invoking any kind of state power. It's the same with police, right? You know, like I believe that the state should be able to lock somebody up if they do X. And it's like, well, shit. Well, if you give them the power to write laws and then the power to arrest people based on those laws, they can do anything. And it's like, well, yeah, but let's hope they use it well then, right? Let's try to mandate that system.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right. Well, hey, it was good talking with you. I hope we can do it again sometime. I know you gotta
likewise.
go.
I always enjoy speaking with you.
Yeah,
After the inauguration of Biden, you and I are going to be no longer on the same side, I think. So it'll be more fun.
Well, that sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, until then, it has been a delight being on the same side with you.
Of course, yeah. This is Bastiat. He streams on the Forbidden site, which I am not permitted on, but he is fair warning. Amongst all the liberals I've spoken to, I think I enjoy speaking to Bastiat, perhaps the most very intelligent guy. Thank you, seriously, for coming on.
Likewise. Thanks, buddy. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Take care.
I didn't expect today's stream to be me talking to all my buddies, but I'm totally okay with that. Caleb Maupin literally calling for you to be jailed on Twitter. Nice. Yes. Vaush belongs in prison. Yeah. I think Lance might not be on. I'll check in just a moment. I'm going to read some donations. Oh man, we had some really generous donations. I didn't see these right away. I'm really, really sorry. Excuse me. Oh, by the way, I just want to say, I know you were all weird champ posting in chat. I hope you listened to that conversation with Bastiat, because that's how you talk about political violence with a liberal without coming off like a fucking lunatic, okay? I really think that when we talk about political violence, sometimes we come off, maybe because we want to sound cool, way the fuck too aggro. If you frame it in the right way, not dishonestly, I believed and completely adhere to everything I just said, that if you frame it in that way, that's a completely defensible, I mean, it's still contentious, but yeah. Vaush, you still came off as a lunatic? Oh, well, I tried my best, but I do believe what I said, you know. Yeah. Yes, the weird champs were at somebody in chat. I saw somebody in chat said that they want to fuck traps, and should they be allowed to fuck traps? And the answer to that is, it's kind of rude. Just say, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like femboy? Probably femboy, right? Just say femboy. Or if you mean trans girl, say trans girl, you know? What does that mean? A trap is a slur is a really loaded term. A trap is a very implicitly offensive term to use because it suggests that trans women are tricking straight men into having sex with them by presenting feminine but by actually not being women in the logic of some people who say that, you know. um the main issue is that there are like, that's not how I use it, fuck. Listen, if you all listen, here's the issue. Anytime people talk about trap discourse, the discussion ends up getting muddled by a bunch of like femme people with penises who post nudes on OnlyFans and fucking and on Twitter, and they get mad because they call themselves a trap and they think it's empowering. I'm not talking about you. Chill out. Chill. I don't care. Here's the main issue, okay? There are 3 types of things that get sort of conflated here, okay? All right? First of all, you have trans women. Trans women are women, and that's the end of that. Simple. You have femboys. Femboys are boys, or sometimes they're NB, but whatever, femboys. And they have penises and buttholes generally. Generally speaking, I mean, that seems to be a recurring pattern. But they present feminine, you know. And then you have traps. And what traps usually are, and I'm going to use the term in its perfectly salient, original, intended meaning. A trap is a femboy who gets off on tricking straight men into believing that he's a woman so that the straight man will fuck the femboy thinking they're a woman. That's the like hyper specific definition of trap. It's a very specific sexual fantasy. And this isn't a thing that happens in real life. Oh, really? Chat's gonna die now? Ah, well. Sorry, folks. It's just gonna be one way for a little while till that gets fixed. Anyway, the whole like trap, like the actual femboy pretending to be a woman by cross-dressing to trick straight men into having sex with them. First of all, in real life, that would of course be like sexual assault because you're having sex under false pretenses. But additionally, well, it would depend contextually. I mean, there's a lot of context actually. It's really, really complicated. If you're a femboy and you're cross-dressing and you look very feminine, and a straight man hits on you, and you suck his dick in the bathroom of the club, and he nuts in your mouth, and only afterwards realizes that you were a boy, but never actually asked to clarify, that's not sexual assault. That's their own damn fault for making the assumption. Anyway, the point that I'm getting at here is that trap, like the original trap term, like the tricking with the feminine clothing, whatever, that's a sexual fantasy. That's not a thing that really happens in real life, like at all. Now, here is something that does happen in real life. Straight men will have sex with trans women and then get mad because they realize in their head the trans woman is a man and they feel they've been trapped. That's the problem. Traps are a sexual fantasy that don't happen in real life, but when people talk about traps in real life, it overlaps with the actual, very often violent experiences of trans women. So very often, when people talk about traps, they're not just talking about femboys who cross-dress to trick straight men. They're talking about trans women who aren't tricking anybody. And that's the issue. That's the reason why people get up in arms about the term, you know? Sorry, chat's not working, but that's the gist of it. I'm looking at YouTube chat right now. Does that make sense? You guys understand? Now, is trap a slur? I don't know about that, but it's a term that has a really loaded and often very unfortunate practical application or like interpretation. And for that reason, I think you should be careful when you use it. I think that's simple with that, you know? Yes. Hello, YouTube chat. I love you too. Well, now, there we go. Website chat is back. Hello. Anyway, do you all understand? You all get what I'm talking about. Okay. Malice Toy, thank you very much for the donation, comrade. I really appreciate that. NS Gomez, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. That is incredibly kind of you, comrade. I really, really appreciate that. And Trash Cutie with the sick as fuck $100 donation. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Jesus Christ. TY Uwu, I'm a libertarian that recognizes externalities, climate, healthcare, education. TY for your work. You've been important to our better future. Hey, I'm a libertarian too, motherfucker. Two great minds looking at each other directly. Thank you very, very much, comrade. I really, really appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you. Jesus, libertarians got the money. Straight up, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $15. I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go over any video or other links at the moment, but I really appreciate that, comrade. Thank you. Caitlin Bennett is a literal neo-Nazi. Of course, she's doubling down on the Trump coup. Thank you. Lucas Exemplar posted to the subreddit. Thank you for the $10, but I'm afraid we're not going over any media links at the moment. Yeah, Soygon of Akkad or Carl Benjamin has been yeeted off of Twitter. Infernal Mark, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Ain't no worries, comrade. Happy to have you here and now. I really, really appreciate that. FRBE, thank you for the $5. I'm glad you enjoy Destiny's content as well, comrade. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I still watch it myself sometimes. So you can get a lot of really useful information from that. Oin Bones, thank you for the very kind $20. Greetings from the People's Republic of Pennsylvania. Trumpist neighbors are coping hard. Dude across the street threw his sign away in a dramatic fashion, Lamau. Oh, that sucks for them. Jesus Christ. That's pretty goddamn funny, though. Abby, thank you for the $10. Somnio Static with the incredibly kind $25. Thank you. Doesn't mean I'm not going to re-at you when you blatantly use incorrect words that mean opposite things, though. I love you. This is in response to the linguistic prescriptivism thing. Yes. No worries, comrade. You are free to give it a shot. Yes, Mark Meadows got COVID. Yeah, very true. Pog, as it so happens. I think this has been a really pleasant stream, don't you guys think? I can't believe it's been nearly 5 hours. We talked with Jimmy Snow. We've talked with so many people. My goodness. We talked with Jimmy Snow and Bastiat. We've talked with Shu, Chris Raygun, some black guy, Jeff Holiday, Josephine Mathias, Adam. There was another person on that call. Hold on, I'll check now. I feel bad now, but I have a very bad memory. I hope people can forgive me for that. No, that was all of them. That was all the people that I talked to. I said Chris Raygun and Josephine Mathias. I said some black guy. I did say Chris Raygun. I haven't talked to Lance. All right, what are we talking about? Hold on. Did Destiny really post this? What? Yes, Destiny did really post this. I actually saw this. You know, it was a brief period of time where I feel like I was more edgy than Destiny, but post what? Okay, I'll show it to you guys, but it's not my fault that you guys are seeing it. Okay, it's Destiny's fault. I'm seeing a lot of chatter about reports making their way out of the White House. Something about Trump having breathing problems from a new infection. They're calling it Jovid-20. What the fuck? Yes, this did happen. Now, as you can see, this is significantly edgier than me. Yeah, okay. And if anybody finds it secretly funny, then you have to keep it to yourself, okay? All right. Inktoxicant with a very kind $10. I asked a Trump fan for a source on the voter fraud costing Trump his deserved election. He linked me to his Twitter timeline. Lamau. Oh yeah. Apparently, JonTron. Anyone else a big fan of this store? That's my closest JonTron impression. Making a joke about how it's the Banana Republic because yeah, of course he's a Trump impression, you know, or a Trump supporter, you know. But I mean, he hasn't changed, so Yeah. Videos are still funny. Kirk C, yes, I have seen that. I'll talk about it soon. Tay Linlove, thank you very much for the tier 4 sub, comrade. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you found me too. I am delighted to have you in the audience, comrade. I really, really, really appreciate that. Yes, Jamari Martin, the liberals may or may not go to sleep after Biden wins, but I know I'm sure as fuck going to go to sleep soon because I have been streaming more than I normally do. Thank you. Sake Tanuki, thank you very much for the $10. True. Guys, I've led you all on a ruse this entire time. Anarcho Bidenism was really never about Anarcho Bidenism. It was always about Anarcho Vaushism, okay? This is an ideological coup, okay? I'm here now, baby. It's me, Marin, with a very kind tier 4 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Sorry the sub didn't re-up, but hey, you're here now. Nick Fargo, we'll roast some MAGA cope vids soon, comrade. At the moment, I'm pretty tired, though. The drinking yesterday really took a lot out of me. The Red Menace, thank you, and congratulations for joining the DSA, comrade. That is fucking poggies. That is exceptionally poggies, as a matter of fact. Somnio Static, thanks to the $10. Yes, Sake Tanuki, for some reason, insists on maintaining a like tier 1 or tier 2 sub, which is interesting. Doesn't want that yellow name distinction. And true, wieners. Very, very true. Do you think Biden will enforce his gun policies like he said he would? No, I don't. I don't think Biden's going to do shit about guns. How often have Democrats actually meaningfully restricted guns at a national level? How often does this really happen? Ashton Dean, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Please learn about liberation theology. Progressivism is not inherently anti-Christian. Jimmy and I think, are pretty firmly not going to be religious. We'll see. Red Sickle 99 with a very kind $30. Please share this link in chat for people to donate to the Ossoff Senate runoff campaign in Georgia. We'll do a whole fucking stream for that, comrade. Don't you worry. We will be paying very, very close attention to that race, to both of those races. So you needn't worry about that. But not right now. We will coordinate that at an appropriate time. We will. Take a YTT. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind $20. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yes, we need to donate to Ossoff and Warnock. Thank you all very much. Stonehawk, thanks for the $10. Happy to have you here as well. And Intravenous Burger Meat, happy to hear you're not thrilled, comrade. Very, very sorry. Intravenous Burger Meat actually donated like multiple times in a row, specifically for the purpose of getting me to end the call with Jimmy Snow, which unfortunately didn't have as much of an effect as he probably would have wanted at the time, but I did eventually end the call just through natural end of the call time. So, yeah. Bean Speedy with the incredibly kind $20. Hello, Vaush. I am drunk and trans in North Carolina and wanted to say not to count us out quite yet. There are a lot of votes that won't be counted until the 11th or 12th, and we're a purple state. I don't think we're going to get North Carolina. And I am nearing 1,000 beans drawn in 2020. Now that is fucking good. That is good, comrade. Intravenous Burger Meat. Unfortunately, I appreciate the donations, but I don't have the ability to refund super chats. But I appreciate your interest. I don't know what quackas are, comrade. Such is life. Stinky Assassin, if you know a person who's gone mask off Nazi, I think you should just look at them with contempt and just not interact with them as much as possible. You're not going to change their mind. Italia Reigns, the $10. Could you imagine the Cotton 2024 campaign trying to get black voters to pick Cotton? The memes write themselves. I assume you mean like it would be a meme that would happen, and not that the campaign itself would actually make an effort to try to force black people to pick Cotton. The memes would, however, write themselves. There would be no denying that. 1 second, let me blow my nose. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Can we break the leftist gridlock of the Dem primaries? Do we really need an edgy leftist candidate who's capable of not pulling punches? Debate hardened. Vaush. Sake, I am never, ever ever going to run for office. You're not going to get it from me. Yeah, Cassandra Fairbanks has been going full fascist on Twitter, true. And Thomas I. Osaze with the incredibly kind 100 Canadian dollars. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. And all the video links you give me. Dear comrade, I do not think I'm alone in saying this one little thing. The work you do makes me feel a grounded sense of pride for the potential we have as a collective humanity. Your soul is genuine, that I know in my heart. Now get back to fucking work. Thank you, comrade. I will say that I too am proud of what we are and what we have done. Oh, speaking of, if you're watching the stream right now and you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do. I'd really appreciate it if you did. We're on pace for an incredibly strong finish to this year. Right now, as I look at my analytics for the past 28 days, the revenue is 38% higher than it was for the previous 28. The watch time is 4 million hours, 71% higher than the previous 28 days. The views, 12.9 million, with a 57% increase since the past 28 days. Meaning that over the past 28 days, I have seen more than a 50% jump in my viewership. A lot of that is, of course, due to the election, but that's still very good. Those are very good numbers. We're due to finish this year very strong, and I can't tell you all how excited I am to pick up again in 2021, see how far we can go. The elite club of political YouTube is hitting 1 million subs. Very, very few do. Sam Cedar is close, but hasn't hit 1 million. David Pacman just recently hit 1 million. Tim Pool recently hit 1 million. Contra recently hit 1 million. Sargon, I don't think ever hit 1 million. But Sargon, between his 3 channels, because he keeps jumping channels, I'm pretty sure that Sargon would have if he had just had the 1 channel. Thank you, Tempest. Blair White very briefly hit 1 million and then plummeted before then. Anyway, the greatest goal imaginable would be to hit 1 million subs by the end of 2022. That would be extraordinary. That would be genuinely extraordinary. If we could hit that pace. And I would be one of the most prominent internet political figures. And I will represent all of you and your anger. Thank you. Do we need to respect Gritty now? You mean Gritty the mascot? Absolutely. And we always should have. Thank you. Detoxic Gamer SP, thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate that, comrade. Yeah, Africa, the fact that Florida voted for a living wage and Trump at the same time is very indicative of a strategy failure of the Democratic Party. I want to talk about that, and I will talk about that for sure. Possibly, Salkaman. I'd have to think about it. Thank you for the $20, comrade. Julian Villela, thank you very much for the $20. Adam literally said what I've been saying about the Electoral College. It would be logically consistent to give extra weight to the votes of other minority groups. It's literally just affirmative action, but for small state voters. Yep, it literally is just affirmative action. Corvus77 with a very kind $20. Hey, yo, it's Sander Corvus again. Thanks to your election coverage, I've got 2 more friends subbed to your YouTube. Also, Comrade Chew is dope as fuck. Jesus, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Geez, well, thank you. I'm always flattered when you show up and watch. I really appreciate that. Jesus Christ. It's always incredibly flattering when people say, like, I showed you to my friends, like that sort of thing. Because I never ever expect it. Because I've always been a very insular person with the kind of stuff that I watch. And because, you know, especially in high school, like, I'm not going to show people like Destiny. You know what I mean? I don't know. So people saying that, it's always very, very flattering to me. You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys know what I mean. You know what I mean. You get what I'm you're picking up what I'm putting down. You understand. Yeah, true. Exactly. If you're a Vaush viewer, you are legally obligated to use Bluetooth to cast my videos onto your neighbor's television screens. I'm sorry, folks. There's no other way. We need to boost these numbers as much as we can. And that is the best way to do it, okay? Do any of you work? Like, you know, like at a frozen yogurt place or something, just put me on the TV. Will I swear and make sexual comments constantly, thus costing you clientele? Yes, I will. But does that make a difference? We're building socialism here. Come on, folks. Fick, thank you for the $10. Jesus, man, right after I told my friend Ricky to watch you, and a few days later he texted me, I'm definitely a fucking socialist, you piece of shit, so keep up the good work, comrade. Thank you, man. Jesus, fuck. All right, okay, I'm feeling too sentimental for this bullshit, okay? Jesus Christ. We need to fucking chill. Yeah, Tommy Jenkins, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really happy that I get to talk with, like, the cool part of the skeptic community that didn't turn into a bunch of fucking neo-Nazis, you know? That part is really cool. I do like that. Brunch is still canceled. We'll see, comrade. We will fucking see. Dick Punk, thank you very much for the $10. Yes, I've heard about the bomb threats in Philly. I think we talked about that earlier on in this stream. We can talk about it more in the future. Am I still talking to Lance? No, Lance didn't respond to my DMs. I assume that Lance is asleep or otherwise busy. I'll talk to Lance next stream. Sake with a very kind $20. Does it behoove the two Dem Senate candidates in Georgia to abandon their individual campaigns and push the message of, if we win, we make your lives better? Yeah, well, I mean, how fucking often, I did, Roach Boy. How fucking often, do we get that opportunity? That's basically like the, I'm sorry, I completely forgot what I was talking about. I just completely voided. I love you, Sake Tanuki. I hope you know that, okay? Closed Box, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that, comrade. Jesus Christ. True, Corlix, that is completely fucking true. And Mass Praxis, thank you very much for the $10. The Jakarta method? I can give it a look, comrade, though I've got a pretty long reading list at the moment. Michigan voter software proven fraudulent. Interesting. We'll have to take a look at that moving forward. Andy Nori, with very kind 200 ARS. Hey, Vaush, you ever consider doing regional prices for the sub-tiers? I'd love to get one, but those prices are kind of steep for third world economies, TBH. YouTube has it, which is why I usually donate through here. Anyway, love you. Interesting. I had never even considered that, or I guess, the server architecture behind that. Yeah, it's maybe something I can look at. I don't know how difficult that would be to manage, but I just want to say you are never obligated to donate to me, like, at all. Never ever feel obligated. I'm doing super okay, you know, financially. You really don't need to, but I appreciate that, and I'll look into it. September IMO, thank you very much for the $20. I really, really appreciate that, comrade. Sorry to hear that you're no longer studying under your two Marxist daddies for your master's degree, but I'm happy to keep you entertained in the meantime. The One Who Crawls, thank you so much for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I just started watching you recently, but I've never met somebody I agree with more. Fuck yeah, comrade. Well, I try my best. I agree with myself a lot too, you know. I don't know if it's narcissism, but you know, whenever I hear me saying something, I think, damn, that guy's got some really good ideas. Bradley Mackey, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. What is the statute of limitations on potential charges against Trump? I'm really sorry, guys. Trump is never going to see a day in jail. It's literally never going to happen. There's no reason for the Democrats to ever pursue it once they're in power. There's no reason for any of it. First of all, they never ever want there to be a consequence. Gotcha. No reason, are you sure? Yeah, I'll give you the reasons why they won't right now. First of all presidents are war criminals. They do not want there to be legal consequences to being the president. Second of all, any legal proceedings would drag out for years because Trump has the money and the public support to get incredibly good legal defense, meaning that any time they fail to prove any part of any case, it's going to be an optical nightmare for the people managing it. Third of all, and perhaps most importantly, it turns Donald Trump into a martyr. It would be better to let him scream his heart out on Twitter or fucking Parler or whatever than it would be to attempt to indict him and end up making him the victim of a Democratic conspiracy trying to silence him after he's never, ever, 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 ever going to see a day inside jail. It's never going to happen. He's never going to see the inside of prison bars. Light 6 God, thank you for the tier 1 sub, comrade. I really, really appreciate that. Showed you to my GF's brother, and he loved you as a poli-sci/criminology major. Told my own brother about you, and he already knew you, lol. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I don't know how to handle being slightly internet famous. Would I talk with friendly Geordies and or someone from the Shooter, Fisher, and Farrers party? I don't know what the fuck the Shooters, Fisher, and Farrers party is. I'd be perfectly happy to talk to friendly Geordies. I just don't have very much normie clout. 8D, 5D, 2D Derek with 15 bucks. Thank you. Hypothetically, if one of us in chat could snap our fingers and get you elected, would you take us up on the offer? It depends on the office. Make me the president and I'll take it, sure. Maybe a senator, but as a congressperson, I feel like I would just be vilified, you know? Yeesh. I don't know. I don't know how effective of a you know, politician I would be. And DDD137, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Possibly, if there are consequences for Trump, it'd be interesting to see. It's just not something I expect to happen. Oh my goodness, mint cheese with the $15. Thank you very, very much. Much love from your Canadian comrade. Keep fighting a good fight and enjoy the next 4 years of Anarcho Bidenism. Also, P.S. You're a cutie despite the cat scratch. Thank you. Anarcho Bidenism, however, dies the moment that Joe Biden is inaugurated. The only thing we'll be keeping from that platform is our commitment to the anti-malarkey action, which we will be adhering to with great and ferocious consistency. No malarkey, not even from Biden. All right, folks. I am concluding the stream. I will... Today's Friday. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I actually am rather tired. However, there's something that I want to suggest to you people, okay? All right? Normally, I lean you over to other streams. This time, I actually want to make an active case, okay? I want to make an active case for Conyer. Conyer is my roommate. They're a spicy femboy. And they'll be streaming soon, very soon. And I strongly encourage you all to check them out at conyer.cc/live. They have a website like mine, managed by White Nervosa. They are also a live streamer. That was their job before they moved in with me. That is still their job. And look here. I'll sell them, okay?
Here she is. Look at her. Woo! She's here.
And I'll mute because it's music. Look, you can get my cats.
She's interested.
Cute femboys. Good fashion. And I don't know if that music is going to copyright me, so yeah. Anyway. Ugly cute baby. Anyway, yeah, you all should take the time to check that out. Anyway, I love you all very much. Go to conyer.cc. Conyer.cc. Conyer is a night owl and streams very late. They'll stay up till like 4 a.m. So for those of you in Europe, you can catch Conyer early in the morning. And for those of you in America who are fucking degenerates, you can catch them as well. Also, all of you visiting the site might end up crashing the site. So, good luck with that. Peace.